Chapter 24:18. How was he going to fight? His opponent had the black, vibrating golden armor and was undefeatable. A mere mystic chi realm cultivator wouldn't be able to break through his defense, let alone defeat him. Even if he stood there and let you hit him, you wouldn't be able to defeat him. The fairness of the battle between Xiantians had been destroyed from the start. Fang Chen's black, vibrating golden armor was revealed to the world. The eyes of the mystic light realm martial practitioners on the rostrum widened as greed appeared in their eyes. That was the black, vibrating golden armor. It would be a lie if they said they weren't tempted. I must get the black, vibrating golden armor. Old Ancestor Black Lightning, King Vulture, and the others thought. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen didn't give Zhongbai a chance and slashed out with the hidden star sword. Puchi! One of Zhongbai's arms was cut off, and he screamed as his body was sent flying. Zhongbai had lost. Who would dare to challenge Fang Chen now? The Black Lightning Plaza was dead silent as everyone's hearts trembled. Since the start of the battle between Xiantians, no one had ever won. Fang Chen had created a record that couldn't be broken. In the clouds, an elder was riding on a big black dog as he looked down with a smile. This guy. Seeing the current Fang Chen, the old man felt very gratified. He didn't regret teaching him the Shura sword Dao. In fact, he even felt a bit proud. An absolute saint realm cultivator suppressing a mystic chi realm cultivator. The elder shook his head. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. However, that was how things were. It really happened. The black, vibrating golden armor is enough to make many mystic light realm cultivators go crazy, the elder said. Woof, woof. The big black dog barked. The elder smiled and said, "Don't worry. Let's see how this guy will deal with it." On the Black Lightning Plaza, Old Ancestor Black Lightning, should we announce the result? The pavilion master asked. Old Ancestor Black Lightning paused for a moment before he looked around. He sighed and announced the result. The final winner of this year's innate stage battle was Fang Chen. 3 days from now, head to the pre-heaven dais and receive the pre-heaven blessing. With that, Patriarch Black Lightning's body flickered as he left. Many other forces were overshadowed by Fang Chen. Only the Supreme Thunder Pavilion Master was beaming with joy. In the meeting hall of the Hailai clan, we underestimated Fang Chen. Ancestor He Lei said straightforwardly, this kid was able to obtain a rare treasure like the black vibranium. Moreover, the absolute Thunder Pavilion Master even refined a set of armor for him. With the black, vibrantly golden armor, even a Xian Star realm martial artist would find it hard to break its defense, let alone the Crimson Dragon Rod, Vulture King said. I have to kill him before the luck reaches me. What about the black, vibrating gold armor? How should we split it? Demonic Cloud, Old Man asked. Old Ancestor Black Thunder said, let's kill this kid first, and then we'll rely on our own abilities. What do you think? This time, everyone's opinion was very unified. In an elegant courtyard, Fang Chen sat on a stone bench and drank with the absolute Thunder Pavilion Master. Be careful these 2 days. Ancestor He Lei and the others will most likely attack you, the Pavilion Master said. When the black, vibrantly golden armor was exposed, Fang Chen had already thought of this. Fang Chen nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a gust of wind blew. Since you're here, why don't you come out and have a drink? The Pavilion Master stood up and said. Ancestor He Lei walked out from the darkness. Fang Chen, hand over the black, vibrantly golden armor. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave the Black Thunder City alive. You've gone too far, the Pavilion Master said angrily. Pavilion Master, we must get the black, vibrantly golden armor. If you're smart, don't get involved. Devil Cloud, Old Man, appeared in front of the Pavilion Master and stopped him. Get lost! The great Thunder Pavilion Master roared and punched out fiercely. Bang! Devil Cloud, Old Man, blocked the attack and the Moon Demon, Vulture King, and Shadow Snake walked out from the darkness. As Mystic Light Realm ancestors, aren't you afraid that you'll be laughed at by others for bullying a Saint Realm cultivator? They surrounded the Pavilion Master, while Ancestor He Lei attacked Fang Chen. Voila! His hand reached out and grabbed Fang Chen's head. Get lost! The hidden star sword was unsheathed, and a sword hum sounded. In the next moment, a terrifying power that made people tremble came out from the star-hidden sword. Fang Chen didn't try to hide the aura of the hidden star sword. The power of the Chaos Realm exploded out, and the 9th move of the Shura sword art was used. Chaos Realm. Seeing this scene, Ancestor He Lei's eyes burned as he looked at Fang Chen greedily. Bang! Ancestor He Lei's hand was forced back by the hidden star sword, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he was excited. This is unexpected. A Saint Realm cultivator not only has the Dark Thunder golden armor, but also a Chaos Realm weapon. Old Man He Lei said, "Unfortunately, you're too weak. You should know that." The Pavilion Master went crazy, but he was stopped by Vulture King and the others, so he couldn't save Fang Chen. Die. Ancestor He Lei used the power of the Mystic Light Realm, and a ball of light covered Fang Chen, binding him. He then stepped forward and grabbed at Fang Chen's head. Just as the huge hand was about to touch Fang Chen's head, it was suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier in the void. Bang! Ancestor He Lei's body was forced back. What's going on? Ancestor He Lei looked around and said solemnly, "Who are you? Come out and meet me." "Who is it?" Vulture King and the others didn't expect there to be someone hiding in the dark. Could it be Lord Putua and the Flying Flower Formation King? In the entire innate world, only these two people were worthy of Vulture King and the others' attention. "What are you trying to do?" After waiting for a while, Ancestor He Lei didn't move, so he continued to attack Fang Chen. Bang! This time, Ancestor He Lei seemed to have been hit hard, and his body was blown away. Finally, Vulture King and the others' expressions became solemn. There must be someone hiding in the dark who could blow Ancestor He Lei away. This person's power must be above theirs. Who is it? When did such a hidden expert appear in the innate world? Everyone looked at Fang Chen in a different way. They remembered that he had the Dark Thunder golden armor and could crush Mystic Chi Realm cultivators as a Saint Realm cultivator. Thinking back to what had happened to Fang Chen, they were shocked. Could he be the young master of some big force? That was the only way to explain why Pavilion Master He Lei was willing to make the Dark Thunder golden armor and the Chaos level weapon for him. "Which senior is it? Please come out and have a chat." Ancestor He Lei got up from the ground and cupped his fists. "You don't deserve to know my name." A disdainful voice sounded in the dark. Vulture King and the others' faces turned pale, and they didn't dare to move. "Get lost." The voice sounded again, and Vulture King and the others didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly left. "Senior, please forgive me if I have offended you." In the blink of an eye, everyone, including Ancestor He Lei, disappeared. Pavilion Master He Lei opened his eyes wide and looked at Fang Chen curiously. "Fang Chen, who is it that helped you?" Fang Chen shook his head. To be honest, he didn't know either. "Huh." Pavilion Master He Lei didn't believe it, but he didn't ask. Just as he turned around, Fang Chen disappeared into thin air. After leaving the elegant courtyard, Vulture King and the others' clothes were soaked. "He's too strong. I used my divine sense to track him, but it was defeated by that senior. Luckily, he wasn't hostile to us. Otherwise, we would have died. Yeah, we should have known that Fang Chen must be supported by a powerful force to have such a big piece of Dark Thunder golden armor. Sai, we failed. We failed completely." After this battle, Vulture King and the others were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to attack Fang Chen. "With that expert here, we don't stand a chance," Vulture King said and turned to leave. "Give up." Demonic Cloud, Old Man, Moon Demon, and the others also left. Only Ancestor Hei Lei was unwilling to give up. Darkness covered the land. Fong Qin stepped on a black cloud and looked around, but he didn't find anything. How did I get here? Fong Chen guessed that it was the senior who had helped him in the dark who had brought him here. Kid, your growth is really beyond my expectations. A voice was heard, accompanied by the barking of a dog. Fong Qin turned his head in the direction of the voice and exclaimed, "It's you? For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2419. Fong Qin didn't expect that the old man who taught him the Shura sword Dao would appear here. Now all his doubts were clear. The old man on the black dog was the one who had scared the Vulture King and the others away. Woof! 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 The big black dog stuck its head in front of Fong Qin. Its mouth was dripping with saliva as it stared at Fong Qin with its eyes as big as gongs. Then it rubbed its head against Fong Qin. Fong Qin felt a little uncomfortable being rubbed against by a big dog. "Senior, why are you here?" Fong Qin asked curiously. When he first met the old man, he knew that the old man was an unparalleled expert. Now his guess was confirmed. Even the Vulture King and the other mystic light realm cultivators were scared away. "I just came to take a look," the old man said with a smile. "I haven't seen you in a few years, but your growth has exceeded my expectations." "Senior, you're flattering me," Fong Qin said humbly. The old man shook his head and said, "You don't have to be humble. With your current potential, even in the stellar sky, there will be many forces trying to recruit you. Once you reach the mystic god realm, you'll be able to fight against those at the mystic star realm." The old man chatted with Fong Qin for a long time. After chatting, Fong Qin found out that the old man's name was Venerable Hei Qi. To be called a venerable, one had to be at least at the mystic god realm. The old man said that he was the grand elder of the Xiu family in the azure sky. Fong Qin didn't know much about this, but he could feel that the Xiu family was very strong in the azure sky. The most mysterious thing in the innate world is the battle between the innate realms. You've suppressed everyone and obtained the final victory. In 3 days, you'll receive the innate blessing, the old man said. This is an opportunity for you. I hope you can grasp it. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked, "Senior, is there anything I need to pay attention to?" The old man chuckled and said, "Innate empowerment is the source energy of the innate realm being forcefully poured into your body. Once you fully accept the power of the innate realm, your strength will rapidly increase. In my opinion, you should be able to break through to the profound heaven realm. As for luck, it is more illusory and cannot be seen with the naked eye. However, it is the power of the heavenly Tao of nature, and it is endlessly useful. Once you obtain it, you will naturally understand." With that, the old man rode the big black dog and prepared to leave. "Senior." Before Fong Qin could finish, the old man waved his hand to stop him. "If you ever come to the Azure Civ Plain, you can come find me at the Xiu clan. That's right, when you have the strength to suppress mystic light realm cultivators, I hope you can head to Mashation and revive the Shura sword Dao." Venerable Demon Sword was a good friend of Venerable Black Red, and Moshation's rise was inseparable from Venerable Demon Sword. Unfortunately, the rise of the Chiu clan led to the destruction of Moshation's Shura sword Dao. Fong Qin could be said to be the only sword cultivator of the Shura sword Dao at the current stage. Venerable Black Red had only casually passed down the Shura sword Dao to Fong Qin, but after meeting him this time, he was even more certain of his original thoughts. He had found an excellent successor for Venerable Demon Sword and the Azura sword Dao. He could imagine that it wouldn't be long before Fong Qin could kill his way to Mashation and revive the Shura sword Dao. "I will." Fong Qin cupped his fists and said. Fong Qin knew about the grudge between Venerable Demon Sword and Mashation's Chiu clan. Since he had accepted Venerable Demon Sword's inheritance, He would naturally help him fulfill his wish if he had the chance. The martial Tao was a cycle of karma. This was the cycle of karma between him and Venerable Demon Sword. After Venerable Black Red left, no one in Black Thunder City dared to target Fong Qin. In the quiet courtyard, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master kept searching, but he couldn't find any trace of Fong Qin. Who took Fong Qin away? The Great Thunder Pavilion Master racked his brains. He was sure that the person who took Fong Qin away must be the unparalleled expert who secretly took action to intimidate Vulture King and the others. However, why did he take Fong Qin away? The Great Thunder Pavilion Master was a little worried at the thought of the Heizhan golden armor. After all, it was the Heizhan golden armor. Even Vulture King and the others were tempted, let alone others. I hope you're okay. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master prayed secretly. Swoosh! Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void and Fong Qin walked out of it. Fong Qin. Seeing Fong Qin, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master was stunned for a moment and immediately exclaimed, "Are you okay?" The Great Thunder Pavilion Master looked up and down at Fong Qin's body. After making sure that he was safe, he was very excited. "Thank you for your concern, Pavilion Master." "I'm fine," Fong Qin said. "Who on earth saved you secretly just now?" The Great Thunder Pavilion Master asked curiously. "An elder." Fong Qin replied with a simple sentence. The speaker might not have meant it, but the listener meant it. After the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master heard this, his heart trembled, and his eyes flickered. "Anyway, it's good that you're okay. Have a good rest these few days. I will protect you secretly until you receive the Khanate enlightenment and blessing of luck. Then, we will leave Black Thunder City immediately and go to Jewel City." Jewel City was the Great Thunder Pavilion Master's territory. As long as he went back, he had nothing to fear. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After being threatened by Venerable Black Red, Vulture King and the others had already left. Only Ancestor Black Thunder came to the elegant courtyard nervously and found Fong Qin. "Fong Qin, the 3 days are up. Let's go to the Khanate platform now." Fong Qin nodded and followed Ancestor Black Thunder out of Black Thunder City, side by side with the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. The Khanate platform was the place where the Khanate realm's luck gathered. It was a forbidden place in the Khanate realm. Without the permission of the 8 magnates, no one was allowed to come here. The Khanate platform was located on a mountain 10,000 miles south of the Barbaric Mountains. This mountain used to be towering into the clouds, but it was flattened by an expert with a sharp weapon, so it was called the Khanate platform. In the past, the winners of the Khanate battle would receive the Khanate enlightenment and blessing of luck. When they were still some distance away from the Khanate platform, Fong Qin and the other two encountered a group of Xiantian realm bandits. They looked ferocious and were threatening Fong Qin and the other two, asking them to hand over their belongings. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master did not know whether to laugh or cry at this scene. Get lost. Ancestor Black Thunder was already a little angry. After seeing them, he vented his anger on them. Ancestor Black Thunder opened his hand and a thick bolt of lightning shot down, hitting the bandits in the middle. Instantly, the lightning exploded and the terrifying power drowned all the bandits. "Let's go." The 3 of them looked at each other and quickly left. Red Vulture Mountain. "Vulture King, are you going to give up just like that?" Zongbai's injuries had already healed, and he said unwillingly. As a member of the Sky Pillar Zong family, it was a great humiliation for him to lose to a Saint Realm martial artist. "What else can I do?" Vulture King said expressionlessly, "A Han Tianxin has the Black Thunder golden armor. Aren't you tempted?" Zongbai said in a low voice, "So what if I am tempted?" Vulture King said lightly. Zongbai's eyes flashed as he stared at Vulture King. He gritted his teeth and said, "I want the Khanate enlightenment and blessing of luck. The result has already been decided. I can't change it, Vulture King said. If you can help me get what I want, I will give you the Black Thunder golden armor and introduce you to some of the elders of the Sky Pillar Zong family. Vulture King remained silent as he waited for Zong Bai's next words. As expected, Zong Bai knew that he wouldn't be able to move Vulture King. So he continued, My Sky Pillar Zong family has been planning to enter the stellar sky for a long time. Do you think I'm just passing by this time? The family sent me to the stellar Sky Pillar Zong family to scout out the various forces and regions of the stellar Sky Pillar Zong family. In other words, my Sky Pillar Zong family needs a representative in the stellar Sky Pillar Zong family. Zong Bai smiled as he looked at Vulture King. He didn't believe that the latter wouldn't be tempted. Hearing this, Vulture King's expression changed as he looked at Zong Bai with his pitch-black eyes. He was considering whether it would be better for him to join the Sky Pillar Zong family. Vulture King, how many years have you been stuck at the peak of the mystic light realm? You know best. If you can obtain the full support of my Zong clan, breaking through to the Xian True Realm will not be a problem. At that time, with just a word from you, the entire innate realm will tremble. Zong Bai continued. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2420. Vulture King had cultivated for countless years, so he would not lose his composure just because of Zong Bai's words. To be able to lead the Scarlet Vulture Mountain to such a glorious state, he must have planned every step carefully. There was no way he would make a mistake. Seeing Vulture King's indifference, Zong Bai's face turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, If my Zong family enters the innate world, we will use our family's secret technique to gather all the luck of the innate world on the Scarlet Vulture Mountain. As for you, Vulture King, you will be able to receive the innate enlightenment once. Chuckling, Zong Bai continued, I don't need to explain the effects of the innate enlightenment, right? Finally, Vulture King's expression changed. Can your words represent the Zong family? This was what Vulture King was most worried about. If Zong Bai did not promise him some benefits, he would not take the risk. Is this okay? Zong Bai took out a token from his chest. The golden token had the word Zong written on it. When Vulture King saw this, he was shocked. His eyes burned with desire as he looked at the token. Deal. Innate platform. Fong Chen and the other two stood side by side as they stared at the innate platform. On the innate platform, immortal qi swirled around as the origin energy was abnormally dense. Wait here for me to activate the innate platform. Old Ancestor He Lei said expressionlessly. If not for the fact that he was afraid of the expert behind Fong Chen, he would not have done so. With that, Old Ancestor He Lei's figure flashed as he walked onto the innate platform. In the dark, Zong Bai and Vulture King had already arrived and were closely watching everything that was happening. After the innate platform is activated, I will be one step ahead of Fong Chen to receive the innate enlightenment. Help me stop the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. Zong Bai said, Don't worry. Leave the Great Thunder Pavilion Master to me. Vulture King said to himself, In order for the Scarlet Vulture Mountain to dominate the innate world, Vulture King was going all out. Hoo hoo hoo! On the mountain peak, rays of light shot out from Old Ancestor He Lei's palm. The innate platform shot out a dazzling light. Open! Old Ancestor He Lei roared as golden light covered the innate platform. Dong! A deafening voice echoed across the sky. In the next moment, the entire sky trembled. At the same time, all of the origin energy in the innate world surged over. Somehow, he could feel that something was different. Innate enlightenment. Fong Chen's eyes were burning with passion. He leaped to the edge of the innate stage and prepared to accept the innate empowerment. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a black shadow whizzed over. The speed of this black shadow was so fast that even Fong Chen couldn't react in time. Scram! Seeing this, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master roared angrily and wanted to attack. Voila! The massive array shrouded the heavens and the earth, trapping the supreme Thunder Pavilion Master within. Vulture King, what do you want? The supreme Thunder Pavilion Master glared at the Vulture King. Outside the formation, nothing could happen. Old Ancestor Black Thunder's eyes flickered, but he didn't make a move. Zhongbai! After seeing Zhongbai's figure clearly, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. During the innate realm battle, Zhongbai had already wanted to kill him. Who would have thought that he would openly snatch his innate level empowerment now? You're courting death. Fang Chen was completely enraged. The black vibration golden armor covered his body, and the hidden star sword in his hand exploded with the aura of the Chaos Realm. Shura Sword Technique. The 9th move of the Shura Sword Technique was instantly used. The hidden star sword had completely recovered to the Chaos Realm and wasn't hidden anymore. This was Fang Chen's strongest move so far. No mystic Qi realm cultivator would be able to block this move. Child's play. Zhongbai took out the Zhong family token and released a trace of the aura of the mystic light realm. Kacha! However, before that trace of aura could spread out, it was pierced by the sword light. Following this, the Shura sword light carried incredible power and pierced through Zhongbai's head. No. Zhongbai roared unwillingly, but to no avail. He had miscalculated and suffered the consequences. Pum! Zhongbai's body exploded and turned into nothingness. Fang Chen stepped forward and entered the innate stage. Rumble. The innate enlightenment had officially begun. This. Old Ancestor Black Lightning's expression changed. He had been watching from the beginning to the end, especially the stunning sword strike that Fang Chen used to kill Zhongbai. It was too shocking. If there wasn't a powerful force behind him, I wouldn't believe that there would be such a powerful, rogue cultivator in the world. Old Ancestor Black Lightning shook his head and controlled himself. Thinking back to what he had experienced that day, he felt a little scared. There must be a peerless expert protecting Fang Chen in the dark. If he attacked, the Black Lightning family would be destroyed. He turned around and looked at Vulture King, who was in the array, and shook his head. Then his gaze landed on the innate stage. Within the array, Vulture King, do you want to die? The great Thunder Pavilion Master roared. Aren't you afraid of the mysterious expert behind Fang Chen? Humph, don't try to scare me with the mysterious expert. Since I dared to come here today, I have already planned everything. As long as Zhongbai accepts the innate enlightenment, my mission will be a success. Vulture King snickered coldly. Humph! Just as the great Thunder Pavilion Master was about to speak, a deafening sound came from the outside world. Across the array, the great Thunder Pavilion Master saw a shocking scene. That is, when Zhongbai's body exploded, the great Thunder Pavilion Master was delighted and laughed. Zhongbai. At this time, it was Vulture King's turn to be dazed. Zhongbai had the Zhong family token to protect him. Even a mysterious star realm martial artist couldn't kill him in a short time. How is this possible? Vulture King shook his head in disbelief. Ha ha ha, Vulture King, you will pay for what you have done. Now that Fang Chen was out of danger, the great Thunder Pavilion Master launched a powerful attack. Old Ancestor Black Lightning, help me stop Fang Chen. Vulture King secretly transmitted his voice, but Old Ancestor Black Lightning immediately refused. Damn it! Vulture King gritted his teeth and gave up on attacking. Instead, he fled. Phew! After coming out of the array, the great Thunder Pavilion Master heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Old Ancestor Black Lightning and nodded. He was surprised that Old Ancestor Black Lightning didn't participate in this matter, but after thinking about it, it made sense. Old Ancestor Black Lightning was famous in the innate world for being afraid of death. Especially after what happened that day, he was terrified of the mysterious expert behind Fang Chen. He didn't dare to risk his life. Rumble. At this moment, Dark clouds gathered in the sky. The violent heavenly energy was finally ready. The heavenly Tao was unpredictable. Any Tao in the world would eventually lead to the heavenly Tao. The heavenly energy could destroy everything and create everything. Amidst the rolling thunderclouds, thick beams of light whizzed over like 10,000 galloping horses. Boom! When the first ray of light was formed, it rushed down and broke through the clouds, bombarding the innate platform. Dong! The thick ray of light hit Fang Chen's body and exploded with a powerful force, shaking Fang Chen's organs. As expected of the heavenly energy, it's too strong. On the innate platform, Fang Chen sighed. Fortunately, he had the black lightning golden armor to protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the first ray of light. It is said that there are 9 rays of light in the innate enlightenment. The longer you can withstand it, the better the effect. Fang Chen said, in the history of the innate world, the person who lasted the longest was only able to withstand 8 rays of heavenly energy. As for 9 rays of light, it had never happened before. The peerless genius who withstood 8 rays of heavenly energy was the Honorable Soldier Wu, who was once famous in the starry sky. He created his own weapon controlling Tao and was above all other martial Taos. He was invincible in the same realm and suppressed all the experts. The first ray of light had already made Fang Chen's blood boil and his body staggered. Boom! Just as he was thinking, the second ray of light came down. Crack! The second ray of light shattered Fang Chen's bones and blood splattered everywhere. Bang! His body was smashed onto the innate platform. A terrifying force surrounded him and changed his body. Tui! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Fang Chen stood up with difficulty. At this moment, he was full of fighting spirit. This is only the second ray of light. Back then, the Honorable Soldier Wu withstood 8 rays of light. If I want to reach a higher level, I have to withstand it for a longer time. Fang Chen said to himself with determination in his eyes. He clenched his fists and looked up at the sky, letting out a crazy roar. This was his roar to fight back. Chapter 24-21 Rumble. The sound of thunder shook Fang Chen's eardrums. The impact of the third beam of light damaged Fang Chen's internal organs. However, Fang Chen was still persevering. As long as one was able to persevere through the innate enlightenment, all the injuries one suffered along the way would be healed in the blink of an eye. Roar! Fang Chen was screaming in his heart. He had to persevere for himself, for his family, and for his friends. 1. The 4th, the 5th, and the 6th. In the blink of an eye, old Ancestor Black Lightning had already withstood the impact of the 7 light beams. This scene left old Ancestor Black Lightning somewhat stunned. In the history of the innate world, those who were able to withstand the impact of 7 rays of light were basically all peerless powerhouses of the starry sky. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. In the end, he sighed and sank into silence. After enduring the impact of the 7th ray of light, cracks began to appear on the Heizhen golden armor. Dong! When the 8th beam of light struck, Heizhen's golden armor shattered. Fang Chen's physical body was about to explode. Thus, he gathered all the power in his internal universe together and resisted the impact of this light. Hold on. Fang Chen coughed up blood. His body was riddled with wounds. Half of his body had been blasted away, and his primordial spirit had been severely injured. Fang Chen, the absolute Thunder Pavilion Master, exclaimed from below. He was also completely stunned by this scene. The power of innate empowerment was too strong. The impact of the 9th ray of light would definitely kill Fang Chen. He didn't want to see Fang Chen die, so he wanted to stop him. However, it was too late. Rumble. In the sky, dense lightning patterns flickered within the surging thunderclouds. All of the origin power in the vast greater heaven realm converged into a thick beam of light. The power of this beam of light surpassed the full power attack of a mystic light realm martial practitioner. The pavilion master was shocked. If he was hit by this attack, he would be severely injured, even if he didn't die. How? He couldn't block it at all. It wasn't easy for a Saint Realm cultivator to reach such a stage with the black, vibrating gold armor. Give up. The great Thunder Pavilion Master roared at the top of his lungs. Old Ancestor Black Thunder's eyes twinkled. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. I can't give up. Fang Chen's mind was already fuzzy. He shook his head forcefully and maintained his last shred of sanity. Looking up at the sky, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with madness. In history, no one had ever managed to withstand the impact of the 9th ray of light. Even Marshal Honorable Bing, who had only withstood 8 strikes. If he could withstand the 9th strike, he would surpass Marshal Honorable Bingwu in the future and reach Great Emperor Su Xian's level. Fang Chen was very ambitious. He wasn't satisfied with the current situation. He wanted his future self to stand at the pinnacle of the chaotic void and look down on all living beings. Roar! Fang Chen roared in his heart. In the next moment, his body emitted a crystal-clear light. He welcomed the 9th innate power empowerment as if he was facing death with equanimity. Wang. Finally, after a series of preparations, the 9th ray of light was finally completed. When this beam of light struck down, the entire world became dark and lifeless. Kacha! The void shattered. An entire innate world seemed like it was going to collapse. Dong! The dazzling light that was as bright as day directly swallowed Fang Chen. The entire connate platform trembled and swayed. All the flowers, grass, and trees within 100 miles were turned to dust. The great Thunder Pavilion Master and old Ancestor Black Lightning's figures kept retreating. They raised their defenses to the max and barely blocked the shockwave. On this day, many cultivators in the innate world were shocked as they looked in the direction of the innate platform. What the hell is going on? Is it the end? It's coming from the southeast. A supreme treasure must have appeared. A phenomenon from the heavens. Did someone break through? Many people were discussing in low voices. Only a few mystic light realm cultivators stood at the top of their sect and looked in the direction of the innate platform in silence. After this day, Fang Chen would have great providence. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with mystic star realm cultivators. With his potential, he would definitely be able to catch up to these old guys in less than 10 years. It was unbelievable just thinking about it. Since things had come to this, they could only accept it. Many people were thinking that another soldier martial saint had appeared. Only the great Thunder Pavilion Master and old Ancestor Black Lightning knew that if Fang Chen didn't die, he would definitely surpass the martial soldier in the future. This was because he had withstood the 9th wave. The innate platform was in ruins. If it wasn't for the providence of the innate world, the innate platform would have been destroyed. The entire mountain was almost flattened. At this moment, Fang Chen's physical body was destroyed, and only a trace of his Yuan spirit was left. It floated in the air and was on the verge of death. The sky was clear again, and the innate enlightenment had ended. After the black, lightning golden armor shattered, it fell to the ground. The hidden star sword was also broken. The power of the 9th wave was too strong. If Fang Chen hadn't sacrificed his physical body and saved a trace of his Yuan spirit, he would have died already. He withstood it? In the distance, the great Thunder Pavilion Master and old Ancestor Black Lightning were completely shocked. The great Thunder Pavilion Master stepped out and came to the innate platform. He happened to see Fang Chen's Yuan spirit shrouded in a gray aura. 9 waves. Ha ha ha, he really did it. Before the innate enlightenment, the great Thunder Pavilion Master didn't dare to think that Fang Chen could withstand 9 waves. At that time, he thought to himself that it would be good enough if he could withstand 7 waves. This is the great providence that is healing his injuries. Although Fang Chen was on the verge of death and his Yuan spirit was about to shatter, the great Thunder Pavilion Master wasn't worried at all. As long as he could withstand the innate enlightenment, he would be blessed with great providence. As long as his yuan spirit didn't disperse, it would be repaired instantly. Whoosh! All the providence of the entire innate world was bestowed on Feng Chen. In the blink of an eye, Feng Chen's yuan spirit was as good as new, and it had even improved greatly. Next, it was time to rebuild his physical body. With the yuan spirit as the center, it grew bit by bit. First, it was the head, then the bones, and then the flesh and blood. In just a quarter of an hour, Feng Chen's body had been rebuilt. Dong! After rebuilding his body, Feng Chen felt the power in his body vibrating. His myriad sword body had reached the 6th level. What a strong body! Feng Chen clenched his fist, and the void suddenly exploded. The power it emitted was enough to kill any profound Qi realm warrior. Is this the great providence? Looking around himself, Feng Chen said to himself, after resisting the 9 waves of innate enlightenment, a lot of information appeared in Feng Chen's mind. Therefore, he wasn't too surprised to rebuild his body and recover his yuan spirit. Now, the power of his internal universe had reached the limit, and he could break through to the profound heaven realm at any time. I can't break through now, Feng Chen said to himself. He still had to find a suitable place to separate his internal universe, so he didn't break through for the time being and suppressed his cultivation. Feng Chen, congratulations, the great Thunder Pavilion Master said excitedly. You have broken the record of innate enlightenment and broken the limit. The great Thunder Pavilion Master said, even Honorable Soldier Wu didn't reach your level. Honorable Soldier Wu resisted 8 waves of impact. As for Feng Chen, he had withstood 9 attacks and broken the limit of the innate level empowerment. The power he absorbed was 10 times or 100 times more than what Honorable Soldier Wu had absorbed. The gray aura around him was very strong. This was all the providence of the innate realm gathered on him. It allowed him to comprehend martial arts at all times, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. When I first saw you, I thought you were ordinary. But when I saw you for the second time, I felt that you were a dragon in the sky. This small innate realm is not your stage. The great Thunder Pavilion Master said slowly, I witnessed a miracle with my own eyes. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for refining the black, vibrantly golden armor for me, Feng Chen said. At this time, he thought of the black, vibrantly golden armor and the hidden star sword. As if reading his mind, the great Thunder Pavilion Master said with a smile, don't worry. Although the black, vibrantly golden armor is broken, it is completely refined by black, vibrantly golden armor. I have a way to restore it. As for the hidden star sword, it's even easier. Leave it to me. Hearing the great Thunder Pavilion Master's words, Feng Chen was relieved. Innate enlightenment and providence. Amazing, the great Thunder Pavilion Master praised. Chapter 24-22. Innate enlightenment and Qi luck. Today, Feng Chen had truly gained the recognition of many experts in the innate realm. Even old ancestor He Lei, who had a huge grudge against Feng Chen, had to admit that Feng Chen had already become powerful. It would be too difficult to kill him. Rumble. The innate platform fell silent again, and ancestor He Lei returned to the territory of the He Lei family. Feng Chen followed Pavilion Master Zhu Lei back to Zhu Lei City. The phenomenon caused by the innate enlightenment shocked the entire innate realm. Only those high-level experts knew what had happened. This matter was very likely to change the structure of the innate realm one day in the future. However, there was no other way. Zhu Lei City, Zhu Lei Pavilion. Although the black, vibrantly golden armor is seriously damaged, fortunately, each fragment is relatively intact, so it's easier to repair it. Pavilion Master Zhu Lei said, it should be able to be repaired in about 3 months. As for the hidden star sword, I will refine it for you with a special secret method. During this period of time, you should stay here and consolidate your cultivation. While speaking, Pavilion Master Zhu Lei flicked his finger. An array of light drilled into Fong Chen's mind. This is some information about how to peel off the internal universe. Take a look, it will help you. Pavilion Master Zhu Lei said. Fong Chen nodded, cupped his fists, and thanked him, and then left. After returning to Elegant's courtyard, Ingxiu had been looking forward to it. Brother Fong Chen, are you okay? Seeing Fong Chen come back, Ingxiu's little face was full of smiles, and she hurriedly asked. Fong Chen looked at Ingxiu lovingly, rubbed her little head, and said, Xiu, I'm fine. How's your cultivation recently? I'm stuck at a bottleneck. Ingxiu told him her troubles, and Fong Chen explained them in detail. Brother Fong Chen, I'm going to cultivate. Since leaving the Ing family, Ingxiu seemed to have changed. She was lively and lovely, but now she only knew how to cultivate. Alas! He sighed and shook his head helplessly. In the following time, Fong Chen originally planned to consolidate his cultivation while guiding Ingxiu. However, one day, people from the Green Array Alliance came, and he changed his mind. The Flying Flowers Formation King came in person and conversed with Fong Chen for a long time. Moreover, Zhen Yuanzi, who was protecting the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect in the Phrygia district, had sent him a message. Is Zhen Yuanzi the leader of the Green Array Alliance? Fong Chen was a little surprised. He had been guessing the relationship between Zhen Yuanzi and the Green Array Alliance, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Zhen Yuanzi told me that you have great potential in the Array Dao. As long as you're willing to join the Green Array Alliance, I can make the decision to make you Deputy Alliance Leader. There are no restrictions. You can leave whenever you want. The Flying Blossoms Formation King showed his sincerity, breaking the record in history, withstanding the impact of the innate bestowment 9 paths. As long as he did not seek death, his future achievements would surpass Soldier Wu Zun. Now was the best time to rope him in. After pondering for a moment, Fong Chen raised his head and said, I'm sorry, but I don't want to join any sect for the time being. But what? Asked the Flying Blossoms Formation King. I have a younger sister. She has the 10,000 formation physique and has great potential in the Array Dao. I wonder if she can join the Green Array Alliance, said Fong Chen. In fact, he was also thinking about the future. One day he would have to leave the innate realm. At that time, he would not be able to take Ingxiu with him. Letting her join the Green Array Alliance was the best choice. Oh, 10,000 formation physique? The Flying Blossoms Formation King's eyes lit up. Fong Chen called Ingxiu over. The Flying Blossoms Formation King sized her up carefully and was very satisfied. Sure. The Flying Blossoms Formation King immediately decided to take Ingxiu as his disciple. Then, thank you, Flying Blossoms Formation King. Fong Chen cupped his fists in thanks. No need to thank me. Xiu's Array Dao potential is one of the best in the Green Array Alliance. I have to thank you for sending such a good seedling to the Green Array Alliance, said the Flying Blossoms Formation King happily. In fact, taking Xiu as a disciple was partly because of her Array Dao potential. Another reason was that Xiu was Fong Chen's younger sister. The latter doted on her very much. If she joined the Green Array Alliance, it was equivalent to Fong Chen being related to the Green Array Alliance. This was a gamble on Fong Chen's future achievements. The Flying Blossoms Formation King and Fong Chen chatted for a long time. They even talked about Array Dao. Then, the Flying Blossoms Formation King left with Xiu. Brother Fong Chen, Xiu will miss you. Ingxiu's eyes were red. She was reluctant to leave Fong Chen. Xiu, cultivate well in the Green Array Alliance. I'll visit you when I have time, said Fong Chen. Ingxiu nodded. Big brother Fong Chen, don't worry. Xiu will definitely bitterly cultivate the Dao of Array formations. There will be a day when Xiu will stand by big brother Fong Chen's side and fight alongside you. There were 3 major realms in the Heavenly God Realm: the Heaven Opening Realm, the Earth Splitting Realm, and the Absolute Saint Realm. The 3 realms were progressing step by step. The internal universe was also growing and operating. Now, Fang Chen had already reached the limit of the absolute Saint Realm. After the Khanate enlightenment, he could step into the profound heaven realm at any time. However, he didn't do so, because when breaking through to the profound God realm, there were two choices. The first was to shatter the universe and absorb all the power in the internal universe to strengthen oneself. The second was to separate the internal universe from the body. The precepts of heaven and earth would operate and everything would grow. The first was only a short-term benefit. The second was a long-term benefit. As the miniature universe continued to grow, one's strength would also rise. Fang Chen was looking at some information about separating the internal universe from the internal universe in his mind. The internal universe had grown to the limit. As long as he guided it, it could be separated. It's easy to separate the internal universe. However, it's a little difficult to find a place with a more stable space. Fang Chen curled his lips. In the history of the primal chaos void, there were many absolute Saint Realm martial artists who were trying to separate their internal universes. However, due to some external factors, the internal universes they found were not stable enough. Due to some external factors, the internal universes collapsed and they suffered a backlash. After pondering, Fang Chen decided to return to the void star sky after the repair of the black, vibrantly golden armor and the hidden star sword. Then he would ask Ancestor Xing. Ancestor Xing, he must have experience since the development of the universe. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. What a wonderful work. Fang Chen carefully checked the repaired, black, vibrantly golden armor. His face was full of excitement. After the repair, the compatibility of the black, vibrantly golden armor was higher. The entire armor was natural and there were no gaps. Put it on, the pavilion master said. With a thought, Fang Chen hid the black, vibrantly golden armor under his skin. Then, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the hidden star sword. After I reforged this long sword of yours, it's already reached mid-tier, chaos grade. The pavilion master said, when you step into the profound heaven realm with the assistance of the black, vibrantly golden armor and the hidden star sword, you can definitely fight against profound star realm experts. Thank you, pavilion master. After putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen said, Pavilion master, I have a favor to ask. What is it? Just say it. Actually, I'm not a martial artist from the starry sky. I'm from the void star sky. Fang Chen told the absolute Thunder Pavilion Master in full detail about how he came here from the void star heaven. After hearing it, the Pavilion Master was not surprised. You mean you want to return to the void star sky? The Pavilion Master asked. Fang Chen nodded. The Pavilion Master said, the innate world has a transportation formation across the sky. The Putuat Temple is guarding it, but I don't know if they'll agree to open it. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master spoke first. Don't worry, I'll talk to Lord Putuat. I don't think he'll make things difficult for me. While the Pavilion Master was heading to the Putuat Temple, Fang Chen left Juele City. His destination was the Phrygia District. A few days later, in the Phrygia District, whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen slowly looked into the distance. Back then, he had been forced to leave the Phrygia District by Zhen Yuanzi's help. Now he was standing in the Phrygia District again. He was here for revenge. You sent the King of Assassins, Rat King, to kill me? Are you trying to kill me? Fang Chen sneered and took a step forward. The Black Cliff Sect. In fact, the disciples of the Black Cliff Sect in the Phrygia Castle weren't killed by Fang Chen. However, the Black Cliff Sect Master insisted on putting all the blame on Fang Chen. He even joined forces with the Black World Sect Master and the Jin Clan Patriarch to besiege the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. Fang Chen's first target was the Black Cliff Sect. Chapter 24-23. Black Cliff Sect. Hurry up. We must complete this array within 3 days. A man in black armor stood in the air, supervising the disciples below to move all the materials to the designated location according to the requirements. You, why are you dawdling? The man in black armor scolded loudly. I really don't know what the sect master is thinking. The protective mountain array has always been fine. Why do we have to expand it? Who else in the Kanglin district dares to come to our Black Cliff sect? 1. As soon as the man in black armor finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. A layer of ripples appeared on the protective mountain array, followed by a cracking sound. A huge gap appeared in the east. Rumble. A huge amount of energy gathered at the gap, causing the entire protective mountain array to tremble. What's going on? The man in black armor roared as he quickly rushed to the gap. Suddenly, they saw a figure slowly walking out of the gap. Who dares to cause trouble in the Black Cliff sect? The man in black armor roared as he struck out with his palm. Bang! The newcomer stood there motionlessly, allowing the black-armored man's palm strike to land on his body, but nothing happened to him. Who are you? The man in black armor retreated as he secretly contacted the sect master. His eyes flashed with panic. The person who will kill you. Pucci! Fong Chin struck out with his palm, and a wind blade cut through the man in black armor's head. Rumble! The protective mountain array was completely destroyed, alarming the sect master. Violent energy roared from the depths of the mountain behind the Black Cliff sect. The sect master came in anger, exuding a vast amount of energy. Who are you? The sect master said angrily. Sect master Black Cliff. You have a bad memory, Fong Chin smiled. You sent the king of assassins, Rat King, to assassinate me. Have you forgotten? It's you? The sect master was shocked when he heard this. How did you, Black Cliff sect master, cried out involuntarily. You dare to come to my Black Cliff sect? After being shocked, he was enraged. He clenched his fists and took a step forward. He arrived before Fong Chin, wanting to kill him. You're too weak. The sect master of the Black Cliff sect was a profound Qi realm warrior. To the current Fong Chin, killing a profound Qi realm warrior was like slaughtering a dog. Bang, bang, bang. Even though sect master Haya's attacks landed on his body, they were all blocked by the Haya golden armor. How is this possible? The Black Cliff sect master was shocked. His attack was close to the mysterious star realm, but it couldn't break through the opponent's defense. No wonder the Rat King failed. At this time, sect master Haya finally realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. The star-hidden sword had already been unsheathed, and only returned after seeing blood. Pucci! The 7th move of the Azura sword skill was executed. The terrifying Azura sword Qi whistled through the air and pierced through the sect master's head. The entire Black Cliff sect was deathly silent. Even their sect leader had died in the hands of this man. Their bodies trembled as their hearts were filled with fear. From today onwards, the Black Cliff sect will be disbanded. All of you will leave on your own. If anyone dares to use the Black Cliff sect's name in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fong Chen's voice reverberated through the air above the Black Cliff sect. Instantly, countless martial artists were filled with gratitude towards Fong Chen. In a moment, the huge Black Cliff sect had become an empty mountain. Next, Fong Chen's gaze fell in the direction of the Black World sect. The Black World sect master's strength wasn't as strong as the Black Cliff sect master. However, with the existence of the Great Black World Battle Formation, the Black World sect master's strength could be increased infinitely. At this moment, the Black World sect master was in the square, personally practicing the Great Black World Battle Formation. 81 people were lined up in a row on the square, moving quickly according to the Black World sect master's command. I didn't expect that the loopholes of the Great Black World Battle Formation would be completely fixed by me. The Black World Sect Master was secretly delighted. A coincidence had allowed him to realize that he had fixed all the loopholes of the Great Black World Battle Formation in one fell swoop. The Great Black World Battle Formation was now extremely powerful. With him as the core and the Great Black World Battle Formation as support, he wasn't afraid of any of the mysterious Chi realm martial artists in the Kanglan district. With this Great Black World Battle Formation, my Black World Sect will definitely rise again. The Black World Sect Master said confidently. Black World Sect Master. A thunderous voice came from the clear sky. Who is it? The Black World Sect Master looked up and said coldly, Long time no see. Fong Chen walked out of the void and looked at the Black World Sect Master with a smile. It's you. The Black World Sect Master's eyes flashed with cold killing intent as he said eerily, If you had been in Juele City, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to you, but you came to die. Oh, is that so? Fong Chen shrugged and said, Previously, the Black Cliff Sect Master said the same thing, but in the end he died and the Black Cliff Sect was disbanded. What? The Black Cliff Sect Master is dead? The Black World Sect Master was shocked and carefully looked at Fong Chen. Now it's your turn. Fong Chen stepped out and directly stepped into the Great Black World Battle Formation. Great Black World Battle Formation. Rise. The Black World Sect Master didn't dare to be negligent and directly controlled the Great Black World Battle Formation to operate. 81 people quickly rotated and operated the Great Black World Battle Formation to the extreme. Like a black hole, it was swallowing Fong Chen. Boy, even if you have the strength to kill Profound Chi Realm, you will definitely die if you fall into my Great Black World Battle Formation. The Black World Sect Master sneered. The Great Black World Battle Formation is just SOSO. Fong Chen clenched his fist, gathered his strength, and was ready to go. It's useless. The loophole of the Great Black World Battle Formation has been fixed by me. You can't break it at all. The Black World Sect Master thought that Fong Chen wanted to use the loophole to break the formation. However, he was wrong. There was no need to do that. In front of absolute strength, everything was nothingness. Boom! A punch was thrown, and it was earth-shattering. The 81 people who maintained the Great Black World Battle Formation shook and blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. Crack! The Great Black World Battle Formation broke by itself and all 81 people fell to the ground. What happened to you? The Black World Sect Master was shocked. Although the loophole of the Great Black World Battle Formation has been fixed by you, the people who maintain the Great Black World Battle Formation are too weak. Fong Chen said softly. His punch was enough to kill an ordinary warrior in the Profound Chi Realm. It simply and violently bombarded the battle matrix of the big dark world. It was like hitting a bull through a mountain, injuring everyone. I'm going to kill you. The Black World Sect Master was furious and immediately attacked. However, without the Great Black World Battle Formation, he couldn't withstand a single blow. The 7th move of the Shura sword technique. Sword out, sword sheath. Putting away the hidden star sword, he turned and left without looking. The Black World Sect was destroyed. In the Jean family mansion, the Jean family patriarch was restless. Recently, he had been feeling uneasy, as if something big was going to happen. Patriarch, if it doesn't work, let's go to the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect and ask for peace. An elder said, The latest news from Juele City. Fong Chen has received the innate blessing and his strength has soared. He already has the strength to kill Profound Chi realm martial artists. Another elder said, This kind of powerhouse was not someone they could compare to. Damn it. The Jean family patriarch was furious. Patriarch, I'm afraid you've forgotten one thing. Suddenly, a young elder sitting at the last seat spoke. Our Jin family's ancestral token is still with Fong Qin. There's no hope of taking back the ancestral token. The first elder said, the only way now is to not let him find any of the Jin family bloodline. Otherwise, once the ancestral token is activated, our Jin family will have no room to turn back. After pondering for a moment, the Jin family patriarch made a decision. Disband the Jin family. All the Jin family disciples must leave and hide their names. They must not appear in front of the world. In just one morning, the Jin family mansion was empty. Only the Jin family patriarch and some elders were left. Patriarch, are you sure you want to do this? The first elder took a deep breath and asked. The ancestral token is of great importance. We must take it back. The Jin family patriarch said, if the 9 of us work together, we still have a chance. If we fail, we must burn our blood essence and self-destruct. Don't give him any chance. The ancestral token could only be activated by the Jin family bloodline. Don't worry. If that bastard dares to come, I'll be the first to self-destruct. An elder said angrily. It was the first time in the history of the Kanglin district that they were forced to this extent by a celestial chaos immortal. Even Sovereign Kanglin had only been able to make many forces submit to him after he had stepped into the profound Qi realm. He's here. The Jin family patriarch's expression changed slightly. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2424. Since ancient times, the fist had always been the absolute truth. As long as the fist was hard enough, anything said would be regarded as a classic by the world. The current scene perfectly illustrated the meaning of the sentence. Once upon a time, Fong Chen was hunted down by the 3 major sect. With nowhere to run, he asked Jin Yuanzi to send him away. Now he was back. Powerful sects like the Black Cliff sect and the Black World sect were destroyed by him. As for the Jin family, they disbanded in advance, leaving only the elders and the patriarch. They were ready to fight to the death with Fong Qin. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the patriarch of the Jin family finished speaking, Fong Qin arrived. His divine sense enveloped the Jin family and found that it was empty. Fong Chen's lips curled into a smile. Disbanding in advance. Fong Qin said, Fong Qin, we were wrong before. We are willing to reconcile with you and give up all our resources. What do you think? The patriarch said. The situation forced him to bow. Reconcile? That's fine, but I have a condition, Fong Qin said. What condition? As long as they could negotiate, there was a glimmer of hope. Use your life in exchange for the safety of the Jin family. You, the patriarch of the Jin family, looked at Fong Qin angrily. Patriarch, why do you have to do this? Even if we die, we won't let him succeed. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the elders ignited his blood essence and self-detonated. His body was surrounded by dense flames as he rushed toward Fong Qin. Boom! The violent power exploded in an instant, and the sea of fire drowned Fong Qin. Is he dead? Everyone in the Jin family was nervously watching. Rip! Fong Qin walked out of the sea of fire without any injuries on his body. How is this possible? The self-detonation of a profound Heaven Realm martial artist was so powerful that even the patriarch of the Jin family didn't dare to face it head-on. However, Fong Qin was safe and sound. He's too strong. The patriarch of the Jin family made a decision in an instant. Kill! At the order, many elders ignited their blood essence and self-detonated. Rumble! Deafening noises resounded through the sky as explosions rang out one after another. The Heijian golden armor covered his entire body and easily blocked the self-destruction of everyone. Blood essence. Fong Qin shuttled through the void and arrived in front of the Jin clan master. He grabbed the latter's wrist, wanting to extract a drop of essence blood. Ha ha ha! You want my gene family's blood essence? Dream on. The head of the gene family laughed maniacally. The blood essence in his body burned, and a violent power exploded in an instant. His body turned into nothingness. The descendants of the gene family will definitely avenge me. The voice of the patriarch of the gene family came from the sea of fire. Boom! The powerful shockwave forced Fang Chen back. Hoo hoo hoo! Standing in the air, Fang Chen gazed at the sea of fire above the gene family estate. After a long time, he shook his head and turned to leave. On this day, the news of the destruction of the Three Sect shocked the entire Kanglin district. Many people were guessing who had such great ability. Could it be the peerless expert behind the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect? But soon, an earth-shattering news spread. Fang Chen, who was once hunted by the Three Sect, returned to Kanglin district and suppressed the Three Sect, killing all the profound Qi and profound Heaven Realm martial artists of the three sections. This piece of news quickly caused an uproar. Everyone in Kanglin district was shocked. No matter how shocked the outside world was, Fang Chen had already returned to the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. Elder Fang, are the rumors true? Purple Moon personally came to welcome Fang Chen and asked curiously. Fang Chen nodded. He didn't need to hide anything from Purple Moon. Oh my God, the patriarch of the Gene family and the others were profound Qi realm experts. Guru Purple Moon's heart trembled as she exclaimed. At the same time, he was also shouting excitedly. The bitter days of the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect were finally over. They would rise again under his leadership. Ha ha ha! Elder Fang is really amazing. Guru Purple Moon praised. Many first-rate factions were shocked, and all eyes were focused on the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. Fang Chen's strength already threatened them, these first-rate forces. If he started a massacre and wanted to unify the Kanglin district, they would join forces to fight him even if they had to die. Should we make a move? Many first-rate forces were waiting for the battle to begin. However, the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect sent out a message. The Shadow Moon Immortal Sect doesn't want to dominate the Kanglin district. We only want to develop in peace. If anyone dares to covet the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, I, Fang Chen, will definitely visit them in person. This was what Fang Chen said in person. It was very intimidating. Many first-rate factions heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. At the same time, many profound Qi realm martial artists came to the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect to visit Purple Moon Immortal Sect with gifts. Kid, your growth is really... Zhen Yuanzi shook his head and didn't know what to say. Thank you, Elder Zhen Yuanzi. Fang Chen thanked him. Now, you can protect the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect with just a word. I'm already redundant. However, since this is my promise, I will definitely keep it, Zhen Yuanzi said. Protecting the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect for 100 years was his promise. Elder, after I leave, I hope you can take care of the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, Fang Chen said. Don't worry. You can cultivate in peace. Everything in the Kanglin district was finally settled. He had been hunted down, and now his words had intimidated the entire Kanglin district. All the first-rate factions fought to be on good terms with the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. Fang Chen had already returned to Juele City. Since the Khanate Enlightenment and the Blessing, many factions in the Khanate realm had already given up. Only the Vulture King had always hated Fang Chen. He was responsible for Zongbai's death in the Khanate realm. If the Tianqing Zong family held him accountable, he would not be able to escape responsibility. The Khanate realm was as calm as water, but undercurrents were surging. When Fang Chen returned to Juele City, he happened to meet the Juele Pavilion Master. How is it? The Juele Pavilion Master nodded and said, Lord Putua has agreed, but activating the sky-crossing array requires a lot of materials. We have to be responsible for this. Don't worry, I have also accumulated a lot of materials over the years. I will exchange them all for energy crystals. The Juele Pavilion Master said, It's enough for you to return to illusory star heaven." Fong Chen's thoughts stirred. He took out some spatial rings and said, "These spatial rings were obtained from other people. Although they aren't that rich, it can be considered a small contribution. Wait for my good news." Half a month later, all the energy crystals had been prepared. Activating the sky-crossing array requires 100 energy crystals. I have 200 here. You can take them all. When you are done with illusory star heaven, you can come back again, the Jewelay Pavilion Master said. The exchange of energy crystals went very smoothly. Many giants knew that Fong Chen needed them and generously gave them to him. "Thank you, Pavilion Master. Thank you, Lord Putuo." Putuo Temple. On the peak of the mountain, Lord Putuo and the Jewelay Pavilion Master stood side by side. Fong Chen stood in the sky-crossing array, and the 100 energy crystals had all been returned to their positions. Voila! White light flashed, and the sky-crossing array rapidly rotated, enveloping Fong Chen and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lord Putuo and the Jewelay Pavilion Master looked at each other. They could imagine that when Fong Chen returned, he would definitely turn illusory star heaven upside down. Red Vulture Mountain. In a dark palace there was a 5 elements array, and in the middle of the array there was a black altar. Vulture King stood in the 5 elements array and respectfully said to the black altar, "Honorable Lord, I am responsible for Zongbai's death." Cut the crap. Who killed Zongbai? The cold voice of the Zong family powerhouse came from the black altar. This black altar was set up by Zongbai. He wanted to use Red Vulture Mountain as a springboard to enter the innate world and then infiltrate illusory star heaven. Unfortunately, Zongbai had already fallen. Nephew Zongbai was killed by Fong Chen. I have already asked around. This guy came from illusory star heaven and seems to have taken the sky-crossing array to return to illusory star heaven, Vulture King said. Illusory star heaven. Hearing this, a ferocious aura came from the black altar. Zongbai will not die in vain. As for your Red Vulture Mountain, you will not be able to escape responsibility. Lord, I am willing to give up everything for the Zong family, even if it is my life, Vulture King said anxiously. I still have some use for you. The black altar quieted down, and Vulture King revealed a helpless expression. However, when he thought about how Fong Chen could be killed, he felt incomparably happy. With the Zong family making a move, he will definitely die. Chapter 24-25 Western Profound Heaven. The vast and boundless mountain range was known as God's Mountain Range. It was said that an ancient god had once appeared in this mountain range. The entire mountain range was enveloped by dense source power. Inside, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. Danger lurked everywhere. Outside God's mountain range there was a plaza. In the plaza, countless martial artists were worshipping devoutly. It was said that if one's heart was sincere, their dreams would definitely come true. Many martial artists were so devout in order to obtain the ancient god's help. Ancient God, please help. Honorable ancient God, if you have a spirit, I hope you can save us. Such voices lingered on incessantly. The ancient gods were existences that were above the profound gods. They were peerless powerhouses at the level of Great Emperor Void Mystic. Once they entered Ancient God, they could summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. Below Ancient God, all were ants. Looking across the chaos void, Ancient God powerhouses were few and far between. They were the unparalleled powerhouses that truly stood at the peak of the chaos void. With a stomp of their feet, a piece of heaven and earth would completely fall. A tiny place like Void Star Heaven did not even have profound God powerhouses, let alone ancient gods. Don't even think about it. However, this God's mountain range gave everyone a spiritual sustenance. If one's heart was sincere, their dreams would definitely come true. This sentence had always been circulating in Western, profound heaven. Although many high-level powerhouses believed that the ancient god had once descended upon God's mountain range, and this matter was extremely likely to be true, their devout worship of the ancient god was completely useless. However, humans were like this. The weaker won strength, the more they would place their hopes on others. There were very powerful restrictions around God's mountain range. Even profound god powerhouses did not dare to rashly enter. Not to mention pure sky god. In a barbaric place like Void Star Heaven, profound gods were basically peak existences. And in Western profound heaven, pure sky gods could be counted on one's fingers. In the Chaos Void's 33 heavens, Stellar Heaven was one of the 10 super heavens. As for Void Star Heaven, it was a low-class heavens. Overall, it was the most remote and the weakest heavens. Whoosh! Today, many martial artists were kneeling in worship at God's mountain range, hoping that the ancient god spirit could help them fulfill their wishes. However, a gust of wind suddenly blew. A wild gale blew out from the god mountain range, kicking up dust. The origin energy in the air was chaotic, giving people a feeling of oppression. Has the ancient god appeared? Many people were incomparably excited and shouted crazily. They believed that their piety had moved the ancient gods. The ancient gods had appeared and wanted to help them. Crack! A vortex vaguely appeared in the void. Then, a ray of light shot out from the vortex. Dong! The godly mountain range trembled as countless beasts roared. Everyone was shocked. The towering tree was scorched by the flames, and Fong Qin walked out of the light. Whoosh! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Fong Qin looked around and realized that he was in a very magical place. What is this place? His intuition told him that this place was very dangerous and that he had to leave as soon as possible. Let's go. Fong Chen's figure flashed as he quickly flew towards the outside world. During this process, many profound god-level demon beasts attacked him. The Heijian gold armor covered the surface of his skin, and he charged forward recklessly. Very quickly he saw the outside world. Rip! After passing through the last forest, Fong Qin stepped out of the godly mountain range. Huh! He stopped in his tracks, and his face was a little stunned. Where had he come to? Why were there so many warriors staring at him in front of the mountain range? The ancient god has appeared. Honorable ancient god. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they looked at Fong Qin wildly and shouted crazily. Ancient god. Fong Qin frowned. He seemed to have understood something. Did these people think that he was the ancient god? Could it be that this is the place where the ancient god lives? Fong Qin was a little puzzled. Did he not feel any ancient god's aura? Ancient god, have you appeared? The leader carefully approached Fong Qin and asked in a low voice. I don't understand what you are talking about. I am not the ancient god you are talking about. Fong Qin shrugged and explained, I am just a warrior who accidentally entered this mountain range. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at Fong Qin with their mouths agape. How is that possible? No one believed it. Looking at Fong Qin's aura, he should be Han Tianxin. However, they did not understand how a Han Tianxin could walk out of the godly mountain range so calmly. Who are you? Everyone asked. Whoosh! Whoosh! The commotion here caused a big commotion. Soon, a few absolute saints arrived. What happened? The leader of the group, a man in light armor, asked in a deep voice. Lord, one of them told the man in light armor the situation here in detail. The latter had a complicated look in his eyes. He looked at Fong Qin and said, Kid, come with us. Where to? Fong Qin asked. You don't have the right to know, another person said fiercely. I have something to do. I will leave first. Fong Qin ignored the people of Sichuan Heaven and turned to leave. You are courting death. The 3 absolute Saint Realm martial artists all attacked. Bang! However, he was sent flying by Fong Qin in a single exchange. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the 3 of them stood up, Fong Qin had already disappeared. Oh my God, what did I just see? Ancient god. He must be an ancient god. Many people were shocked. They subconsciously thought of Fangchen as an ancient god. Soon, this news spread throughout Sichuan heaven and even alarmed ancestor Xing, he, and the others. However, when they investigated the truth of the matter, they found that the person who walked out of the godly mountain range was not an ancient god, but Fangchen. Fangchen had returned. This news spread like the wind and quickly spread throughout the void star heaven. At the edge of Sichuan heaven, Fangchen was preparing to leave through the teleportation array. Suddenly, two figures appeared. Fangchen recognized one of them. He was wearing light armor and had seen him in the godly mountain range. Sect Master, it's this kid. The light-armored man pointed at Fangchen and said fiercely. The sect leader before him wore a calm expression as he stared at Fangchen. You trespassed into the godly mountain range and left just like that? Then what do you want? Fangchen frowned. He had already given them a lot of face, but Sichuan heaven was still unwilling to let him go. Were they forcing him to kill them? Kid, although you are a disciple of the Wuji sword sect, this is Sichuan heaven. If you are a dragon, you have to coil around it. If you are a tiger, you have to hold it. I am the sect master of Sichuan heaven. This is my territory. The godly mountain range is the most sacred mountain range in Sichuan heaven. No one can blaspheme the ancient god. In their opinion, Fangchen had blasphemed the ancient god by coming out of the godly mountain range. What kind of logic is this? Fangchen sneered. Sichuan, sect master, was obviously going against him. Sichuan heaven's logic, Sichuan sect master said. I don't want to do anything. Fangchen said, if I do, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Sichuan sect master was a mystic Qi realm martial artist. He was also a sect master, one of the top experts in Sichuan heaven. He was being threatened by a weak saint realm martial artist. He felt like he had lost face. You are courting death. Sichuan sect master said coldly, today, let me clean up the sect for Jian Wuji. As soon as he finished, Sichuan sect master attacked. Humph. Fangchen sneered. He clenched his fists and punched out. Dong. A simple punch had sent the Western Xian sect master flying. This is the first time. If there is a next time, I will kill you. Fangchen left, leaving a warning in the air. The light-armored man's heart was shaken, and his emotions were in turmoil. He sent sect master flying with one punch. He looked at the sky in disbelief and shook his head. Puchi, Sichuan sect master struggled to get up from the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Sect master, the man in light armor, quickly helped Sichuan sect master up. There was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. The news of Fangchen punching Sichuan sect master still spread. Everyone in the vast void star heaven was shaken. In an instant, Fangchen's name resounded throughout Sichuan heaven. Even ancestral patriarch Xing, he, and the others went to Wuji sword sect to meet up with Fangchen. Dongxian heaven, Wuji sword sect's territory. Fangchen had returned. However, what he saw was not a prosperous, limitless sword sect. Instead, he saw a limitless sword sect that was on the verge of death. What the hell is going on? Why is the Wuji sword sect like this? Fangchen was puzzled. Where is you Chapter 24-26. Back then, the Divine Blade sect was destroyed because of Fangchen. The Divine Phoenix sect retreated, and the Wuji sword sect became the dominant sect. Before Fangchen left, the Wuji sword sect had vaguely become the strongest force in Dongxian heaven. How could such a powerful force become so weak? There must be a secret behind this. Whoosh! Fangchen's consciousness spread out and instantly enveloped the entire Wuji sword sect. How could this be? He searched the entire Wuji sword sect, but couldn't find his wife, Star and Moon, Princess Yusin, and the others. Even the outstanding disciples who had grown up with Fang Qin were nowhere to be seen. Where's the sword master? Where's the sect master? Fang Qin leaped and arrived above the Wuji sword sect. He focused his attention and looked around. Finally, he found a clue. There was a small sword tomb at the peak of the Wuji sword mountain. This was where the swords of the Wuji sword sect's ancestors were located. Inside the sword tomb, Fang Qin felt Jian Wuji's aura. He immediately took a step forward and entered the sword tomb. Buzz! The sound of swords rang out, and ancient swords appeared in front of Fang Qin, trying to stop him from moving forward. Boom! A powerful sword aura erupted from Fang Qin's body and forced the swords back. Sect Master. Soon, Fang Qin arrived in front of a tombstone. Sect Master, it's me. There was no response for the first time. When the second time came, the soil cracked and Jian Wuji's figure quietly appeared. His face was pale and his aura was weak. He was like an old man in his twilight years. Fang Qin didn't dare to imagine where the high-spirited Jian Wuji had gone and how he had become like this. Fang Qin, it's you? Jian Wuji was very excited to see Fang Qin. Fang Qin helped Jian Wuji up and asked anxiously, Sect Master, what happened while I was gone? Back then, Fang Qin had mysteriously disappeared. The Wuji sword sect searched crazily and almost turned the entire demon island upside down, but they couldn't find any clues. In the end, everyone came to the conclusion that Fang Qin had died. Because of this, the Wuji sword sect was very sad. But now, after so many years, Fang Qin had actually returned. Where have you been all these years? Jian Wuji said with tears, I went to Star Sky. Fang Qin told Jian Wuji about his experiences in the past few years. Jian Wuji was very happy. It's good that you're back. Jian Wuji patted Fang Qin's shoulder. His face was filled with a complicated expression. He walked a few steps and sat on a stone platform. He said, After you left, people from the Sky Pillar Zone clan came and said that they wanted to destroy the Limitless Sword Sect. The Sword Master and I tried our best to protect the Limitless Sword Sect, but we were no match for them. After a fierce battle, Sword Sect's Sword Master died, and I escaped with serious injuries. At the last moment, Ancestor Xing he appeared and forced the Sky Sect's people to retreat. But what? Fang Qin's face was solemn as he asked in a deep voice. Before the Sky Sect's people left, they captured all the outstanding disciples of the Wuji sword sect. Boom! After hearing this, Fang Qin's heart emitted a cold, killing intent. Did that mean that his wife, Princess Xan, and the others had all been taken away? Sky Sect's sword sect. It was the first time Fang Qin hated a family so much. He swore in his heart that one day he would personally go to the Sky Sect's sword sect and save his wife and the others. Where's she? Fang Qin hurriedly asked. Back then, she had wandered around the void star sky to hone himself. He didn't know if she was okay. Hearing this, Jian Wuji fell silent. After a long time, he sighed and said Cha has disappeared. His words were filled with grief. It was all because of his incompetence as her master. Fang Qin stood stiffly on the ground, not moving at all. Images of him with his wife and daughter flashed in his mind. The long sword in the sword tomb emitted a sword cry as if it felt the feelings of Jian Wuji and Fang Qin. After a long while, Fang Qin put away his grief and calmed down. Sect Master, why are you hiding here? Although the Sky Sect's sword sect has left, they left behind a few profound Qi realm cultivators. If I appear, they will attack me. All these years, I have pretended to be dead and have been hiding in the sword tomb. Jian Wuji said helplessly. A dignified, profound Qi realm cultivator was forced to such a state. He was helpless. Does Ancestor Xing he not care? Fang Qin asked. Jian Wuji shook his head and said with a bitter smile, it's useless. Although the ancestor wants to care, the sky sex experts have also appeared. They once said that if Ancestor Xing, he and the others disregard their status and attack the sky sex people, then they will definitely incur the sky sex crazy revenge. The sky sex sword sect was too big. Even if the power of the entire void star heaven was gathered, it was still not their match. The Starry River Old Ancestor was in a high position. He had to consider the entire void star heaven and not act on impulse. Therefore, he endured it. I understand. Fang Qin nodded gently and helped Jian Wuji up. Sect Master, let's go back. The Limitless Sword Sect was in jubilation. Jian Wuji and Fang Qin sat at the head of the table. Below them were some elders and disciples. Over the years, as the news of my death spread, the monkeys scatter when the tree falls. The huge Limitless Sword Sect has fallen to such a state. Many disciples have withdrawn from the Sword Sect, and even some elders have rebelled. Jian Wuji said helplessly, "What about the Divine Phoenix Sect? Did they take the opportunity to add insult to injury?" Fang Qin asked. Although the Divine Phoenix Sect did not add insult to injury, after our Limitless Sword Sect suffered a heavy blow, they came out in a high-profile manner and regained control of Dongxin Heaven. Sect Master, those disciples who left are useless. If they can betray us once, they can betray us twice. We can use this opportunity to wipe them all out. As for those disciples who were taken away by the Sky Sect, I will think of a way to get them back. Fang Qin, don't be impulsive. The Sky Sect Sword Sect is so powerful that even the ancestor doesn't dare to provoke them. You are not their match at all. Jian Wuji said worriedly. Fang Qin grinned. Don't worry, I won't be impulsive. On this day, the Limitless Sword Sect held a banquet to announce to the world that Jian Wuji had returned. When the Sky Sect's people heard the news, they immediately rushed to the Limitless Sword Mountain. Bang! The Limitless Sword Sect's mountain gate was destroyed by the Sky Sect's people. Jian Wuji, come out and accept your death. A cold voice echoed in the sky above the Limitless Sword Sect. Everyone's heart palpitated, and some of the weaker disciples trembled. Jian Wuji and Fang Qin looked at each other, and the latter nodded heavily. Don't worry, Sect Master. Leave it to me. Fang Qin slowly stood up. He clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with killing intent. Back when he was in the outer sect, the Sword Master took good care of him. But when he returned after so many years, he heard the news of his death. Today, he would take revenge for the Sword Master. Jian Wuji, why aren't you coming out? At this moment, another voice sounded. Whoosh! In the void, a sword blade tore through space and shot towards the Sky Sect's people. With a boom, it exploded in front of them. Take off your heads, and I can leave your corpses intact. Fang Qin said coldly. Hearing this, the people from the Tianqing Zong family rushed over with an aggressive aura. After hiding for so many years, you finally dare to show up? No wonder you, Jian Wuji, are so fearless. So you found a helper? Jian Wuji, you were severely injured back then. Is there something wrong with your head? You found an absolute Saint Trash to deal with us? These three people were the people the Sky Sect had left in Dongxin Heaven to monitor the Limitless Sword Sect. The three of them were extremely arrogant, and they didn't put Jian Wuji in their eyes at all. Fang Chan walked towards the three of them. Jian Wuji wanted to stop him, but when he saw the latter's determined gaze, he gave up. Kid, if you stare at me again, I'll dig your eyeballs out. You're still wet behind the ears, and you dare to act cool in front of me. Kill yourself quickly. Otherwise, once I attack, you'll die without a burial place. Facing the three scolding, Fang Chen was very calm. I want to know, how will you make me die without a burial place? Are you sure you want to know? The three of them asked. Fang Chen nodded. You guys better think this through. If you can't make me die without a burial ground, then I'll make you all die on this limitless sword mountain. Ha ha ha. The three of them laughed wildly looking at Fang Qin as if they were looking at an idiot. How is it? Who's first? For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 24-27. For them, Fang Chen was just a piece of trash. Killing him was as easy as crushing an ant. Let me go first. The weakest of the three took a step forward and closed in on Fang Chen. Have you thought about it? Fang Chen asked. Think your ass, the man cursed loudly. Seeing Fang Chen's annoying expression, he couldn't help but want to kill him. Rumble. A violent attack enveloped Fang Chen in an instant. Be careful, Jian Wuji exclaimed loudly, looking at Fang Chen with some worry. Although the latter expressed confidence, the opponent was a profound Qi realm martial artist, so he couldn't be careless. The man from Tianqing's clan laughed. Trash like you dare to be arrogant in front of me? I'll let you be arrogant. He exerted force in his fist, wanting to destroy Fang Chen's body. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the violent power around Fang Chen suddenly disappeared. Fang Chen's face showed a trace of a smile, carefully sizing up the man from Tianqing's clan. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a strong rebound force that directly blasted him away. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head and said disdainfully, I don't need to do anything to deal with you. Fang Chen's words completely angered the three people from Tianqing's clan. They looked at each other and then said in a deep voice, pretending to be mysterious, Let's go together and kill him. Buzz. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by violent sword qi. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the three of them. The people from Tianqing's clan deserved to die. As soon as his voice fell, he punched out 3 times in a row. The power of each punch was enough to kill any profound Qi realm martial artist. Bang! 3 consecutive sounds rang out, and the 3 people from Tianqing's clan were beheaded. The clan won't let you go. The last person opened his mouth and said these words with difficulty before his body fell to the ground. This, Fang Chen's actions, shocked the entire Wuji sword sect. All these years, they had been ravaged by Tianqing's remnant clan, causing them to be unable to obtain normal cultivation resources. This time, Tianqing's remnant race attacked again. They were all very worried. Who would have thought that he would be able to kill 3 profound Qi realm experts with just 3 punches? He must have had a fortuitous encounter over the years. Jian Wuji was the happiest. After all, he was a warrior in the profound Qi realm, so he could tell Fang Chen's cultivation at a glance. He was definitely at the Saint realm. The fact that Han Tianqin had killed a profound Qi realm martial artist with a single punch was simply appalling. My limitless sword sect is saved. Jian Wuji was secretly delighted. The entire Wuji sword sect cheered. Hoo hoo hoo! A series of ripples appeared in the void as Patriarch Xing, he and the others appeared one after another. Voila! A layer of light enveloped Fang Qin and Jian Wuji. Greetings, Patriarch. Fang Qin cupped his fists and said, You brat. Patriarch Xing, he laughed. As soon as he arrived, he saw Fang Qin display his power and kill the Tianqing's remnant clan. He was very happy. Powerful, too powerful. I have cultivated for millions of years, and this is the first time I have seen such a heaven-defying monster. Yeah, a Saint Realm expert can easily kill a profound Qi Realm expert. Am I dreaming? Several giants of Su Xing heaven shook their heads, indicating that they couldn't accept the fact in front of them. Patriarch Xing, he briefly learned about Fang Chen's experiences over the years and praised him. I really didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, you would make a name for yourself in Xingqian heaven. Patriarch Xing, he said, Ancestor, can you tell me about the situation of the Sky Pillar Zong family? Fang Chen asked. What he cared about the most now was his wife, Star and Moon. The Tianqing clan is a huge family. Even if we gather the power of the entire Su Xing heaven, we can't fight against them. Patriarch Xing, he said, before you have absolute strength, don't go to the Tianqing clan. Otherwise, you will definitely die. But the Astral River ancestor waved his hand. The Sky Pillar Zone clan captured the geniuses of the Limitless Sword sect because they wanted to unearth geniuses for the Zone clan. They will be fine for the time being, you can rest assured. Fang Qin understood what Patriarch Xing he meant. He wouldn't act rashly. Only when his strength increased could he save his wife. I have observed your internal universe. It is full of energy. It seems that you can break through? Patriarch Xing, he suddenly asked. Fang Qin nodded. I am going to find a stable space and then separate my internal universe. Patriarch Xing, he was the master of Xing He Universe, Fang Qin's hometown. He trusted Patriarch Xing He very much. Coincidentally, I am going back to Xing He Universe. Why don't you come with me? Patriarch Xing, he asked. Fang Qin glanced at Patriarch Xing He's expression and instantly understood. Okay. Fang Qin's return completely marked the rise of the Wuji Sword sect. He made an agreement with Patriarch Xing He to return to Xing He Universe in 3 days. As for his wife, the star and moon, Fang Qin didn't want to look for her for the time being. His strength was not enough to shake the Tianqing clan. He couldn't act rashly. He had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible, and then find a way to save his wife. Dongxian Heaven, Divine Phoenix Sect. After the Divine Blade Sect was destroyed, the Divine Phoenix Sect retreated and no longer fought with the Wuji Sword Sect for control of Dongxian Heaven. The Wuji Sword Sect was at its peak, so the Divine Phoenix Sect's choice was understandable. However, everyone had a strong ambition, and the Divine Phoenix Sect Master was no exception. After the Tianqing clan overturned the Wuji Sword Sect, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master finally couldn't sit still. With the Tianqing clan watching, the Wuji Sword Sect couldn't do anything. He didn't want to attack the Wuji Sword Sect. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Once the Wuji Sword Sect was forced to a dead end, they would definitely bite back. The Divine Phoenix Sect announced their reappearance and quickly took control of most of Dongxian Heaven's resources. As time went by, the Divine Phoenix Sect became the #1 force in Dongxian Heaven. Sect Master, I heard that Fang Qin is back. The Great Elder said in a low voice. So what if he's back? The Wuji Sword Sect's power is gone, and even Jian Wuji doesn't dare to show himself. A mere Fang Qin is nothing to be afraid of, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master said. However, I faintly heard a piece of news. Reportedly, Fang Qin started a massacre in the Western Profound Heaven right after he returned, and even defeated the Western Profound Sect's Sect Master, the First Elder continued. The Divine Phoenix Sect Master shook his head in disbelief. People are just exaggerating. It's only been a few years. With his potential, I would believe that he has the strength of a profound Heaven Realm cultivator, but I don't believe that he can crush a profound Qi Realm cultivator. The Divine Phoenix Sect Master said indifferently, Don't worry, the Wuji Sword Sect is being watched by the Tianqing clan. Now that Fang Qin has returned, the Tianqing clan won't sit idly by. The Great Elder was worried, but when he saw the Divine Phoenix Sect Master's expression, he wanted to say something but stopped. Rip! The void above the Divine Phoenix Sect was torn apart, and a figure walked out. Boom! As soon as Fang Qin arrived, he released a majestic aura that shrouded the Divine Phoenix Sect. Crack! The weaker disciples were directly pressed to the ground, their bodies trembling. Fang Qin. The Divine Phoenix Sect Master roared in anger. Crack! Fang Qin ignored the Divine Phoenix Sect Master and continued to attack, wantonly destroying the Divine Phoenix Sect's buildings. You're courting death. The Divine Phoenix Sect Master attacked in anger, and a terrifying soul path attack shot directly at Fang Qin. Innate soul reversal technique. Fang Qin shouted softly, and his soul path power condensed into a soul path spear, which collided with the Divine Phoenix Sect Master's soul path attack. Crack! Without any pause, the soul path spear pierced through the Divine Phoenix Sect Master's soul path attack. Ah! The Divine Phoenix Sect Master screamed miserably, and his body fell to the ground. His face was pale, and he spat out blood. "You!" the Divine Phoenix Sect Master cried out. Crack! The violent aura pressed down on the Divine Phoenix Sect Master, causing him to kneel on the ground and unable to move. How is this possible? The Divine Phoenix Sect Master kept shaking his head. He could not believe that the rumors were true. Had Fong Chen's strength really grown to such a level? Fong Chen, I didn't attack the Limitless Sword Sect. The Divine Phoenix Sect Master roared hysterically. Humph. Fong Chen coldly snorted and said, "It's because you didn't take the opportunity to hit me when I was down that I spared your life." Upon hearing Fong Chen's words, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master's heart palpitated. From now on, the Divine Phoenix Sect is a subsidiary sect of the Wuji Sword Sect. If you dare to betray the Wuji Sword Sect, there is no need for the Divine Phoenix Sect to exist. Fong Chen's casual words changed the fate of the Divine Phoenix Sect. Even though the Divine Phoenix Sect Master was very unwilling, in the face of absolute power, he had no choice but to lower his head. Die, or agree to my request. The choice is yours. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2428. Although the Divine Phoenix Sect did not kick the Wuji Sword Sect when they were down, their actions were undoubtedly taking advantage of the situation. If they were not taught a lesson this time, such things would happen again in the future. Today was different from the past. Fong Chen alone could suppress the entire Divine Phoenix Sect. He floated in the air, his violent aura pressing down on the people of the Divine Phoenix Sect. The Sect Master was unable to move. "I'll give you 3 seconds to consider." A ruthless voice sounded. Fong Chen quietly waited for the Sect Master's decision. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The Sect Master took a deep breath and raised his head to look at Fong Chen. The Divine Phoenix Sect is willing to submit. From now on, we will be a subsidiary sect of the Wuji Sword Sect. We will never betray you. The entire Divine Phoenix Sect was mourning. The Sect Master's words were undoubtedly a humiliation to the Divine Phoenix Sect. However, was there any other way? If they agreed to Fong Chen's request, although the Divine Phoenix Sect would become a subsidiary sect of the Wuji Sword Sect, it would still exist. If he did not agree, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master believed that Fong Chen would definitely do something utterly devoid of conscience. He could crush an entire sect alone. No one could defeat him. The news of the Divine Phoenix Sect becoming a subsidiary sect of the Wuji Sword Sect spread quickly. Some were happy while others were sad. After the Wuji Sword Sect fell, the former fence-sitters changed sides and joined the Divine Phoenix Sect. Now, the Divine Phoenix Sect was suppressed by Fong Chen alone. They were very upset. After this battle, Fong Chen's name was known throughout Void Star Heaven. Even the mystic Qi realm practitioners of the other 3 mystic heavens had heard of his name. In a short few days, the Wuji Sword Sect stabilized the situation. Jian Wuji began to take full control of the sect and began to deal with the traitors and defectors. As a superior, Jian Wuji's heart was much more vicious than Fong Chen's. When it was time to kill, he would not hold back. For a time, Dongxin Heaven was in chaos. As for Void Star Heaven's upper echelons, they all turned a blind eye to it. Although Fong Chen wasn't strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, they already regarded Fong Chen as one of them. The latter was a Saint Realm cultivator who could defeat profound Qi Realm cultivators and even challenge profound Star Realm cultivators. Once he stepped into the profound Heaven Realm, how strong would he be? Everyone waited with bated breath. In the vast Void Star Heaven, everyone was talking about Fong Chen. As the main character, He quietly followed the galaxy ancestor and left the void star sky. The vast chaos void was filled with darkness. It was a vast expanse, filled with the aura of source energy. In a dark corner, there was a universe. This was the Celestial River universe, created by the Celestial River ancestor. Outside the Star River universe, Feng Qin and the Star River ancestor stood side by side. You should already know the method of stripping one's inner universe, right? Ancestor Xing, he asked. Feng Qin nodded. I'll stand guard for you. Place your inner universe next to the Star River universe. The space here is very stable, and it's extremely far from Void Star Heaven. It's considered the most remote place. Relatively speaking, it's much safer for a newborn universe to be in such a place. Ancestor Xing, he said. Thank you very much, Ancestor. You're welcome. You're also from my Star River universe. I'm very pleased that you've come this far, Ancestor Xing, he said. Rumble. Feng Qin's body floated in the dark void. With a thought, the power in his body vibrated. Crack! The incantation ran in his mind as he tried to break through to the profound heaven realm. He already had enough power. He just needed to strip his inner universe. There were a few things to take note of when stripping one's inner universe. First, the inner universe had to have sufficient power. Otherwise, the inner universe would be damaged due to excessive power consumption during the stripping process. Second, after stripping one's inner universe, a stable space had to be quickly opened up for it to stay in. The first point had been achieved. The second point was the main point. Taking a deep breath, Feng Qin began stripping his inner universe. Looking inside his body, the inner universe was like a ball lying in Feng Qin's sea of qi. Rumble. His sea of qi surged with waves. Feng Qin let out a low shout as the inner universe came out of his sea of qi little by little. Stripping one's inner universe is not too difficult. Ancestor Xing, he said indifferently. The power in the chaotic void grew stronger and stronger. In the end, even Ancestor Xing, he took a few steps back. 6 hours later, the inner universe was successfully stripped. A ball lay quietly in Feng Qin's palm. Inner universe. Feng Qin was overjoyed. Then, a vast power came out of his inner universe and drilled into his body. Rumble. He was breaking through to the profound heaven realm. Crack! In the blink of an eye, he had broken through. Profound heaven realm. Feng Qin exclaimed softly. Then he formed a complicated seal with both hands. The inner universe ball kept spinning in the dark void, and at the same time, it crazily expanded. A violent aura came into contact with the starry universe. In the starry universe, a violent power came from the heavenly realm. Whoosh! 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 Many god emperors stood in the void and stared at the sky. What happened? Why do I feel a dangerous aura invading the heavenly realm? Is there an invasion of foreign tribes? Let's go to the Shinchi Palace and find Lord Feng. In just a few minutes, all the god emperors in the heavenly realm had gathered at the Shinchi Palace. The divine Shu Palace ruled on behalf of the heavens. It was the most transcendent and powerful sect in the realm of the gods. Normally, the Shinchi Palace was not open to the public. The bone progenitor is here. Many people realized that the bone progenitor had arrived. Lord Bone Progenitor, do you know what happened? The bone progenitor shook his head. He did not know, which was why he came to ask Feng Qin. Dong! Just as everyone was talking to the bone progenitor, the entire starry universe shook and trembled. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Many god emperors exclaimed, "Is the great apocalypse coming?" It shouldn't be. It hasn't reached 10 billion years yet. What happened? Many god emperors were guessing. Their eyes were filled with worry. After all, this concerned the survival of the heavenly realm. If there was really an invasion of foreign tribes, they would protect the heavenly realm with their lives. The bone progenitor entered the forbidden area of the Shinchi Palace and came out quickly. There was another person accompanying him. It was the supreme elder of the Shinchi Palace and the most powerful person in the heavenly realm, Fong Chen. Lord Fong. Many god emperors were very respectful to Fong Chen. Everyone, don't worry. The heavenly realm is safe and sound. Fong Chen waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. Lord Fong, what happened here? Why is the heavenly realm shaking so violently? Some god emperors asked. That's right. That powerful energy from earlier caused us to be extremely astonished. In response to everyone's questions, Fong Chen explained, My original body is creating a universe. Boom! Many god emperors were startled. Only the legendary, unparalleled experts could create a universe. Everyone looked at Fong Chen with a dumbfounded expression. They felt even more shocked in their hearts. Today, the Star River cosmos was no longer the same as before. Under the push of the bone progenitor and Fong Chen, god emperors were no longer the end. As time passed, several cosmos gods appeared in the Star River cosmos. Everyone had a certain understanding of the Tao of cultivation in the primal chaos void. When they learned that Fong Chen was creating a universe, they were shocked beyond words. Outside the Star River cosmos, a universe 10 times bigger than it was born. Formidable, this is too formidable. The bigger the miniature universe, the more amazing it was. Ancestor Xing River felt his heart trembling. The universe created by Fong Chen was 10 times bigger than the Star River cosmos. This meant that the universe created by Fong Chen was much more fortunate than the Star River cosmos. The bigger the universe, the more outstanding geniuses would come out in the future. Amazing! In the future, some heaven-defying geniuses will come out from your universe. Ancestor Xing River sighed. Oh, right. What is the name of your universe? He had already thought of the name. It was called Azura Universe. Azura Universe. The moment Fong Chen finished speaking, he flicked his finger. A terrifying Azura sword chi was injected into the Azura Universe. In an instant, the main melody in the Azura Universe became the Azura sword chi. Azura Universe, not bad. Ancestor Xing River said. God Hun Tian had crossed over from the profound heaven realm. His control of the miniature universe had reached the point of perfection. In the miniature universe, they were the sky. With a thought, Fong Chen could change everything in the Azura Universe. Even Ancestor Xing River did not expect that Fong Chen's finger would create a sword cultivation, holy land that would shake the primal chaos void in the future. Chapter 24-29. The creation of the Azura Universe was still in its initial stage. It needed a long period of nurturing before it could be perfected. Currently, it could only be considered a desolate universe. There were countless danger zones and endless cultivation resources, but there was not a single human in it. Fong Chen, your universe has just been created and is not yet perfected. I have an idea, but I don't know what you think about it. Ancestor Star River suddenly said. Please speak, Ancestor. Fong Chen was very respectful to Ancestor Star River. You and I will join forces and establish a channel between the two universes. This way, the martial artists of my Star River universe will be able to enter your nascent universe to search for opportunities. It will also speed up the development of your Azura universe, said the Star River Ancestor. Hearing this, Fong Chen's eyes brightened. He smiled and said, All right. Building a passage was not difficult for the founders of the two universes. Soon, the passage was successfully built. The passage was built in the deity world. Only those from the deity world could enter the Azura universe through it. The disciples from the lower realms are too weak. They will die if they enter. Ancestor Star River said, Voila! Within the Star River cosmos, two figures appeared one after another. One of them was the founder of the space-time cultivation system, the bone progenitor. The other was the avatar of Fong Chen. Currently, Fong Chen's avatar had reached the cosmos god level. Because it had been staying in the Star River cosmos, its cultivation progress was slow. Fang Qin. The bone progenitor was very happy to see Fang Chen's true body. Teacher, this is the founder of the Star River cosmos, ancestor Star River. Fang Qian introduced. Disciple bone progenitor greets ancestor. The bone progenitor hurriedly said, "No need to be so polite." Ancestor Star River nodded. Teacher, this is the universe I created. It is called the Azura universe. I am prepared to let my avatar guard the Azura universe. You can go in too. The nascent universe is the best place to comprehend the Tao of space-time. Fang Qin said, "All right." As long as it was related to the Tao of space-time, the bone progenitor agreed without hesitation. He had already entered a demonic state and was completely engrossed in the Tao of space-time. There were two extremes for this kind of person. One was that they would live a mediocre life and eventually suffer from qi deviation. The other was to reach the pinnacle of a certain path and become a peerless hero revered by tens of thousands. Obviously, Fang Qin believed that his master would be the second type of person. The growth of the universe is not something that can happen overnight. Don't worry, Patriarch Galaxy said. Fang Qin nodded and said, "I know." For a long time, Galaxy Ancestor explained to Fang Qin how to develop the miniature universe. Fang Qin benefited a lot from the Galaxy Patriarch's explanation. The Shura universe was also growing step by step. 9 months after the emergence of the Azura universe, the strongest reincarnation God Emperor of the God world, God Emperor Lingxi, discovered the universe channel. She was the first to enter the Azura universe. After that, more and more God Emperors discovered the passageway and entered it. Of course, even though the Azura universe had just been established, it was abnormally dangerous. Many God Emperors fell in the Azura universe because they were too greedy. Of course, there were also many who succeeded in escaping unscathed. After returning to the deity world, they became famous and broke through to the cosmos god level. After 10 years, Fang Qin and Patriarch Galaxy Patriarch returned to the void star sky. During these 10 years, Fang Qin personally experienced the benefits of owning the miniature universe. The development and progress of the miniature universe would bring great power to Fang Qin. When the miniature universe was perfected, the creator would have an undying body. I've reached the limit of the profound heaven realm in these 10 years. Fang Qin thought, if he cultivated step by step, not to mention 10 years, it might even take him 100,000 years or a million years. During these 10 years, his strength had increased in all aspects. He had cultivated the innate soul reversal technique to the limit. If not for the incomplete 5th level, he could have cultivated it to grand perfection. But even so, Fang Qin had cultivated the innate soul reversal technique to the point where he could condense a soul heart. His primordial spirit had reached the 9th origin realm. 9 golden figures sat cross-legged within his primordial spirit. On their chests, there was a sparkling, translucent heart. That was the legendary soul heart. The current Fang Qin could easily defeat profound star realm warriors just by relying on the soul Tao. During these 10 years, the Azura universe developed rapidly, allowing Fang Qin's fleshy body to improve rapidly. His myriad swords body, which was originally at the 6th level, had now reached the 7th level. His fleshy body was comparable to profound light realm warriors. If he added the black vibration gold armor, even profound true realm experts might not be able to break through his defense. He had also cultivated the demonic dragon body, refining technique to the 3rd level. He only needed to find the incomplete part to continue cultivating. The 10th move of the Azura sword technique was created. This move was definitely a milestone. This move was created by Fang Qin after fusing the comprehension he gained from the process of creating the Azura universe. After 10 years of comprehending the sword, he created this move. With this move, even ghosts and gods would be shocked. The power of this move could easily penetrate the defense of a profound Star Realm warrior and even kill him. In short, in these 10 years, Fang Chen's strength had reached an unimaginable level. And all of this was thanks to the Azura universe. After returning to the Void Star Sky, Fang Chen prepared to go to the Mashation to fulfill Venerable Demon Sword's wish. However, before he set off, he changed his mind. The Demon City had opened, and he wanted to go in to find his brothers. The Demon City has opened. Standing at the peak of the limitless Sword Mountain, Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. Back then, he had broken the rules of the Demon City and was expelled from the Demon City. He didn't know whether his brothers were dead or alive. Now he finally had a chance to find them. Brothers, are you all okay? I'm here. Northern profound sky, northern profound desert. Fang Chen floated in midair and stared at the Demon City that was faintly discernible. Behind him, many experts had arrived. However, they didn't dare to get close to Fang Chen. The latter had killed the profound Qi realm warrior of the Sky Pillar Zone family. Many people didn't dare to challenge him. Can I go in by force? Fang Chen asked. With your current strength, if you attack by force, it will have a certain impact on the Demon City, even if your brothers are still inside. The artifact, Spirit reminded. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and waited for the artifact spirit's next words. However, I can use the mysterious sky all to help you, the artifact spirit said. Soon, the artifact spirit told Fang Chen the method, and the latter leaped and approached the Demon City. Crash! The Demon City's restrictions obstructed Fang Chen, and the latter's body paused for a moment before he quickly disappeared into the Demon City. In the sky above the northern profound desert, there were exclamations. Many experts sucked in a breath of cold air. He actually went in. Just how strong is he? He's too strong. The Void Star Sky is going to change. The hearts of many experts trembled. When they thought of Fang Chen's abnormal strength, they felt a chill run down their spines. Shi Xian sect master's face showed a touch of helplessness. Looking at Fang Chen's disappearing figure, he could only smile bitterly and feel lucky. He felt lucky that Fang Chen didn't kill him back then. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. The experts who had laughed at him for being defeated by an absolute saint lowered their heads in shame. An absolute saint can easily defeat a profound Qi realm warrior. 10 years have passed, and he has already entered the profound heaven realm. I wonder if he can defeat a profound star realm warrior. One should know that in the vast void star sky, there were only a few profound star realm warriors. If Fang Chen could defeat a profound star realm warrior, then he would truly stand at the top of the void star sky, like Ancestor Xing, he and the others. Why did he force his way into the Demon City? With Fang Chen's strength, he wouldn't be able to improve much in the Demon City. Everyone was curious and guessing. It's said that he has a few brothers who are trapped in the Demon City. He probably went to find them. Everyone sighed. Wherever Fang Chen went, there would be a bloodbath. Many experts were praying that the disciples of their sect wouldn't have a conflict with Fang Chen. The Demon City attracted the attention of everyone in the Void Star Sky. However, at this moment, the Sky Pillar Zone family sent people over again. How dare you go against my Sky Pillar Zone family in such a barbaric place? You're courting death. The leader was a profound star realm warrior. He was arrogant and didn't put Void Star Sky in his eyes at all. Hurry up and investigate. Who killed the members of my Zone clan? The leader said. No matter who it is, whoever dares to touch my Sky Pillar Zone family won't have a good ending. In the Void Star Sky, undercurrents were surging. The Wuji Sword sect, which had just improved, was once again facing an unprecedented crisis. Chapter 2430. Demon City. Cold winds blew and demon qi filled the sky. Back then, the heavenly demon saint had fallen here, causing the entire demon city to become like this. Over the years, there would be a group of supreme talents entering the demon city every time it opened. Of course, the opening of the demon city also meant the start of the killing. Batch after batch of martial artists were eliminated by time. The names on the demon god list kept changing. More than a decade ago, Fong Chen had entered the demon city and massacred the supreme talents on the demon god list at the Tomb Spring. He had broken the rules of the demon city and was expelled by the demon city's heaven and earth rules. Then he was separated from his brothers. After more than a decade, he had finally returned. The heavenly demon saint was indeed powerful back then. The current Fong Chen was no longer the same as before. As he flew above the demon city, he could clearly feel the monstrous, demonic qi rippling throughout the city. The more it was so, the more he was impressed. The heavenly demon saint was too powerful. Although he was only in the mysterious true realm, he was able to fight against a mysterious God realm almighty. That alone was enough to make people tremble. My brothers, are you all okay? Whoosh! Whoosh! Fong Chen expanded his consciousness and quickly spread it in all directions. There was a wasteland not far from Fong Chen. At that moment, there was a black-clothed man in the wasteland. His hair was disheveled and he was in a mess. He was being chased by someone. Swoosh! Every time the black-clothed man waved a sword, it would shoot out a shocking sword light. If Fong Chen was here, he would definitely recognize the sword principle aura around the black-clothed man. It was the demon-killing sword principle, the rival of the Azura sword principle. The black-clothed man was Emo Luosha, who had helped Fong Chen before. The monster Emo Luosha was happy and angry. He would go on a killing spree without saying anything. Emo Luosha, you're dead meat. The person who was chasing him was once the top expert on the demon god list. But now he was ranked 6th on the demon god list. Damn it. Emo Luosha's eyes were scarlet red as he entered a frenzied state. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Emo Luosha roared as he waved the sword in his hand. The demon-killing sword principle was pushed to the extreme. It's useless. The figure of the former #1 expert on the demon god list flashed as he struck out palm after palm, shattering the demonic killing sword light. After that, he took a step forward, approached Mara Kill, and smashed his fist towards Mara Kill's head. Die! Boom! Violent energy surged out from Mara Kill's body as he desperately tried to defend himself. But it was to no avail. Crack! His defenses were shattered. Death was so close to him. I, Emo Luo, have dominated the Devil City for so long. Am I going to die just like that? Emo Luosha was unwilling to give up. He had imagined countless times how he would die. Who would have thought that he would die in such an aggrieved manner? In the distance, Fong Chen's divine sense happened to discover the scene. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Mara slaughter? Then, with a thought, Fong Chen appeared in front of Mara Shah. Bang! The former #1 expert on the demon god list smashed his fist onto Fong Chen's body with heart-palpitating power. The black vibranium armor appeared around the latter's body and easily blocked the attack. Dong! The violent recoil sent the former #1 expert on the demon god list flying. The latter staggered and managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at Fong Chen. Who are you? The sudden appearance of a martial artist made him raise his guard. Mara Kill, who was waiting for death with his eyes closed, hurriedly opened his eyes when he heard the voice. I'm not dead. Mara Kill hurriedly checked his body and found that there was nothing unusual. Soon after, he raised his head and looked to the front. A perfectly straight figure was imprinted into his eyes. Which senior is this? Mara Kill thought to himself. He didn't know this person in the demon city. Fong Chen. As he spoke, Fong Chen turned around and looked at Mara Kill with a smile. How have you been? Mara Kill was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Fong Chen, you! He clearly remembered that Fong Chen was expelled from the demon city more than 10 years ago. and now he was standing in front of him and saving him. Has the demon city opened? This was the first thing that came to Mara Shah's mind. I was wondering who it was. So it's the stray dog expelled from the demon city. A disdainful voice was heard. The former #1 expert on the demon god list had a mocking expression. Fang Qin turned around and looked at him. He said indifferently, "Do you believe that the stray dog you mentioned only needs one finger to kill you?" Arrogant. Fang Qin, this person was once the #1 expert on the demon god list. "Don't be rash," Mara Kill reminded. Fang Qin nodded gently and said, "Don't worry. If he dares to attack, he'll stay here forever." With that, Fang Qin prepared to leave with Mara Kill. "You're leaving just like that?" The former #1 expert on the demon god list flashed and launched a fierce and domineering attack at Fang Qin. "You're courting death." Bang! Fang Qin flicked his finger and a terrifying finger beam shot out. The latter could not resist at all, and his chest was pierced through. His body fell to the ground and blood spurted out. "I said that if you dare to attack, you'll stay here forever." Fang Qin flicked his finger again, and the finger beam pierced through the latter's head. The former #1 expert on the demon god list was now the 6th expert. Even Mara Kill was no match for him. However, he was killed by Fang Qin with one finger. Just how powerful was his strength? Mo Luoxia's heart trembled, and raging waves were set off. He looked at Fang Qin in a daze. This guy whom he used to take care of like a junior had unknowingly grown to such a level. In fact, Mara Kill and the others had been in the demon city for a long time and did not know about the outside world. If they returned to Illusory Star Heaven, they would definitely know about Fang Qin's current status. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Fang Qin smiled. Along the way, Fang Qin kept asking Mara Kill about what had happened in the demon city in the past decade. "Brother Fang, the Devil City has undergone earth-shattering changes in the past decade or so." The former top 10 on the demon god list was unshakable. However, now the top 10 on the demon god list have basically changed. Mara Kill sighed. "By the way, the person I just killed was the former #1 on the demon god list. What's his rank now?" Fang Qin asked. "He's now 6th. There are 5 people ahead of him," Mara Kill said. "Oh." Fang Qin was a little curious. After Mara Kill's explanation, Fang Qin knew that the current top 5 on the demon god list were occupied by Xiao Huang and the others. "Looks like the 5 of them are doing well." Fang Qin smiled. "Do you know where they are now?" Speaking of this, Mara Kill paused for a moment and stopped. "What's wrong?" Fang Qin asked with a frown. "They joined forces and defeated the #1 expert on the demon god list. They dominated the top 5 on the demon god list, causing many experts on the demon god list to be unconvinced and denounce them. At this moment, they should be at the peak of the demon mountain, fighting many experts on the demon god list," Mara Kill said. Hearing this, Fang Qin's figure emitted an icy aura. "Let's go." At the center of the demon city, at the peak of the demon mountain, Xiao Huang, Xiao Hai, Pangolin, and the old faker stood side by side. They looked down and saw that almost all the experts on the demon god list were there. Noises came from the bottom of the mountain. The voices were filled with dissatisfaction towards them. What gives you the right to occupy the top 5? If you didn't join forces, how could the #1 expert on the demon god list be defeated by you? What a joke. I'd like to see how you're going to die today." Many people were filled with righteous indignation as they came to the peak of the demon mountain. The top 5 on the demon god list are occupied by us brothers. Anyone who is unconvinced can come and challenge us, Xiao Huang said in a deep voice. His body was shrouded in violent power, and his pair of antennae were extremely terrifying. Beside him, Xiao Hai clapped his hands. Raging waves appeared in the void as if they were going to drown the demon mountain. Pangolin was more steady as he stood quietly. The old faker beside him turned into a towering tree and took root in the demon mountain. His main trunk reached the clouds, and countless branches swayed, disturbing people's minds. We took the number 1 on the demon god list for Brother Shu. For Brother Shu, we have to hold on to this glory. We won't compromise, even if we have to fight to our last breath. Let's join forces and turn the world upside down. The 4 brothers stood side by side. Their auras were soaring and their voices were earth-shattering. Chapter 24:31. Be careful. We are not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. However, there are many of them. If they join forces, it will be difficult to deal with them. Pangolin was the calmest. Although he was fearless, he was still cautious. During this period of time when Fong Chen was not around, it was basically the pangolin who gave advice to the few of them. What's there to be afraid of? Let's just kill them. Xiao Huang was the king ant of the royal ant tribe. He was bloodthirsty and warlike. Kill! There was a deafening roar. Many experts of the demon god ranking charged to the peak of Demon Mountain. Dong! Xiao Huang and the other 3 brothers fought side by side. Soon they were caught in a chaotic battle. You are courting death. Xiao Huang's antennae pierced into the head of one of them, killing him instantly. Xiao Hai opened his bloody mouth. Raging waves appeared out of nowhere and washed away some of the weaker warriors. Pangolin displayed his powerful defense perfectly. He blocked countless attacks for the other 3 brothers. The old faker's branch entangled many experts of the demon god ranking. The battle was extremely intense. In the beginning, the 4 brothers were still able to gain the upper hand. However, as time passed, they began to weaken. They are exhausted. Let's attack together. Someone roared. Immediately, many experts of the demon god ranking launched the last wave of attacks. It was also the strongest wave of attacks. What should we do? Xiao Hai said while panting. Pangolin's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Now that things have come to this, there is no other way. We can only take a few of them down with us." As he spoke, Pangolin was covered in armor. He charged into the crowd. Pucci! The boundless attack landed on the pangolin's body. In the blink of an eye, its armor had been shattered into pieces. Pangolin was covered in blood. His aura was weak. "I will kill all of you." Xiao Huang was completely enraged. He transformed into his original form of the royal ant tribe and charged into the crowd with an invincible aura. The battle at the peak of Demon Mountain was extremely intense. When the 4 brothers were forced into a dead end, Fong Chen finally arrived. Oh no! Raising his head to look the peak of the Demon Mountain in the distance, Mo Luosha cursed inwardly. Fong Chen had already taken a step forward and rushed towards the peak of the Devil Mountain. Azura sword technique. With a furious strike, the hidden star sword sharply expanded, turning into a monstrous giant sword and directly swooped down. Rumble! A terrifying power engulfed the entire peak of the Devil Mountain. Danger! Many experts on the demon god list were encircling the 4 brothers. Suddenly, they felt a strong sense of danger. Run! Many of them chose to flee at the first moment. However, that shocking gigantic sword did not give them any chance at all as it slashed down on the demon mountain. Crack! The huge demonic mountain was split in half by the huge sword. Some of the cultivators that did not escape in time all died tragically. The warriors that managed to escape looked at the demonic mountain that had been split in 2 with fear and trepidation. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What happened? What happened? The 4 brothers had narrowly escaped death, and when they saw that shocking huge sword, they had already recognized the star-concealing sword. Their faces were filled with excitement. Boss, ha! I knew that Boss would not abandon us. 1 man and 1 sword stood above the peak of the Devil Mountain. A strong wind blew past, and Fong Chen's robe fluttered in the wind. Biting, cold, murderous intent shrouded the entire Devil Mountain. At that moment, he was like a demon god that had descended, giving off a visual impact. The star-concealing sword gradually shrank and finally returned to its original size. Oh my God, who is he? He split the Devil Mountain in half with a single sword. Isn't he too strong? Is he an unparalleled expert of the Devil City? Many experts on the demon god list discussed softly after experiencing the shock from before. Under everyone's gazes, Fong Qin turned around and looked at the four brothers. He grinned and said, "Are you all right?" "Boss." The four brothers swarmed forward and rushed to Fong Qin. They were very happy. At such a critical moment of life and death, their boss had appeared out of nowhere. "Boss, why are you here?" "Boss, you were too impressive just now," the four brothers said excitedly. On the other side of the Devil Mountain, some of the remaining demon god list experts recognized Fong Qin. "I seem to have seen him somewhere before." "Fong Qin. He is Fong Qin, the Fong Qin who was banished by the Devil City more than a decade ago." For a moment, it was earth-shattering. Many experts on the demon god list were shaken. Fong Qin, who was banished by the Devil City more than a decade ago, had returned and his strength had reached such a level. Everyone was aghast. That shocking sword had made their hearts tremble. "Let's talk later." Fong Qin said a few words to the four brothers before turning to look at the demon god list experts on the other side of the Devil Mountain. "How dare you attack my brothers, Fong Qin? Dying 10,000 times won't be enough." Fong Qin said coldly, "Humph, he's just putting on an act with the help of a supreme treasure." Someone said secretly, "His cultivation is only in the profound heaven realm. Let's attack together and kill him." Some people discovered the extraordinariness of the hidden star sword and wanted to seize the opportunity to snatch it. Seeing this, Fong Qin sneered. Everyone was the same. They were selfish. These people would not give up until they reached the end. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. Azura Sword Principle. Fong Qin bellowed and performed the 10th move of the Azura Sword Principle. This move was Fong Qin's trump card. It gathered all the essence of the previous 9 moves and created it. Boom! Sword light came out and shocked the gods. The entire Devil Mountain let out a deafening sound. When the hidden star sword slashed at the other side of the Devil Mountain, many demon god list experts were beheaded. Crack! The huge Devil Mountain was flattened by Fong Qin's sword. The four brothers were shocked, and their faces were full of excited smiles. Their boss was still the same as before. He was still brave, killing 10,000 enemies with one sword move. Fong Qin's name resounded throughout the Devil City. Many martial artists hiding in the dark felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they did not ambush the four brothers at that time. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. He's too powerful. Many martial artists gave Fong Qin a very high valuation. "Boss, your strength has improved too rapidly these years, right?" Xiao Huang grinned. "Yes, defeating 10,000 enemies with one sword move is too domineering," Xiaohai said. Pangolin smiled slightly and did not speak. The old faker intimately wrapped the branch around Fong Qin's body. Although they had not seen each other for more than 10 years, their brotherhood had not weakened. "By the way, where's Little Mouse?" Fong Qin found that Little Mouse was not there. Hearing this, the four brothers' faces darkened. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely solemn. There was a sad atmosphere in the air. "What happened?" Fong Qin asked. The four brothers looked at each other. In the end, Pangolin spoke. "Boss, it's like this." Pangolin told him everything that had happened after Fong Qin was expelled. "Brother Mouse sacrificed himself to save us." Speaking of this, Pangolin was sad. "The four of us joined forces and defeated the former #1 expert on the demon god list. From then on, we forcibly occupied the top 5 positions on the demon god list." Pangolin said, "We fought for Brother Mouse for the #1 position on the demon god list. It's all my fault. I didn't save Brother Mouse. They did not know that Little Mouse was not dead at all. He was taken away by an expert. Fong Qin staggered. His face darkened. His connection with Little Mouse had disappeared. He recalled all his experiences with Little Mouse. He could not accept this reality. How could this be? Fong Qin shook his head hard. He would rather exchange his life for Little Mouse's. Fong Qin vented his anger to his heart's content. The four brothers stood quietly. After a long time, Fong Qin was almost done venting. Pangolin comforted him. "Boss, we will never forget Brother Mouse. Brother Mouse's death made us realize that strength is the most important thing. So, we have been immersed in cultivation all these years. We want to stand at the peak of martial arts one day and fulfill Brother Mouse's wish," Xiao Huang said. "I know." Fong Chen's expression was unusually calm. The calmer he was, the more the four brothers could feel the sadness in his heart. "Let's go out first." In the present Devil City, there was already nothing that could make Fong Chen infatuated. Even the inheritance of the celestial demon saint had been obtained by the four brothers. They had learned some cultivation methods from it, and their strength had improved rapidly. It was time to leave the demon city, but his brother would have to stay here forever. "Brother, you will always be my best partner." Chapter 2432. When the demon city opened, many geniuses who were trapped in the demon city rushed out. For a time, the void star sky was filled with experts. However, there was a trace of awe in everyone's heart. They would never forget the stunning sword that appeared out of nowhere at the peak of the demon mountain. Fong Chen had unknowingly become a genius, second only to the ancestor of the Star River and other peak experts. Fong Chen's name resounded through the sky in the void star sky. Everyone knew him. At the peak of the Wuji Sword Mountain. "Boss, my condolences," Pangolin said. They had been used to it for more than 10 years, but sometimes when they thought about it, they would feel sad. Little Mouse's death had been avenged. The dead had passed away, and the living had to live well. Fong Chen clenched his fists and swore in his heart that he would never allow any of his loved ones to leave him. Not a single one. This strengthened his martial path. He wanted to improve his cultivation base and go to the Tianqing ancestral family to save Star and Moon and the others. "Boss, hold it in." Xiao Huang saw the fluctuations in Fong Chen's heart and hurriedly said. After returning to the Wuji sword sect, they already knew what had happened in the outside world over the years. They had matured and were no longer the hotheads of the past. They had some unique views on things. Sister-in-law and the others were captured by the Tianqing ancestral family. But since the Tianqing ancestral family wanted to select some outstanding disciples to strengthen the family, they would definitely not be in danger. Therefore, they could not be impulsive. The Tianqing ancestral family was too big. If they were impulsive, they would definitely die. Fong Chen nodded. "I know. Fong Chen, I know that you feel guilty about your wife. However, what I want to tell you is that you must not be blinded by hatred." At some point in time, Jian Wuji appeared behind Fong Chen. "As long as the green hills remain, there will be firewood. If even you die, who will avenge Star and Moon?" Jian Wuji said. After cultivating for countless years, he had seen many things and had long seen through it. Hoo! Just as Fong Chen was about to speak, a ripple suddenly appeared in the darkness. Immediately after, Fong Chen sensed a very obscure aura. Seeing Fong Chen's expression change, the four brothers acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Jian Wuji also looked left and right. "There's no need to look for it," Fong Chen said as he stood up and stared at a certain spot in the void. Voila! Several people walked out of the void. As expected of a genius whose name shakes the void star sky, you actually managed to discover me. The leader of the group had a plump figure, and there was a very conspicuous symbol on his clothes. Tianqing Zong family. Fong Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and stared at the three of them. Xiao Huang and the others also entered a state of battle readiness. "Aren't you going to ask why we're here?" the leader asked with a smile. Do I need to ask? Indeed, there is no need. The leader was stunned for a moment before he said, In any case, whether we ask or not won't change the outcome. Fong Qin nodded lightly. That's right. When you stood on the Wuji Sword Mountain, you were already destined to never return to the Tianqing Zong family. It seems that you are very confident in yourself. The leader sneered, and the two profound Qi realm cultivators behind him rushed out. The black and white twins and the two servants of the leader were both in the profound Qi realm, but when the two of them joined forces, their innate abilities overlapped and were close to the profound star realm. The two of them immediately attacked, wanting to capture and kill Fong Qin. Roar! The roar of a beast came from the two of them. Two shadows, one black and one white, floated in the air and turned into two roaring lions. The two lions leaned against each other, opened their bloody mouths, and spat out endless flames. Is there no one else in the Tianqing Zong family? Why did they send two beasts? Fong Qin said indifferently, Humph, what's the point of showing off? Let's talk about it after we get past the black and white twins. The leader sneered. In the blink of an eye, the two roaring lions approached Fong Qin, and the majestic flames engulfed Fong Qin. Get lost. Fong Qin spat out a word. The level 7 body of 1,000 swords was activated, and a violent force gathered on his fist. Bang! A crisp sound echoed in the air. One punch sent the two lions flying. Dong! The black and white twins fell to the ground, vomiting blood. They were severely injured. Seeing this, the leader was a little stunned. Then, a complicated look flashed across his dark eyes. You defeated the black and white twins with one punch in the profound heaven realm. No wonder you could kill the people of the Tianqing Zong family. The leader said in a deep voice. At this moment, he finally regarded Fong Qin as a cultivator at the same level as him. However, if this is all you have, you will still die. Rumble. The 10,000 swords territory emerged and engulfed the leader in an instant. Then, the violent power of the territory trapped him. The power of the body of 1,000 swords surged. After the body of 1,000 swords reached level 7, the giant sword hidden in the body of 1,000 swords was ready to move. Now, after Fong Qin fully activated the body of 1,000 swords, the giant sword finally whizzed out. Buzz! In the vast sky, a gigantic sword that covered the sky and covered the earth appeared out of nowhere. Above the giant sword, there was an unimaginable power. Dong! The giant sword spun a few times in the air, then swooped down and stabbed into the ground. Hiss! The giant sword stabbed into the 10,000 swords territory and immediately merged with it, causing the 10,000 swords territory to mutate. What's going on? The people of the Tianqing Zong family, who were full of smiles, had their smiles replaced by fear. Their bodies seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, and they could not move. Territory power? The leader exclaimed and struggled desperately. Merge. Fong Qin closed his eyes, and the mysteries of the body of 1,000 swords appeared in his mind. The giant sword, which had been used by the previous owner of the body of 1,000 swords, instantly disintegrated, and the vast power merged into the 10,000 swords territory. Territory open. Fong Qin bellowed, and the myriad sword domain instantly expanded. With Fong Qin as the core, it continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to nearly 1,000 miles. What a strong territory! Jian Wuji also exclaimed in surprise. He was shocked that Fong Qin's body of 1,000 swords had reached such an incredible level. It was really shocking. Damn it! The leader roared crazily, but he could not break free from the shackles of the 10,000 swords territory. Die! The hidden star sword burst out, and the 10th move of the Azura sword art was executed. Bang! The head of the Tianqing Zong family was pierced, and the primordial spirit was suspended in the air. Swoosh! Another beam of sword light blasted it apart. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 10,000 swords territory quickly shrank and returned to Fang Chen's body. Today, the 10,000 swords territory was truly perfect. Before this, although the 10,000 swords territory was strong, it was still lacking something. Today, the giant sword had filled in the last bit of gap, and the 10,000 swords territory was domineering. Ha ha ha! A mystic star realm cultivator is like a dog in front of boss. That's right. Boss is too strong. He's comparable to a mystic light realm cultivator. Fang Chen waved his hand. That person just entered the mystic star realm, and with the 10,000 swords territory being perfected, I was able to kill him by surprise. A true mystic star realm cultivator has many tricks up their sleeves. It's not that easy to kill them. Fang Chen, you don't need to be humble. You're only at the mystic heaven realm right now, Jian Wuji said with a smile. He was also very excited that such a monstrous genius had appeared in the Wuji sword sect. Sect Master, I killed the mystic star realm cultivator of the Sky Pillar Zong family. Will the Zong family send more experts? This was what Fang Chen was worried about. Jian Wuji shook his head. Don't worry. With the old ancestor here, the Sky Pillar Zong family won't dare to send more experts. Now that they've lost a mystic star realm cultivator, they won't be coming for a while. The chaotic void had its own rules. Powerful families, such as the Zong family and the Xiu family of AzureNet Heaven. Such a large power, a single family was comparable to a middle-level heaven domain. If they casually attacked a low-grade heaven domain, wouldn't the chaotic void fall into chaos? Therefore, the Sky Pillar Zong family didn't dare to attack openly. They could only infiltrate and slowly control the situation. Many heaven domains are paying attention to the commotion in the void star sky. I think the Sky Pillar Zong family will be more restrained. That's good. With a shake of his hand, Fang Chen took out many spatial rings. These are the spatial rings of the enemies I've killed. There are countless cultivation resources inside. Leave them at the Sword Sect. Chapter 2433. After settling the matters in the illusory star sky, Fang Chen began to head to the Mashation. His mastery of the Azura sword Dao had reached the point of perfection. His greatest reliance was the Shura sword Dao. The demonic sword sovereign had helped him a lot. Although he had never met him, he would definitely do what he promised. Furthermore, the Mashation's Qiu family had some grudges with him. Originally, he wanted the four brothers to stay in the Wuji sword sect, but they insisted on coming. In the end, Fang Chen could only compromise. Boss, don't underestimate us. If the four of us work together, we're invincible in the mystic heaven realm. Xiao Huang chuckled. You're our boss, after all. If you attack anyone you meet, won't you be lowering your status? As long as it's not a cultivator above the mystic Qi realm, leave it to us. Fang Chen was helpless about this. He shook his head and entered the teleportation array. Rumble. The teleportation array opened and Fang Chen's group of 5 disappeared. Although they had left the illusory star sky, Fang Chen's legend had been circulating in the illusory star sky, shocking everyone with one sword. Such a shocking feat would continue to be passed down. The Mashation wasn't too far from the illusory star sky. In the 33 heavens, the Mashation was similar to the illusory star sky. They were both lower middle heavens. However, the Mashation revered the sword Dao, and all cultivators specialized in it. Furthermore, after countless years of evolution, the Mashation's sword Dao had reached its peak. The Qiu family was the only overlord in the Mashation. In the past, there was the Shura sword Dao, but now there was only the Qiu family. The super experts of the Mashation sword Dao were all gathered in the Qiu family. As for the rogue cultivators, they were all sword cultivators who had grasped the basics of the Mashation sword Dao. Within the Qiu family, there were 3 mystic light realm experts. With these 3 ancestors guarding the Qiu family, no one could shake the Qiu family's position. There were 36 mystic star realm elders. The rest were mystic Qi realm and mystic heaven realm cultivators. As for the chaotic sky gods, there were countless of them. Of course, if such a force was placed in the stardust heavens, they wouldn't be able to dominate the Xiantian world. However, in a remote place like Mashation, he was already considered an absolute overlord. A long time ago, there was a legend. The Qiu family once had a super expert of the mysterious realm, but it had always been a legend and no one had ever verified it. Even some of the younger generations of the Qiu family thought that it was a fabrication. And Mo Shatian was very big, almost twice as big as Suxing Heaven. The land was fertile and there were many cultivation resources. This was also why Qiu Longying and the others had mocked Suxing Heaven as a barbarian land back then. Although they were both in remote regions, Mashation was many times better than Suxing Heaven. North of Mashation, on a mountain peak, voila! Ripples appeared in the void, and then 5 figures appeared one after another. Thud, thud, thud. After the 5 of them landed on the mountain peak, they looked around. Is this Mo Shatian? Fang Qin could feel that the air was filled with an extremely rich sword principle aura. If he were to cultivate here for a long period of time, his understanding of the way of the sword would definitely increase rapidly. No wonder everyone said that Mashation was a paradise for sword cultivators. Indeed, the rumors were true. From Void Star Sky to Mo Shatian, even though they took the Heaven Crossing Array, it still took 3 months. Boss, what should we do next? Xiao Huang asked. Fang Chen pondered. The Qiu family's power in Mashation is very strong. With our current strength, it's impossible to fight them head-on. We have to destroy them one by one. Fang Chen's purpose of coming here was not to destroy the Qiu family, but to spread the Tao teachings. As long as the Azura sword principle appeared in Mashation once again, it would be considered to have completed demon sword supremacy's last wish. Let's find a city to take a look first, Fang Chen said. Soon, the 5 of them found a nearby city. Sword Qi soared into the sky in 10,000 Sword City. Boss, I've already heard the news. Xiao Huang quickly ran over and said, the city lord of 10,000 Sword City is a martial artist at the limit of the profound Qi realm. He has 1 foot in the profound star realm and has been in seclusion. Fang Chen nodded and carefully calculated. I also heard that there is a legend in 10,000 Sword City. What legend? The founder of 10,000 Sword City is the legendary Saint of Draconic Demon. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. The demonic dragon body refinement technique that he cultivated came from the Saint of Draconic Demon. From the demonic dragon body refinement technique, he understood that the Saint of Draconic Demon was a profound star realm expert whose strength was close to the profound light realm. However, he had fallen in a large-scale battle. The demonic dragon body refinement technique had a total of 5 levels, and Fang Chen had only obtained the first 3. This 10,000 Sword City was created by the Saint of Draconic Demon. Would the remnant of the demonic dragon body refinement technique be here? Fang Chen pondered as he pondered. After a long while, he made a decision. His main purpose in coming to Mashation was to spread the Tao teachings. However, during this time, he had to do everything he could to increase his strength. Let's stay in 10,000 Swords City first, Fang Chen said. The group found an inn. Dear guests, what kind of room do you need? The waiter asked with a smile. Give us an independent courtyard, Fang Chen said. Okay, I'll take you there. Under the guidance of the waiter, the group of 5 arrived at the courtyard. This courtyard was very elegant. There was a pavilion and a pond in the courtyard, giving it a very picturesque feeling. Dear guests, our courtyard is the best in 10,000 Sword City. It's number 1 in the sky. Every month, you have to pay 100,000 mid-grade origin stones. Fang Chen flicked his wrist and handed the 100,000 mid-grade origin stones to the waiter. Don't disturb us if there's nothing important. Don't worry, dear guests. After the waiter left, Xiao Huang and the others grinned and laughed. Boss, the environment in 10,000 Sword City is really good. Xiao Huang said. This courtyard was worthy of being called the number one in the sky. It had a unique spirit gathering formation that gathered the origin energy of heaven and earth. Furthermore, the sword aura here was 100 times denser than outside. Cultivating here was twice the result with half the effort. The four of you split up and asked for information. After giving the instructions, Fong Chen sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend the Azura Sword Dao. Half a day later, a commotion broke out in the inn. Dear guests, I'm really sorry. Our number one courtyard has already been reserved by someone else this morning. The waiter's voice rang out. How about this? We'll let you stay in the number 2 courtyard. Bang! A loud sound rang out, followed by the miserable cry of the waiter. Hurry up and tell the owner of the number 1 courtyard to come out. The number 1 courtyard belongs to our young master. No one can stay there. The abnormality here attracted the attention of the inn's people. Many people looked over and saw a group of over 10 people. One of them was a man wearing a mink fur coat and carrying a huge sword on his back. His body emitted a shocking aura. It's actually the young master of Giant Sword City. Why is he here? Are you talking about young master Ding Dahai? That's right. It's the bloodthirsty and heartless Ding Dahai. Many people recognized Ding Dahai and began to discuss. The waiter was in a dilemma when a voice suddenly rang out. So it's the young master of Giant Sword City. This old man didn't go out to greet you. Please forgive me. An old man with a full beard walked down the stairs and looked at the man in mink fur with a smile. Since you know our young master's name, why haven't you given up the number 1 courtyard? Raged one of his subordinates. I have some dealings with City Master Ding. Since he's young Master Ding, I naturally have to give him face. I'll go make that person give up the number 1 courtyard. Compared to Ding Dahai, what did Fong Chen count for? The inn also had a huge background, but the owner of the inn had done such a thing. That was enough to show how intimidating Giant Sword City's city master was. Then many thanks. Ding Dahai nodded. The owner of the inn came to the number 1 courtyard to talk to Fong Chen, hoping he could give up the courtyard and even compensate him. You want me to give up the courtyard? Fong Chen sneered. Although he was new here, he was extremely displeased to run into such a situation. I've already paid my core stones. For the next month, this courtyard belongs to me. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Fong Chen directly closed his eyes and sent him off. After the innkeeper was refused entry, he returned to the inn. Young Master Ding, the innkeeper said with some embarrassment, I have negotiated with that person, but the latter insisted on staying in heaven number 1. If we force him out, people will gossip. Humph! Ding Dahai snorted coldly and walked straight to sky number 1. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2434. It's rumored that Ding Dahai is a hedonistic son of a rich family. Now that I've seen him, he really lives up to his reputation. Humph! He's just borrowing his father's power. If he didn't have the great Sword City Lord, he wouldn't dare to strut around here. What is this Ding Dahai doing in the 10,000 Sword City? Could it be that the rumors are true? Inside the inn, people were coming and going, all of them discussing. Bang! Ding Dahai directly kicked open the doors of the number 1 residence. Fong Chen opened his eyes and glanced at Ding Dahai with dissatisfaction. I already said that no one is allowed to disturb me. Brat, hurry up and leave the number 1 residence. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place. One of Ding Dahai's subordinates viciously said. Fong Chen frowned and looked at the inn owner. Is this how your inn treats its guests? Hearing Fong Chen's words, the inn owner was a bit embarrassed and hastily apologized. Brother, I also have my own difficulties. Ding Dahai is the only son of the great Sword City Lord. We can't afford to offend him. Hurry up and leave. I can give you 200,000 middle grade origin stones as compensation. Fang Qin shook his head. I'm not going anywhere. That's not up to you. Ding Dahai, who had been silent this entire time, coldly said. A terrifying ray of light shot out from his pitch-black eyes. No one dares to not give me, Ding Dahai, what I need. Ding Dahai grinned. I'll give you a chance. Scram out of the residence, and don't let me see you again. Fang Qin shook his head. I've changed my mind. Immediately kneel, kowtow, and call me grandfather 3 times. Then I can spare your life. Ding Dahai's expression sank. The only son of the great Sword City Lord? How awe-inspiring. I want to see just what ability you have to make me kneel and beg for mercy, said Fang Qin. Senior Master, let me deal with this fellow. One of Ding Dahai's subordinates took a step forward and arrived in front of Fang Qin. Before he even arrived, his fist arrived first. The fist radiance whistled through the air, carrying with it a powerful force. This person was a profound heaven realm cultivator. In Fang Qin's eyes, he was just an insignificant ant. Profound heaven realm. Many warriors cried out in surprise. Even a random servant was at the mysterious heaven realm, as expected of the giant sword city's young master. This person is very young. His strength shouldn't be strong. He shouldn't be challenging Ding Dahai. That's right. He must be new here and doesn't know Ding Dahai's name. This is great, with a profound heaven realm cultivator attacking. Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Many people didn't know much about Fang Qin. Their intuition told them that he was just a chaotic sky god. When the fist light hit Fang Qin, the servant was secretly delighted. Die! The servant roared and increased the strength in his fist. He wanted to destroy Fang Qin in one fell swoop. However, what he didn't expect was that, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to penetrate the latter's defenses. How is this possible? Seeing Fang Qin looking at him with a smile, the servant had an ominous premonition. Not good. Immediately after, danger descended. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Bang! The servant was sent flying and fell to the ground unconscious. Voila! Everyone was shocked. He didn't even move, but he directly sent a profound heaven realm cultivator flying. The real person doesn't show his true strength. This person's cultivation must be in the profound Qi realm. No wonder he didn't give face to Ding Dahai. It turns out that he has something to rely on. At this time, many people finally reacted. Even the innkeeper looked at Fang Qin in astonishment. You're courting death. The remaining servants attacked together to encircle Fang Qin. You're too weak. Fang Qin flicked his finger, and a bright light flashed. The servants were just about to move, but they directly fell to the ground. Ding Dahai took in the scene before him. The latter's face was gloomy as he stared at Fang Qin. Who are you? Ding Dahai asked. I'm just a nobody. Ding Dahai shook his head. I know all the profound Qi realm cultivators in Giant Sword City and 10,000 Sword City, but I've never seen you before. Could it be that you're also here for that legend? So what if I am? Fang Qin said. Voila! Ding Dahai grabbed the hilt of the giant sword and slowly pulled it out. I, Ding Dahai, love to fight with the strong. I hope you won't disappoint me. Show! As soon as Ding Dahai's voice fell, a bright sword light shot out. Demonic killing sword art? Ding Dahai's control of the demonic killing sword art was too rusty. Fang Qin saw many flaws in it. Bang! Using the Shura sword art, the sword Qi disguised as the demonic killing sword Qi and defeated Ding Dahai's attack. Ding Dahai was stunned and immediately said, I misjudged. After saying that, Ding Dahai turned and left. Everyone was shocked. Ding Dahai gave up just like that. It didn't seem like his character. This person is very strong. Ding Dahai didn't have full confidence, so he gave up. Otherwise, with Ding Dahai's character, he wouldn't give up so easily. Someone analyzed. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. The 10,000 Swords city wasn't too big. A profound Chi realm cultivator was enough to cause a commotion. Soon, the news spread throughout the 10,000 Sword city. A young, profound Chi realm cultivator came to Fortune Inn. Even the giant Sword city's young lord, Ding Dahai, was afraid of him. After a storm, many people were asking about Fong Chen's whereabouts. At the same time, more people thought that Fong Chen came for the legend. When Xiao Hai and the other three returned, Ding Dahai had already left. After hearing Ding Dahai's evil deeds, Xiao Huang couldn't help but complain. This guy, it's fine if he's arrogant and domineering, but he actually bullied Boss. Boss, why didn't you cut his head off with your sword? Old Faker asked. We're new here. It's easy to attract the Chiu family's attention. Boss doesn't want to be too ostentatious, Pangolin said. Isn't this ostentatious? The whole 10,000 Sword City is talking about Boss. After chatting for a while, everyone changed the topic to the legend. Some people say that Ding Dahai is only here for a legend. What is it? Do you know? Fong Chen asked. Boss, not long ago, the 10,000 Sword City was shaken. Some people said that the inheritance left by the Saint of Draconic Demon has appeared. During this time, many cultivators have gathered in the 10,000 Sword City in order to seize the inheritance of the Saint of Draconic Demon. This Ding Dahai is one of them. Moreover, it is said that Ding Dahai's physique is also the body of 10,000 swords. He also cultivates the demonic dragon body refinement technique. He is determined to obtain the inheritance of the Saint of Draconic Demon. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. No wonder when he was fighting with Ding Dahai, he felt a familiar aura drifting past. I see. Fong Chen nodded, a thought forming in his mind. Heavenly Fortune Inn. Young master, why didn't you cut off that guy's head? That's right. That guy is too arrogant. Does he think that he can show off in front of young master just because he's in the profound Chi realm? Young master, you can't tolerate this. Otherwise, how will others see you? A few servants said angrily. Only Ding Dahai was no longer smiling. His face was gloomy, as if he was thinking about something. Young master. Seeing this, the servants called out in a low voice. Ding Dahai woke up from his thoughts and looked at them, saying, That guy is not simple. I don't have full confidence. I have a premonition that this guy will be the biggest obstacle to my operation this time. Investigate this guy for me. Also, during this period of time, many people have come to the 10,000 Sword City. Don't cause any trouble. Ding Dahai said. Young master, don't worry. We will definitely investigate this guy thoroughly. After the servants left, Ding Dahai's eyes flashed with a trace of undetectable joy. Demonic dragon body, refinement technique, body of 10,000 swords. What a coincidence! Ding Dahai muttered to himself. After absorbing the energy in your body, my body of 10,000 swords will reach the perfect realm. The power of my demonic dragon body, refinement technique, will also greatly increase. Ding Dahai's face was full of smiles. I really didn't expect to meet you in the 10,000 Swords City this time. Now, I can save another 10,000 years of cultivation. The body of 10,000 swords was one of the best among the chaotic void sword Dao physiques. Although Ding Dahai was arrogant and despotic, he had the capital to do so. His cultivation was in the profound Qi realm, and his understanding of the demonic killing sword Dao had reached a certain level. A single giant sword had swept through all the martial artists of the same realm in the giant sword city. His fame had already spread to the 10,000 sword city. Of course, his hedonistic character was deeply rooted in people's hearts. So when many people mentioned him, they would immediately think of the word hedonistic. I have never failed to get what I want. Chapter 2435. Heroes gathered in the city of 10,000 swords. The inheritance of the Saint of Draconic Demon was moving frequently. Many people were waiting for an opportunity, but there was no movement from the city, Lord's mansion. On a certain day, half a month later, there was a loud bang, and beautiful fireworks suddenly appeared in the sky. These fireworks contained majestic power. Buzz! The swords in the hands of all the martial artists let out a sword cry. Everyone's heart trembled. The inheritance of the saint of draconic demon had appeared. Whoosh! Many martial artists were floating in the air, stepping on the void, staring into the distance. In the depths of the city of 10,000 swords, the surroundings of the back mountain were shrouded in violent sword chi. The closer one was to the back mountain, the stronger the oppressive aura. Only profound gods could climb the back mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boss, let's go too. Xiao Huang said, "Wait for me here." The inheritance of the saint of draconic demon had appeared in the depths of the city of 10,000 swords. Many profound god martial artists went there, and Feng Qin was also ready to take a look. Whoosh! Using the space-time collapse technique, Feng Qin arrived in front of the back mountain in the blink of an eye. The inheritance of the saint of draconic demon is mine. Ding Dahai shouted and drilled into the white mist. The others also entered one after another. What a rich sword chi! Feng Qin sighed inwardly. After entering the white mist, it was as if he had entered an illusion. Fortunately, Feng Qin's illusion technique was very good. He could easily shuttle through the illusion. There's light ahead. With one glance, Feng Qin saw the light in front of him and quickly moved forward. Bang! As he moved forward, he encountered a profound heaven realm martial artist, blocking his path. Bang! Feng Qin sent him flying with a punch. The latter was scared out of his wits and hurriedly fled the white mist. Seeing that he was about to reach the light, a giant sword suddenly stabbed in front of Feng Qin, blocking his path. We meet again. Ding Dahai's figure appeared in front of Feng Qin. The inheritance of the saint of draconic demon is mine. Ding Dahai said softly, "The inheritance was left by the saint of draconic demon. The fated one will obtain it." Feng Qin said, "Oh, so you're not going to cooperate with me?" Feng Qin shrugged. Whoosh! The giant sword in Ding Dahai's hand suddenly slashed down. Feng Qin moved and dodged Ding Dahai's attack. Bang! He threw a backhand punch at Ding Dahai, forcing him to retreat. Then he took a step forward and arrived in front of the light. Hoo hoo hoo! The other martial artists also came to the light one after another. Voila! The light emitted a gentle glow that enveloped everyone in an instant, and they disappeared into the white fog in an instant. When Feng Qin opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that they were in an underground palace. Saint of Draconic Demon. Inside the palace there was a stone tablet. On it were the words Saint of Draconic Demon. The entire palace was filled with the aura of the demonic dragon body refinement technique. Feng Qin and Ding Dahai stared at the stone tablet in front of them with burning eyes. Whoosh! There was a flash of light. Someone was attacking Feng Qin, courting death. Feng Qin's hand blade landed on the other party's body, instantly killing him. The martial artists who were preparing to attack Feng Qin felt their hearts tremble, and they quickly retreated. He killed a profound heaven realm martial artist with one strike. Their eyes were filled with terror as they retreated one after another. Damn it, one Ding Dahai is enough. Now there's another profound Qi realm martial artist. Let them fight until both sides are injured. Then we'll attack. Many profound heaven realm martial artists were thinking of taking advantage of the situation. Kid, get out. You're not welcome here. Ding Dahai held his giant sword and blocked Feng Qin. Do you want to die? Feng Qin suddenly asked. You. Ding Dahai was furious. He waved his hand and the giant sword ruthlessly slashed at Feng Qin. Whoosh! The Azura sword art was instantly displayed. In the next moment, a resplendent sword light pierced through Ding Dahai's chest. A miserable scream came from Ding Dahai's mouth. Everyone was shocked. Whoosh! Just as Fong Qin attacked Ding Dahai, a black shadow suddenly appeared and displayed a fierce and domineering attack at Fong Qin. Bang! His fist landed on Fong Qin's body, and the latter retreated a few steps. City Lord of 10,000 Swords! Everyone exclaimed. The news of the Saint of Draconic Demon's inheritance had spread like wildfire in the city of 10,000 Swords. But the City Lord of 10,000 Swords did not make any move. It turned out that he was waiting to reap the benefits. Two people with the body of 10,000 swords. What a coincidence! The City Lord of 10,000 Swords revealed his true appearance and laughed. Pucci! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ding Dahai stood up. City Lord of 10,000 Swords, I am Ding Dahai. Let's work together and kill this guy first, Ding Dahai said. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords glanced at Ding Dahai and said, I've painstakingly studied the inheritance left behind by the Saint of Draconic Demon for so many years, but I haven't made any progress. Today, I'll use your strength to pave my path. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords' long sword stabbed into the stone steel. Whoa! In an instant, a huge array appeared in the underground palace. It completely enveloped everyone. Not good. Some of the martial artists of the profound heaven realm retreated, wanting to escape, but it was too late. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords' methods were bloody. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed and absorbed the energy in their bodies. Evil technique. Fong Qin said with a frown. All of this was the City Lord of 10,000 Swords' scheme to lure the body of 10,000 swords and martial artists of the demonic dragon body refinement technique to come. My original plan was to lure the idiot Ding Dahai here. Who would have thought that I would actually catch such a big fish like you? Ha ha ha, how delightful. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords laughed loudly. The array was activated. Everything was under his control. After killing the two, the City Lord of Giant Sword City would not know. My father will not let you go. Seeing the City Lord of 10,000 Swords walking over, Ding Dahai quickly retreated. He was very unwilling. His future was bright, but he was going to fall here. It's useless. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords laughed sinisterly. Controlling the array, he bound Ding Dahai and then used a tyrannical attack to kill Ding Dahai. Pucci! Ding Dahai's blood spurted out and his Yuan spirit collapsed. Hiss! The City Lord of 10,000 Swords grabbed Ding Dahai's head and absorbed all the energy in his body. Ding Dahai was the owner of the body of 10,000 swords and had cultivated it to an extremely high level. After the City Lord of 10,000 Swords absorbed it, he could clearly feel that the body of 10,000 swords had improved by a level. Then he also accepted Ding Dahai's comprehension of the demonic dragon body refinement technique. Ha ha ha. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords laughed loudly. He was in a good mood. Fong Qin quietly watched from the side. If it was someone else, he might have helped. But Ding Dahai, he did not have any good feelings towards this person. If he died, then so be it. Aren't you afraid? The City Lord of 10,000 Swords saw Fong Qin's expression and asked, Is there any use in being afraid? Fong Qin said, I admire your courage more and more, but sometimes courage alone is useless. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords said, The power of your body of 10,000 swords is very beneficial to me, so you must die. Fong Qin frowned and looked at the City Lord of 10,000 Swords. I'm very curious. You spent so much effort just to lure Ding Dahai here? Fong Qin asked, So what if I tell you the truth? You're going to die anyway. The City Lord of 10,000 Swords said, Actually, the news of the Saint of Draconic Demon's inheritance appearing is true, and his inheritance is here. I only used this news to beat him at his own game and lured that idiot Ding Dahai here. If it was in the outside world, with the giant Sword City Lord here, I would not dare to openly kill Ding Dahai. But here, even if he dies, the outside world will think that he died in the Saint of Draconic Demons' inheritance ground and has nothing to do with me. Everyone could prove for him that when the Saint of Draconic Demons' inheritance ground opened, he was in seclusion and did not participate in this matter from beginning to end. Your plan is not bad, but unfortunately, sometimes man proposes and God disposes. Fang Chen was still calm and indifferent. The city lord of 10,000 swords sneered, mocking Fang Chen's ignorance. Even Ding Dahai can't defeat me. Do you think you can turn the tables? The city lord of 10,000 swords waved his hand, and within the huge array, killing power surged and constantly approached Fang Chen. As long as I move my mind, the killing power of this array will kill you, the city lord of 10,000 swords said. At the same time, he walked step by step towards Fang Chen, his pitch-black eyes filled with greed. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too greedy. The city lord of 10,000 swords controlled the array to bind Fang Chen. Crack! When the formation got close to Fang Chen, it collapsed on its own. What's going on? The city lord of 10,000 swords frowned and checked the array. You want to trap me with this broken array. Chapter 2436. How could the city lord of 10,000 swords compare to Fang Chen in the art of arrays? How did you break my array? The city lord of 10,000 swords was very confident in his array. Normal people would not be able to break it, unless the other party was a mysterious star realm martial artist. However, the person in front of him was clearly just a mysterious heaven realm martial artist. Go ask the king of hell. Fang Chen grabbed with his large hand, directly tearing the array formation apart. Have a taste of my array. With a thought, the array model appeared and the burning Heaven 9 change array enveloped the city lord of 10,000 swords. Rumble! A huge flame instantly turned into a sea of fire. The city lord of 10,000 swords was shocked. What array is this? He did not know much about arrays. This huge array was an array model that he had obtained by chance. It could only display its greatest power by borrowing the aura of the underground palace. Crack! Flames soared into the sky, and the sea of fire was boundless. The city lord of 10,000 swords activated the 10,000 swords body and forcibly blocked the burning Heaven 9 change array. Bang! Like hitting a sandbag, the city lord of 10,000 swords was sent flying with a punch. The latter's body slammed heavily into the wall, and a crack appeared on the defense of the 10,000 swords body. The city lord of 10,000 swords cultivation had not reached the mysterious star realm. It was just that his strength was close to the mysterious star realm. To Fang Chen, such a person was too weak. When he was at the chaotic sky god realm, he could use the black vibration golden armor and the hidden star sword to defeat his opponents. I will kill you. The city lord of 10,000 swords pushed the demonic dragon body refinement technique to the extreme. The roar of a dragon was endless. Bang! 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 Taking advantage of the moment when Fang Chen was distracted, the city lord of 10,000 swords threw out dozens of punches. The power of each punch was enough to kill a martial artist like Ding Dahai. However, Fang Chen's body was not injured at all. Instead, it was the rebound of the black vibration golden armor that sent the city lord of 10,000 swords flying. Your defense? The city lord of 10,000 swords was completely shocked. He had never seen a mysterious heaven realm martial artist's defense reach such a level. How is this possible? The city lord of 10,000 swords muttered to himself. He had painstakingly researched the inheritance of the Saint of Draconic Demon. Just as he was about to obtain the final fragment of the demonic dragon body refining art, an accident occurred. Whoosh! He raised his long sword and thrust it at Fang Chen. Crack! The hidden star sword flashed, and the long sword of the city master of 10,000 swords shattered on the ground. Instantly, the city master of 10,000 swords lost his soul and gave up on attacking. I lost. He had lost miserably, losing his life. I'll give you a chance to live, Fong Qin said. Tell me everything you know. The eyes of the city, lord of 10,000 swords, flickered. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, The inheritance left behind by the saint of draconic demon has a very strong restriction. If you want to open it and activate the demonic dragon body refinement technique, you must have a very strong power. I've already tried. At the very least, I need the power of 3 martial artists at the 3rd level of the demonic dragon body refining technique to be able to obtain it. Therefore, I perfected the plan and spread the news, hoping to lure Ding Dahai to come and try to break the restriction. The city lord of 10,000 swords gave a simple explanation of what had happened. After Fong Qin heard this, a look of joy appeared on his face. Give me your power. Fong Qin placed his palm on the shoulder of the city lord of 10,000 swords, then activated the chant of the demonic dragon body refinement technique and began to absorb his power. 1. The power of the city lord of 10,000 swords body was sucked dry by Fong Qin in the blink of an eye. After that, the power of the demonic dragon body refinement technique was also absorbed. A moment later, power surged around Fong Qin's body. In his body, power vibrated. The city lord of 10,000 swords' face was pale, and his strength was greatly reduced. However, it was good enough that he was able to survive. Shatter this stone tablet, and you will be able to obtain the demonic dragon body refinement technique. The city lord of 10,000 swords said. Fong Qin followed the method of the city lord of 10,000 swords. Circulating the power of his entire body, he punched the stone tablet. As expected, the stone tablet shattered, and a scroll floated in the air. Demonic dragon body refinement technique. Fong Qin opened it, and suddenly discovered that the remnant part of the demonic dragon body refinement technique was inside. The demonic dragon body refinement technique had a total of 5 levels, and Fong Qin had only cultivated the first 3 levels. Now he had finally obtained the last 2 levels. Let's cultivate here. Having just absorbed the power of the 2, he struck while the iron was hot and cultivated the demonic dragon body refinement technique. At the side, the city lord of 10,000 swords stared at Fong Qin and sighed. There is actually such a genius in this world. The city lord of 10,000 swords said, I did not lose unjustly. 6 hours later, Fong Qin opened his eyes. Striking while the iron was hot, he had cultivated the 4th level of the demonic dragon body refinement technique. Moreover, because he had absorbed the power of the city lord of 10,000 swords, the bottleneck of the 10,000 swords body had loosened quite a bit. Stepping into the 8th level was only a matter of time. Huff! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, he stood up. The harvest this time was not small. He had obtained the subsequent cultivation chance of the demonic dragon body refinement technique, and he had even absorbed such a huge amount of power. Fong Qin looked at the city lord of 10,000 swords, who was in a daze, and his heart stirred. I can spare your life, but you have to swear a martial Dao oath to be my servant and never betray me. Fong Qin said. This, the city lord of 10,000 swords hesitated. As a city lord, if he became someone else's servant, how could he maintain his footing in the city of 10,000 swords? You don't have to worry. I will not announce that you are my servant to the outside world. Only you and I know. After we leave, you will still be the city lord of 10,000 swords, and I need you to do something for me. Fong Qin said, If you do well, I will give you a corresponding reward. Now that things had come to this, what else could he do? All right, I promise you. However, after I swear a martial Dao oath, if you use all kinds of tricks to humiliate me, I would rather die. The city lord of 10,000 swords said. Then, the city lord of 10,000 swords swore a martial Dao oath. 1. In the dark, Fong Qin felt a trace of karma. "Master," the city lord of 10,000 swords said respectfully, "in front of outsiders, you can call me by my name." Fong Qin said, "What does Master want me to do?" The city lord of 10,000 swords asked, "Do you know the Azura sword Dao?" Fong Qin asked. Hearing this, the city lord of 10,000 swords' expression changed. Then he said, "Of course I know. Give up the demon-killing sword Dao. I will teach you the Azura sword Dao." Fong Qin said. This, the city lord of 10,000 swords hesitated. Mo Shatian forbade the appearance of the Azura sword Dao. Once discovered, death was certain. "Don't worry, I have a disguise method. Outsiders will not be able to find out." Fong Qin said. After spending 3 days and 3 nights, Fong Qin finally taught the Azura sword Dao to the city lord of 10,000 swords. After the latter cultivated it, he was very excited. "This is the true Dao of sword Dao," the city lord of 10,000 swords said happily. "What bullshit demon-killing sword Dao? The true core method is monopolized by the Chiu family. We outsiders can't learn anything. It is simply a waste of time. Since you have already cultivated the Azura sword Dao, there are some things I should tell you." Fong Qin said slowly, "I am the successor of the demon sword venerable. This trip to Mo Shatian is to spread the teachings." Hearing this, the city lord of 10,000 swords was incomparably shocked. Then he smiled bitterly. "Master, in the current Mo Shatian, the Chiu family is the absolute overlord. They will not allow the Azura sword Dao to appear. Therefore, it is very difficult to spread the teachings. I have naturally thought of this point. For the time being, I will not go head-to-head with the Chiu family. After you go out, find some reliable and talented sword cultivators. After they have made a martial oath, you can teach them the Azura sword Dao." In the underground palace, Fong Qin and the city lord of 10,000 swords had a lot of exchanges. After the two of them discussed, they came up with a preliminary plan. Then, the two of them quietly left the inheritance ground of the Saint of Draconic Demon, not far from the city of 10,000 swords, Giant Sword City. The city lord's mansion was brightly lit. Bang! A crisp sound broke the silence of the city lord's mansion. Then, the city lord's roar was heard. "Go and investigate. No matter who killed my son, I will definitely let them die without a burial ground." The city lord of Giant Sword City was furious. He only had this one son, and he had used all the resources of Giant Sword City to cultivate him. Now he had fallen in the inheritance ground of the Saint of Draconic Demon. "Don't worry, City Lord. We have already ordered people to investigate. I believe there will be results soon," the butler muttered. At this moment, a servant hurried in. "City Lord, butler, the matter has been concluded," the servant said in a low voice. "Speak," the butler said. "According to our investigation, the inheritance ground of the Saint of Draconic Demon appeared in the depths of the 10,000 Swords Mountain. It was shrouded in white fog. Young Master Ding and many warriors entered and never came out. Now, the inheritance ground of the Saint of Draconic Demon has been closed. The servant did not finish his words, but the city lord and the butler already knew. "I will personally go to the 10,000 Sword City," the city lord of Giant Sword City said. Chapter 2437 City of 10,000 Swords. The opening of the Saint of Draconic Demon's inheritance did not cause much of a storm. After all, the Saint of Draconic Demon was a powerhouse of the body refining path. Although his demonic dragon body refining technique was strong, this was Mo Shatian, the heaven of sword cultivators. Moreover, the Saint of Draconic Demon was not a profound god realm powerhouse. It was just that a few cities around the city of 10,000 swords were shaken. The closing of the Saint of Draconic Demon's inheritance land and the fall of many martial artists. Many people were shocked. Xiaohai and the other three were quietly received by Fang Qin into the city lord's mansion. "Boss, we thought you." After seeing Fang Qin, Xiao Huang said excitedly. They were in the #1 courtyard of Fortune Inn. After hearing the news, they almost wanted to rush into the depths of the city of 10,000 swords to find their boss. However, they were stopped by Pangolin. Now that they saw that Fang Qin was safe and sound, they were very happy. "During this period of time, you guys can cultivate here first," Fang Qin said. He instantly introduced the city lord of 10,000 swords. "He is the city lord of 10,000 swords and also my servant. Our plan to spread the orthodoxy will start from the city of 10,000 swords." 3 days later, city lord's mansion in the meeting hall. The giant sword city lord's face was gloomy as he stared at the city lord of 10,000 swords. "City lord of 10,000 swords, my son Ding Dahai never came out after entering the saint of draconic demons inheritance land. Do you know what happened?" The city lord of 10,000 swords shook his head lightly. "I don't know." Glancing at the giant sword city lord, the latter continued. "The saint of draconic demons inheritance land is full of danger. They most likely died after entering." Bang! The giant sword city lord slapped the table a little angry. "City lord of 10,000 swords, I hope you can open the saint of draconic demons inheritance land and let me in to take a look." The city lord of 10,000 swords shrugged and said, "If I could open it, then the saint of draconic demons inheritance would have been taken by me long ago. Would it still be left to outsiders?" With a cold snort, the city lord of 10,000 swords got up and waved his hand. The two city lords parted on a bad note. After the giant sword city master left the city of 10,000 swords, a cold killing intent appeared on his face. "City lord, did you find anything?" the butler asked. "There's something wrong with the city lord of 10,000 swords," the giant sword city master said. "When I looked at him, even though he disguised himself very well, I could still catch a trace of something wrong from the depths of his eyes. My son Ding Dahai's death must have something to do with him. The inheritance ground of the saint of draconic demon is in this 10,000 sword city. I don't believe that the city master of 10,000 swords does not know." "Then what should we do?" the butler continued to ask. The giant sword city lord pondered. "The 10,000 sword city and my giant sword city are equally matched. If I were to openly attack them, it would attract criticism. This matter needs to be carefully considered." After saying that, the giant sword city master's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Along with the passage of time, the matter of the saint of draconic demons inheritance had already come to an end. After more than a month of secret screening, the city lord of 10,000 swords had finally selected a number of reliable martial artists. They were all ordinary pure sky gods who had gone through many tests and made a martial oath. After that, Fang Qin personally taught them the Azura sword principle. Fang Qin's plan was very simple, and that was to go from simple to complicated. Step by step, first find some pure sky gods and teach them the Azura sword principle, then slowly improve. After all, if the huge Chiu family knew, they would definitely eliminate him. Although the Azura sword principle is a slaughter sword principle, it focuses on the cultivation of the heart. When everyone is comprehending it, you must pay attention to this point. Fang Qin explained, "Lord Fang, don't worry. We will definitely work hard to cultivate." The city of 10,000 swords fell into silence. From time to time, Fang Qian would explain the mysteries of the Azura sword principle to everyone. After a full 3 months, out of the 36 people who had been selected, 18 had successfully mastered the Azura sword principle. In fact, 3 of them had broken through their cultivation and their strength had skyrocketed. In these 3 months, Fang Qin had not been idle. He had been comprehending the second level of the demonic dragon body tempering technique. As the saint of draconic demons inheritance and the myriad sword body Its power was extremely strong. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a secret room in the city, Lord's mansion, Fang Qin slowly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. A faint smile appeared on his face. The demonic dragon body tempering technique is indeed broad and profound. At this moment, layers of dragon patterns flickered on the surface of Fang Qin's skin. This was the sign that the demonic dragon body tempering technique had reached the 4th level. Now that the demonic dragon body tempering technique has reached the 4th level, my myriad sword body is even stronger. The current me can easily kill profound Qi realm martial artists with pure strength. Even ordinary profound star realm martial artists are no match for me. Fang Qin thought to himself, if he could cultivate the demonic dragon body tempering technique to the 5th level, the power of the myriad sword body would definitely increase greatly. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin had been in the city of 10,000 swords for more than a year. In this year, the city lord of 10,000 swords had made a lot of contributions. From the beginning, there were only 36 people. Now, there were over 1,000 people comprehending the Azura sword Dao at the same time. Initially, Fang Qin's plan seemed to be going smoothly. However, there would always be an oversight. There would always be an oversight somewhere. One day, the city lord of Giant Sword City came aggressively. City of 10,000 swords, city, Lord's mansion. City lord of Giant Sword City, why have you come to my city of 10,000 swords? The city lord of 10,000 swords was a little angry. The city lord of Giant Sword City had barged in without notifying him. Humph! The city lord of Giant Sword City coldly snorted and said, 10,000 swords, I want to make a deal with you. What deal? Give me all the resources in your city of 10,000 swords, and then help me besiege the other cities. The city lord of Giant Sword City said, Are you crazy? Within Mashation, many cities would not attack each other. Although there were some competitions for cultivation resources, they were all small skirmishes. Attacking other cities for no reason would cause the Chiu family to be unhappy. Moreover, why should I help you? The city lord of 10,000 swords sneered. Azura sword Dao. The city lord of Giant Sword City's finger gently tapped on the wooden table as he said word by word. What? The city lord of 10,000 swords' face changed as his dark eyes stared at the city lord of Giant Sword City. 10,000 swords? Don't think that I don't know that you have selected a group of martial artists in the city of 10,000 swords and are secretly spreading the Azura sword Dao. Do you know that if the Chiu family finds out, it will be a capital offense? The city lord of Giant Sword City threatened. The city lord of 10,000 swords' face changed as he fell into silence. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it, the city lord of Giant Sword City said. In the secret room, Fang Qin had just stopped cultivating when he suddenly received a message from the city lord of 10,000 swords. I've been discovered. Fang Qin frowned as his figure flashed and left the secret room. In the meeting hall, How is it? Have you thought about it? The city lord of Giant Sword City said impatiently. There's no need to think about it. Suddenly a voice sounded. Then the city lord of Giant Sword City saw Fang Qin appear out of thin air. Who are you? Is there any place for you to interrupt? The city lord of Giant Sword City scolded. The person who will kill you. Fang Qin grinned. Right? I forgot to tell you that your son Ding Dahai also died by my hands. I'll kill you. The city lord of Giant Sword City was enraged as he attacked. However, he was only a peak mystic Qi realm martial artist and was only 1 step away from the mystic star realm. PSH. With a flick of his finger, a huge finger light instantly pierced through the city lord's head and destroyed his Yuan soul. The city lord of 10,000 swords didn't think that Fang Qin would kill him directly. The latter was the city lord of Giant Sword City, and now that he had died in the city of 10,000 swords, it would be troublesome. As if he saw the city lord's worry, Fong Chen's face changed and changed into another face in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the city lord of 10,000 swords finally understood Fong Chen's intention. Master, won't you be discovered like this? Ordinary disguise techniques to profound god-level experts could be seen through with a single glance. Don't worry, unless a mystic light realm martial artist comes personally, no one will be able to discover me. Fong Chen said confidently. His attainments in illusions were very high. Apart from disguising techniques, he also used complicated illusions to change his appearance. Hearing this, the city lord of 10,000 swords nodded lightly as he relaxed. You stay in the city of 10,000 swords and spread the teachings. From today onwards, I'll head to Giant Sword City. If there's anything, contact me at any time, Fong Chen said. Yes, master. With Xiao Huang and his 3 brothers, the group of 5 left the city of 10,000 swords. Chapter 2438. Giant Sword City was actually similar to the city of 10,000 swords. When Fong Chen returned, he was immediately welcomed with the highest level of etiquette. City Lord, you're finally back. We were a little worried about you, the butler said with a smile. Fong Chen said calmly, I'm a little tired. I'll go back and rest first. It had to be said that Fong Chen's disguise technique was too good. No one in the huge Giant Sword City could discover him. During the day, Fong Chen did everything he could to plunder the wealth of Giant Sword City. At night, he entered the Beast Pagoda to cultivate. A few days later, the butler and the other higher-ups were all under his control. His position in Giant Sword City became more and more stable. At this time, he began to carry out his plan. Just like in the city of 10,000 swords, he also secretly selected martial artists. First, a small number of people cultivated the Azura sword principle. Then, the number would gradually increase. On the first floor of the Beast Pagoda, at a glance, the densely packed demon beasts were basically fire spirit beasts. Countless fire spirit beasts formed a huge sea of fire that spread throughout the first floor of the Beast Pagoda. In the center of the first floor, there was a mark. The 3-eyed Bear King and the 6-feathered Sky Sparrow surrounded it. Master, the demon tiger and beast's mind is becoming stronger, the 6-feathered Sky Sparrow said. Fong Chen nodded with satisfaction. Raising the demon tiger and beast had consumed a lot of his resources. However, during this period of time, he had plundered a lot in Giant Sword City. You guys continue to cultivate. Fong Chen waved his hand and threw a large amount of cultivation resources on the ground. Then he found an open space and sat down cross-legged. He began to comprehend the way of armament controlling. The way of armament controlling. The way of armament controlling was famous in the starry sky and even the entire chaotic void. When he first obtained the way of armament controlling, he was unable to cultivate it because his cultivation was too low. Now he had stepped into the mysterious heaven realm and was qualified to cultivate it. The ball of light in his mind slowly opened. All the detailed information about the way of armament controlling appeared. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Fong Chen's gaze fell on the detailed information. The way of armament controlling was to communicate with weapons and control them for one's own use. Back then, Honorable Bingwu had reached an extremely high level in the art of controlling weapons. It was said that with a single thought of his, all the weapons of the martial artists in the star sky would go out of control. Just the thought of it was terrifying. According to the records in the inheritance, Bingwu Zun did not cultivate the Tao of weapon controlling to the extreme. Before he died, he had said that he could still improve in the art of controlling weapons. The perfect weapon controlling Tao he envisioned was to make everything in the entire chaos void bow down to him with a single thought. That was the ultimate goal of the way of controlling soldiers. On the path of martial arts, the biggest taboo was biting off more than one could chew. Therefore, although Fong Chen was shocked, he quickly calmed himself down. Let's begin. In order to cultivate the way of controlling weapons, One had to first establish a good relationship with the weapons one carried with them. Fang Qin didn't have to worry about this. The hidden star sword was nurtured by his own blood, and it was like one with him. Wong! The star-hidden sword floated in the air and issued a sword cry sound. It seemed as if it was responding to its master. Voila! Fang Qin began to comprehend the way of controlling armaments. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 month, 2 months. This time he cultivated in seclusion for a full half a year. The way of controlling weapons was at the initial stage, and he could temporarily control the weapons within a radius of dozens of miles. This was a huge improvement for Fang Qin. In order to cultivate the way of controlling weapons, I need a large number of weapons to experiment with. Fang Qin said to himself, let's go out and search for some materials first, and then refine the weapons. In Giant Sword City, a noble guest was welcomed on this day. The Qiu family's branch had arrived. Lord Qiu, why are you here? The butler greeted her with a smile. Where is the Giant Sword City Lord? Qiu Shan asked. The city lord. Just as the butler was speaking, Fang Qin appeared. City Lord, this is Lord Qiu Shan from the Qiu family's branch, the butler introduced. You are the Giant Sword City Lord. Qiu Shan said coldly. Fang Qin nodded. The latter sneered and said, do you know your crime? What crime? Giant Sword City is a subsidiary city of the Qiu family's branch. Every year, we have to pay a certain amount of origin stones as tribute. Why did you refuse to pay for no reason this year? Qiu Shan questioned. Qiu Shan was one of the leaders of the Qiu family's branch. Although she was not the patriarch, her deterrence was not inferior to that of the patriarch. She was the famous Iron Lady of the Qiu family's branch, and her cultivation had reached the profound Qi realm. It was rumored that an elder in the main family had taken a fancy to Qiu Shan and wanted to make her his cultivation partner, but was rejected. Even so, the other branches did not dare to provoke Qiu Shan. Qiu Shan was also the aunt of Qiu Longtan, Qiu Longying, and the others who had been killed by Fang Qin. Qiu Shan's beautiful face was filled with coldness as she wore a thin veil that accentuated her impressive figure. In the eyes of countless people, she was an ice goddess. However, Fang Qin turned a blind eye to it. In the past year, the overall strength of Giant Sword City has advanced by leaps and bounds. There are many capable people, and the supply of cultivation resources is not enough to meet the demand. So I'm sorry I can't pay tribute, Fang Qin said. Humph. Qiu Shan snorted coldly and said, since Giant Sword City has done good for the Qiu family, I'll give you 1 last day. If you obediently hand over 10 million mid-grade origin stones today, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, Qiu Shan did not finish her sentence, but her meaning was obvious. All of Giant Sword City's resources have been used up. During this time, we were thinking of finding new cultivation resources, Fang Qin continued. You! Qiu Shan glared at Fang Qin and said, so you're saying that your Giant Sword City is determined to go against our Qiu clan? Fang Qin spread his hands and said, it's not that we want to go against you, but Giant Sword City also needs to make a living. If the Qiu family is determined to force us, then there's nothing we can do. Boom! Qiu Shan's body emitted a violent aura. Demonic killing sword wei. The demonic killing sword qi on Qiu Shan's body was very pure. Buzz! Fang Qin secretly activated the way of weapon controlling. Layers of halos quietly surrounded Qiu Shan's long sword. Ding! It's useful. Fang Qin was secretly delighted. Although Qiu Shan's long sword did not look abnormal on the surface, there was a change inside. Then go to hell. There was only one outcome for going against the Qiu family, and that was death. Qiu Shan raised her sword and stabbed at Fang Qin. However, her long sword was suspended in the air and could not move. Fang Qin took advantage of this opportunity to kick Qiu Shan away. He did not have any intention of showing mercy to her. You! Chiu Shan did not expect that Fang Chen would dare to treat her like this. Get lost. I don't want to kill you because you're from the Chiu family. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being rude. Fang Chen said indifferently. Chiu Shan wanted to say something, but stopped. Her pretty face was full of grievance. In the end, she glared fiercely at Fang Chen and turned to leave. Master, it's not wise to offend the Chiu family, the butler said. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Fang Chen said. By the way, have you found any cultivation resources I asked you to find during this time? Hearing this, the butler remembered. Master, according to our investigation, there is an abandoned black extinction stone mine hundreds of thousands of miles north of Giant Sword City. The butler said, this mine used to belong to the Chiu family. However, something happened and the Chiu family gave up on mining. Over time, the mine was abandoned. Oh, rumor has it that something very strange happened in that mine. Many people from the Chiu family died in it and had to give up in the end. How much black extinction stone is left in that mine? Back then, the Chiu family branch only mined about 10% of it. Over the years, profound gods often went in and disappeared without a trace. There are about 90% of it left. There are tens of billions of black extinction stones. Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. This much was enough for him to refine a large number of weapons and cultivate the way of controlling weapons. It could even support the cultivation of the many beasts in the beast-taming tower. I will personally head to the mine to check it out. You take charge of Giant Sword City, Fang Chen said. By the way, how is the spread of the Shura sword Dao going? Master, there are already many cultivators who cultivate the Shura sword Dao in Giant Sword City, the butler said. Continue to develop, but be careful and don't expose yourself. Fang Chen said. It wasn't time to expose himself yet. When he had the strength to fight against Mystic Light Realm cultivators, it would be time for the Shura sword Dao to reappear in Mo Shatian. Chapter 2439. Chiu Family Branch. Ever since Chiu Longying and the others died, the Chiu family branch was increasingly disliked by the main family. Over the years, the Chiu family branch had been thinking of all ways to nurture young geniuses, hoping to enter the main family. In the meeting hall, the patriarch earnestly explained the demon-killing sword path to Chiu Soha. The demon-killing sword path focuses on killing. You must remember the most basic point. The patriarch said, Patriarch, don't worry. I will work hard. It could be said that Chiu Soha was the hope of the entire Chiu family branch. The patriarch used all the cultivation resources to support Chiu Soha. Chiu Soha didn't disappoint and finally broke through to the profound heaven realm a few days ago. A profound heaven realm martial artist had appeared in the younger generation. This was naturally a very shocking matter. According to some internal news, the main family had already noticed Chiu Soha, but he was still in the assessment period. One had to know that the patriarch of the Chiu family branch was only a profound star realm martial artist. Moreover, he had only stepped into the profound star realm recently. There weren't many profound Qi realm martial artists. Even Chiu Longying and the others couldn't reach the profound god realm in the younger generation. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps could be heard as Chiu Shan walked in angrily. Elder Chiu Shan. Chiu Soha cupped his fists in greeting. The patriarch glanced at her and asked, What's wrong? The Giant Sword City Lord is too arrogant. He openly refused to pay tribute. Chiu Shan recounted what had happened. Upon hearing this, the clan leader nodded gently and said, Let's put aside the matter of Giant Sword City for now. During this period of time, our people have been constantly sending news that the werewolves that had appeared in the bandit mine that we had abandoned seemed to have disappeared. What? Chiu Shan's expression instantly turned serious. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the patriarch. Does that mean the mine can be mined? Chiu Shan was a little excited. Back then, the outside world only knew that the Chiu family branch had given up on mining the Black Extinction Mine, but they didn't know that they had been forced to do so. A group of werewolves had appeared out of thin air. They were so powerful that even the main family remained silent. Back then, I guessed that those werewolves didn't belong to Amos Shatian and should have left, the patriarch said. However, the Chiu family branch had been declining over the years, so they were very conservative. Now they couldn't hold it in. Nurturing Chiu Tu had exhausted almost all of the Chiu family's resources. If they didn't take action, then the Chiu family branch really wouldn't be able to hold on. Do you plan to start mining again? Chiu Shan asked. That's right. I was just about to look for you. You'll be in charge of this matter. Bring Chiu Ingchi along and let him gain some experience, said the clan chief. Let's see if those werewolves left behind any inheritance treasures. Got it, Chiu Shan said. When the Chiu family branch was exploring a large area of the Black Extinction Lode, Fong Qin had already quietly arrived. Someone's there. The Black Extinction, or vein, was located in a mountain range and was very hidden. Fong Qin stood on a towering tree and looked into the distance. He noticed some figures. People from the Chiu clan. Fong Qin frowned. Wasn't this mine abandoned by the Chiu family? Why would their people appear here? Could it be that there's more to what happened back then? Fong Qin thought to himself. He immediately cast the space-time collapse technique and quickly approached the mine. In front of the Black Extinction, or vein, a void door appeared. Then a white light flashed, and a tall woman appeared with a handsome man. Elder Chiu Shan. Many people from the Chiu clan greeted her. Fong Qin, who was hiding in the dark, also noticed Chiu Shan. Why is it her? Fong Qin was a little puzzled. He didn't expect Chiu Shan to come here. What's the situation in the Black Extinction, or vein? Chiu Shan asked. Elder Chiu Shan, after our people's investigation, we found that there's no one in the Black Extinction, or vein, someone said. From today onwards, we'll start mining the Black Extinction, or vein again. No one is allowed to come close. Chiu Shan issued several orders in succession. Then, she brought Chiu Ingchi into the ore vein. Start mining again. Fong Qin was even more puzzled. He followed them secretly. With his means, Chiu Shan couldn't discover him at all. There were countless winding passages in the Black Extinction, or vein. The end of each passage was pitch black. The artifact spirit of the mysterious heaven all suddenly exclaimed softly. I sense the aura of the Dark Blood Clan. Dark Blood Clan? Fong Qin's pupils shrank. He was a little surprised. The Dark Blood Clan was a large clan in the Chaos Void. They were at least one of the top 3 powerful forces in the Chaos Void. At this moment, Chiu Ingchi spoke. Elder Chiu Shan, why did the Chiu clan give up on this, or vein? According to Chiu Ingchi's knowledge, the amount of Black Extinction, or in this, or vein, was enough to support the Chiu clan's branch cultivation for countless years. They were willing to give up such a large amount of resources. Chiu Shan glanced at Chiu Ingchi and said, We didn't want to give up at first, but one day, a few werewolves appeared out of thin air and massacred our people. In the end, we had no choice but to give up. You didn't even care about the main clan? Chiu Ingchi continued to ask. Chiu Shan shook her head. Those werewolves weren't strong, but the main clan said that the power behind them was too great. The Chiu clan couldn't afford to offend them, so we had no choice but to give up. After the Chiu clan gave up on this, or vein, they listed it as a forbidden area. Strangely enough, those werewolves were only active in the vein. They never took a step out of it. Secretly, the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's artifact spirit was even more certain. The aura of the Dark Blood Clan and the werewolves. Combining all the information, it could already conclude that those werewolves that appeared out of thin air hundreds of years ago must be the Dark Blood Clan. However, the remnant aura of the Dark Blood Clan in the air is very weak. If it wasn't for me, even a mystic light realm martial artist wouldn't have been able to detect it. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit said, "It seems that those werewolves' bloodline concentration isn't high." The Dark Blood clan was quite powerful. Their clansmen were spread throughout the entire Chaos Void. Fang Chen had some understanding of the Dark Blood clan, but not as much as the mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit. Why did the Dark Blood clan come to this black extinction or vein? Are they looking for something? Fang Chen asked curiously. As they spoke, Qiu Shan and Qiu Yingqi had already arrived at the depths of the black extinction or vein. There was a colorful disk here. Black extinction or was scattered around it. The werewolves really left. Seeing this, Qiu Shan's face was filled with joy. The werewolves' departure meant that the Qiu family's branch could mine the ore vein without restraint. In the dark, Fang Chen was listening to the mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit's words. This multicolored disc looks chaotic, but it's actually a teleportation method used by the Dark Blood race. If my guess is correct, those few werewolves of the Dark Blood clan must have accidentally traveled through the void and arrived here. They also took away the Black Extinction Heart in the Black Extinction or vein. The Black Extinction Heart was the core item of the Black Extinction or vein. Every Black Extinction or vein had a Black Extinction Heart. As long as this item was not destroyed, the Black Extinction or vein would continue to grow. When the Dark Blood clan's werewolves took it away, this Black Extinction or vein had already become a dead mine. After mining, it would not grow again. This kind of or vein was not very valuable to the many big clans in the Chaos Void. However, for a small clan like the Qiu family, it was enough. Master, look to the north. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit suddenly said. Fang Chen turned to look, and suddenly discovered that on the ore vein's wall, there was a sparkling object. Qiu Shan and Qiu Oi also discovered it. What is this? The Dark Blood clan's shed skin. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit said, "This is good stuff. It seems that among those werewolves, someone broke through and became the wolf god." Fang Chen was at a loss. He was confused. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit explained, "The werewolves are a branch of the Dark Blood clan. When the werewolves grow to a certain stage, they will undergo a metamorphosis. Their whole body's skin will metamorphose, and they will finally become the wolf god. The wolf god is the supreme ruler of the werewolves. Once the heart of the wolf god is awakened, they will be able to metamorphose and advance." The artifact spirit said, "According to the description of the Qiu family's people, the werewolves only stayed for a while and then left. It seems that the person who awakened the heart of the wolf god is still too weak. Otherwise, with the Dark Blood clan's character, they will definitely go on a killing spree. This wolf god's remains contain the terrifying power of the Dark Blood clan. If the demon tiger and beast's imprint absorbs it, it can shorten the recovery time by tens of thousands of years." Chapter 2440. Fang Chen was tempted by the last sentence of the mysterious Sky Cone Nails artifact spirit. At this moment, Qiu Shan stepped forward and stared at the wolf god's slough with a burning gaze. Whoosh! Just as Qiu Shan was about to retrieve it, a terrifying sword light shot out from the void. Bang! Qiu Shan felt a powerful force behind her and exerted all her strength to resist. Thud! 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 Qiu Shan's delicate body retreated and finally stabilized. The power contained in the sword just now injured her. Who is it? Qiu Shan looked around and scolded coldly. Beside her, Qiu Yaoqi held a long sword and exuded an extremely dense, demonic-killing sword qi. Yaoqi, you go first. Elder Qiu Shan, I'm not leaving. Qiu Yaoqi said, I want to fight alongside you. Roar. A beastly roar was heard, as if a werewolf was howling. Qiu Shan's face turned even paler. Werewolf! Qiu Shan was shocked and pushed Qiu Yaoqi away, hoping that he could escape. Slash! A large claw appeared in the void and tore Chiu Yaoqi in half, killing him on the spot. Yaoqi! Qiu Shan screamed and fled, frantically in fear. Die. Fang Qin used the thousand-sword domain to suppress Qiu Shan. A sword pierced through the sky and nailed Qiu Shan's delicate body to the wall. Qiu Shan was severely injured and knew that she could not escape. She took out her communication jade pendant. Roar! The beastly roar was heard again as the three-eyed bear king's large claw crushed Qiu Shan's head. She only had time to send out a final message. Go back. Fang Qian appeared and said to the three-eyed bear king in the dark. The latter hung its huge head and returned to the beast pagoda reluctantly. After reaching the mysterious heaven realm, Fang Qin could control the beast pagoda as he wished. He could control the demon beasts in the first level at will. He planned to do it himself, but in the end he let the three-eyed bear king disguise himself as a werewolf. He even left time for Qiu Shan to send the message. The wolf god slew. He burned Qiu Shan and Qiu Yaoqi's bodies, then looked at the shining skin. Wolf god slew. Fang Qin excitedly held the wolf god slew in his hand. At the same time at the Qiu family branch. Bang! The patriarch smashed the stone table with his palm, his face full of anger. Damned werewolf! Qiu Shan's last message was that the werewolves hadn't left yet. After that, they lost contact. The clan discovered that both of their life slips had shattered at the same time. This also meant that the two of them had completely died. The death of an elder in the profound Qi realm and a genius in the profound heaven realm was a fatal blow to the Qiu family's branch. Patriarch, are we just going to let it go? Some elders were unwilling to accept this. The clan leader sighed and suppressed the anger in his heart. What else can we do? Hundreds of years ago, even the main clan remained silent. The power behind the werewolves is not something we can provoke. Moreover, hundreds of years have passed, and the werewolf's strength has increased too quickly. Even Elder Qiu Shan was killed. No matter how many people we send, it will be useless. But the clan leader waved his hand. There's no need to say any more. This matter ends here. The Black Extinction Mine will become a forbidden area once more. No one is allowed to go near it. The center of Mashaitian was surrounded by an endless ocean. There were powerful restrictions in the sky, and normal people wouldn't be able to cross the ocean. In the center of the ocean, there was an enormous piece of land. This piece of land was where the Qiu family's headquarters was located. The Qiu family had 3 profound light realm experts, and the current patriarch was a peak profound star realm expert. There were many elders in the profound Qi realm, and they were countless times stronger than the Wuji sword sect. If they were to compete in overall strength, even the top forces of the great heaven realm combined might not be the Qiu family's match. Elder Qiu Ming was the second elder of the Qiu family. He had just broken through to the profound star realm, and his strength was on par with the patriarch of the Qiu family's branch. Elder Qiu Ming, the patriarch of the Spirit Void branch wishes to see you, the servant reported. Let him in, Elder Qiu Ming said. The patriarch of the Spirit Void branch was quickly brought into the garden. Greetings, Elder Qiu Ming, the patriarch of the Spirit Void branch said respectfully. What are you doing here instead of cultivating in your Spirit Void branch's territory? Elder Qiu Ming said indifferently. By the way, how is Qiu Yaoha's cultivation? When he comprehended the 3rd stage of the demonic killing Sword Dao, I'll bring him to the main branch. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Spirit Void branch's expression stiffened, and he didn't say anything. Elder Qiu Ming was a bit displeased. Elder Qiu Ming. The patriarch of the Spirit Void branch wanted to say something, but stopped. Speak. The patriarch of the Spirit Void branch nodded and said, Elder Qiu Ming, I'm afraid that Qiu Yaoha won't be able to come to the main branch to see you. What's wrong? He's dead. Elder Chioming suddenly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "What happened? Who killed Qiu Yaohe?" Elder Chioming. The patriarch of the Spirit Void branch told Elder Chioming everything about the Black Extinction Mine. Elder Chioming's expression changed after hearing this. "You're saying that the one who killed Qiu Yaohe and Qiu Shan was a werewolf that appeared out of nowhere several hundred years ago?" "That's right. Before Elder Qiu Shan died, she sent a message back saying that the werewolf is not dead." The patriarch of the Spirit Void branch said, "Elder Chioming, I came here this time to ask about the origin of those werewolves from several hundred years ago. Why is the main branch unwilling to be enemies with them? You don't need to know this. Don't provoke the werewolves in the Black Extinction Mine anymore." Elder Chioming exhorted. The patriarch of the Spirit Void branch nodded. "I understand. I'll go back and give the order." After saying that, he turned around and left, but he was stopped by Elder Chioming. "What else did Qiu Shan say?" The patriarch of the Spirit Void branch thought carefully and said, "She seemed to be under a powerful attack at that time, and her life was hanging by a thread. She sent back intermittently that the werewolf is not dead." Speaking of this, the patriarch of the Spirit Void branch suddenly remembered. "By the way, Elder Qiu Shan also said something about skin. I didn't hear what she said after that, and the transmission was cut off. Skin." Hearing these two words, Elder Chioming was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes were filled with incomparable joy. "Okay, you can go back first." Elder Chioming casually took out a spatial ring and threw it to the patriarch of the Spirit Void branch. "Take this back." Seeing this, the patriarch of the Spirit Void branch was secretly delighted. After watching the patriarch of the Spirit Void branch leave, Elder Chioming finally couldn't help but laugh wildly. Werewolf skin? Could it be? As an upper echelon of the Qiu family, he naturally knew that the werewolves that appeared hundreds of years ago were most likely members of the legendary blood race of the Chaos Void branch. And now, Qiu Shan had said that she saw skin before she died. Werewolf skin. These two words made Elder Chioming think of the wolf god Slu. Is it really the wolf god Slu? Elder Chioming was extremely excited. If I can obtain the wolf god Slu, I will definitely be able to enter the mystic light realm and become the fourth patriarch of the Qiu family. Beastmaster Tower, first level. Fang Chen held the wolf god Slu and walked to the demon tiger and beast's mark. Dong! The mark that had been motionless this whole time actually shook. "How do I let it absorb it?" Fang Chen asked. "The power within the wolf god Slu needs to be personally guided by you, Master. Use yourself as the medium and inject it into the demon tiger and beast's mark." The mysterious heaven cone nails artifact spirit explained. Fang Chen followed the guidance of the mysterious heaven cone nails artifact spirit. The power in his body vibrated and instantly activated the wolf god Slu. Berserk dark energy surged out from within and drilled into his body. "Go." With a low shout, he guided the violent dark power to his right hand. Through his right hand, it entered the demon tiger and beast's mark. Success. Seeing this, Fang Chen was secretly happy and continued to increase his strength. At the same time, somewhere in the chaos void, the darkness was boundless and the smell of blood filled the air. This was the territory of the blood race's werewolf branch. On the heaven-reaching platform, there were 5 werewolves sitting cross-legged and enjoying the worship of their people. They were the 5 wolf gods of the wolf god branch. They were high above and looked down on the world. "Honorable Lord Wolf God, please protect our clan." Below, countless werewolves knelt and prayed. Streams of power of will entered the bodies of the 5 wolf gods. Suddenly, the 5th wolf god on the heaven-reaching platform opened his eyes abruptly. His heart was throbbing, and his ferocious face was filled with coldness. His scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. "Who is it that is destroying my Slu?" Chapter 2441. The fifth wolf god's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. His emotional fluctuations directly caused the void to tremble. The sky was filled with thunder and dark clouds, as if doomsday had arrived. Many people below the sky-reaching platform exclaimed. The wolf god had appeared. "Honorable Lord Wolf God, please look at your people." "Ha ha ha, Lord Wolf God has appeared." The grave expression on the fifth wolf god's face gradually eased as he looked at the cheering people. He lowered his head and looked down. Then he raised his finger and flicked it. Suddenly, a ray of light drilled into the mind of one of the werewolves. Just as the werewolf was about to speak, an ancient voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Go and bring back my slough. Yes, Lord Wolf God." The wolf god said in a deep voice. Fong Chin, who was far away in the void star sky, naturally didn't know that his actions had caused an uproar in the werewolves. Even the fifth wolf god had woken up. At this moment, he was staring at the demon tiger and beast's mark in the beast-taming tower. "Master, the demon tiger and beast's mark has become more powerful after absorbing the wolf god's slough," the six-feathered sky sparrow said excitedly. The demon tiger and beast was the absolute king of the wasteland demon clan. Although it was only a mark, it could emit a strong demonic aura. This demonic aura was extremely important to the six-feathered sky sparrow and other demon beasts. They had to absorb this demonic aura every day to improve their strength. Fong Chin nodded. This was within his expectations. Just the wolf god's slough has such vast power. Fong Chin curled his lips and said, "If it's the real wolf god, how powerful would it be?" Fong Chin could completely imagine that the real wolf god must be as powerful as Soldier Wu. Thinking of the dark blood race, Fong Chen's shoulders felt extremely heavy. Fortunately, he wasn't an enemy of the dark blood race, so he didn't have to worry. Strength was always the most important. Improve my strength. Fong Chin clenched his fists and said to himself, "Whoosh!" Suddenly, he discovered that a trace of the wolf god's slough's aura was circulating within his body. This wisp of aura wandered uncontrollably through Fong Chen's bloodline and finally fused completely with it. "What's going on?" Fong Chen was very surprised and hurriedly asked. The mysterious heaven cone nail said, "Master, within the wolf god's slough, there was a trace of the wolf god's bloodline remaining. When you triggered the wolf god slough, this trace of bloodline hit in your body and merged with your blood. To put it simply, you now have a trace of the wolf god's aura. However, this won't affect your body in any way. On the contrary, it will be helpful to your cultivation." The wolf god bloodline was considered a powerful bloodline in the chaos void. Although it was not as good as the darkness bloodline, the wolf god bloodline was still a branch of the darkness bloodline. "Master, you can carefully study the wolf god bloodline. If you can comprehend a trace of the darkness bloodline's mysteries, that would be great," the mysterious heaven cone nail said. When he mentioned the darkness blood clan, there was a trace of shock in his tone. The darkness blood clan was a real big clan in the chaos void. In front of such a big clan, even the Heaven Pillar Zong family and the Azure Net Heaven Shio family did not dare to go against them. Even if the old master, Great Emperor Su Xian, was still alive, he might not be able to gain any benefits from the Darkness Blood Clan. "Is the Darkness bloodline very powerful?" Fong Chin asked. The mysterious heaven cone nail fell into silence. After a moment, he slowly said, "Master, do you know why the Darkness Blood Clan is famous in the Chaos Void?" Fong Chin shook his head. He did not know much about the Darkness Blood Clan. Because there is a darkness ancestor in the Darkness Blood Clan. He has the purest darkness bloodline in his body. His strength is even more powerful than the old master. He is recognized as the strongest in the world. The mysterious heaven cone nail spirit said, "One person to protect a clan." Fong Chen's heart trembled. Although the mysterious heaven cone nail spirit only briefly explained, He could imagine the Darkness ancestors' monstrous strength. The Darkness bloodline is one of the strongest bloodlines in the world. Anyone who has a trace of the Darkness bloodline can achieve supreme martial arts. Now, with the passage of time, the Darkness blood clan has also declined. There is not a single pureblood among their descendants. However, relying on the pureblood powerhouses of the past, they can still dominate the chaos void. Every sentence of the mysterious heaven cone nail spirit could make people tremble. Since ancient times, countless martial artists have tried to obtain the Darkness blood clan's branch bloodline. They wanted to study the profound meaning of the Darkness bloodline, but they all failed. No one succeeded? Fong Chen asked. Yes, the mysterious heaven cone nail spirit said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled slightly. He quickly asked, who was it? Old Master, Great Emperor Su Xian. The mysterious heaven cone nail spirit's emotions fluctuated. It seemed to be immersed in memories. That year, the old master's strength had reached an extremely powerful stage. He accidentally obtained a drop of the wolf god's bloodline. After tens of billions of years of research, he forcefully comprehended a trace of the Darkness bloodline's profound meaning. However, because he did not have the Darkness bloodline as a reference, what he comprehended was only an incomplete, profound meaning. Even so, it made the Darkness blood clan turn pale with fright. They did not allow such a powerhouse to exist. Once the old master's comprehension was made public, the Darkness blood clan would have no secrets. They would soon be surpassed by other clans. Therefore, the Darkness blood clan gathered countless powerhouses and launched a frenzied revenge on the old master. The mysterious heaven cone nail's tool spirit did not say the following words, but Fong Chen could already guess. Great Emperor Su Xian was killed by the Darkness ancestor of the Darkness blood clan? Fong Chen asked. No, the mysterious heaven cone nail spirit said. That year, the Darkness ancestor found the old master and fought with him for 300 years. However, he did not take the old master's life. Then, who killed the great Emperor Su Xian? Fong Chen was very curious. When he first obtained the mysterious heaven cone nail, the latter told him that the great Emperor Su Xian's enemy was too strong and could not let him know. What about now? If it was not the Darkness ancestor, then who was it? Who had the ability to kill the great Emperor Su Xian? Although the Darkness ancestor was not the murderer, he was one of the accomplices. If he did not severely injure the old master would not have fallen because of this. The mysterious heaven cone nail spirit said slowly. There was a touch of sadness in his words. After the battle between the old master and the Darkness ancestor ended, the old master suffered some serious injuries. He hid to recover. Who knew that he would be secretly followed by a thief? The mysterious heaven cone nail spirit's emotions fluctuated greatly. Fong Chen did not pursue the matter. He waited for a long time until the mysterious heaven cone nail spirit's emotions stabilized. The murderer who killed the old master was the old devil dong, Su, whose name shook the chaotic void. His power was about the same as the Darkness ancestor. He had a grudge against the old master in the past. He took advantage of the old master's great exhaustion in the battle with the Darkness ancestor to make a sudden move. The old master desperately escaped, but in the end, because of his severe injuries, his life faded away. Fong Chen also heard what happened after that. After the great Emperor Su Xian fell, his body disintegrated and turned into the four mysterious heavens, which was later known as the Void Star Heaven. After listening, Fong Chen sighed. An existence so strong that even the great Emperor Su Xian would fall one day. Above the ancient gods, are there stronger beings? Such a crazy and bold idea appeared in Fong Chen's mind. Without a doubt, the ancient gods were already standing at the peak of the chaotic void. The great Emperor Su Xian, the Darkness ancestor, and the old Devil Dong Su were all ancient god powerhouses. However, as ancient gods, there were differences in strength. Of course, the current Feng Qin was still very far away from the ancient god realm, but you don't have to take it too seriously. The old master spent tens of billions of years to comprehend a trace of the mystery. With your current martial arts attainment, it's impossible for you to reach the old master's level. The mysterious heaven cone nail spirit said. He was telling the truth. It's a pity that the old master's true spirit collapsed and did not leave anything behind. Otherwise, if you could obtain the mystery of the dark bloodline, you might be able to achieve something. Feng Qin shrugged and temporarily put the wolf god bloodline to the back of his mind. Boom! A deafening sound came from within the beast pagoda. The demon tiger and beast's imprint light cluster suddenly expanded. A violent demonic aura filled the first level of space. The six-feathered sky sparrow and the other demonic beasts were overjoyed. All of them entered a state of cultivation. The demon tiger and beast's imprint is evolving. Chapter 2442. The imprint of the demon tiger and beast continued to evolve after absorbing the power of the wolf god Slu. According to the spirit of the mysterious sky cone nail, it was equivalent to reducing the recovery time of tens of thousands of years. To Feng Qin, this was an extremely good thing. The six-feathered sky sparrow and many other monsters were also cultivating. With his current control of the beast pagoda, he could easily destroy a force if he released the monster army all at once. It's not enough. It'll be great when they reach the profound Qi realm. Feng Qin said to himself, the monster army was only at the profound heaven realm. No matter how many monsters there were, they could not kill a profound star realm master. If they could reach the profound Qi realm and work with the burning sky 9 changes formation, their lethality would be maximized. They could also kill a profound star realm martial artist instantly. Resources. Feng Qin clenched his fist. There were only 2 ways to improve their cultivation. The first was to accumulate a large amount of cultivation resources. The second was to find a mountain range where monsters lived and capture a large number of profound Qi monsters. Whoosh! After exiting the beast pagoda, Feng Qin informed Xiao Huang and the others to lead the Azura Sword Dao martial artists from the city of 10,000 swords and Giant Sword City to secretly come here. A few days later, "Boss, how was it?" Xiao Huang asked with a smile. "This mine can be mined, but we have to be wary of the Qiu family's spirit void branch." Feng Qin said, "Don't worry, boss. Leave it to us." Xiao Huang and the other 3 happily led many sword cultivators and began to mine without restraint. Time passed. 3 years later. In 3 years, the mining volume of the Black Absolute mine had reached 20%. There were countless Black Absolute ores. During this period, the 6-feathered sky sparrow absorbed the monster aura and successfully broke through to the profound Qi realm. It evolved into the 7-feathered sky sparrow and activated the 2nd level of the beast pagoda. After a while, the 3-eyed bear king also broke through to the profound Qi realm. Its body reached the invincible realm. The breakthrough of the 2 demonic beasts also made Feng Qin secretly happy. A portion of the Black Absolute, or that Xiao Huang and the others' mind, was used by Feng Qin, while the rest was transported to the beast pagoda. Voila! At a certain moment, Feng Qin suddenly opened his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a majestic flame suddenly appeared around his body. Then a shocking array emerged. Burning Heaven 9 changes formation. After a few years of tempering, he had already reached the 8th transformation. He was only 1 step away from the 9th transformation. After reaching the 8th transformation of the burning Heaven 9 transformations formation, its power has increased by several times. Feng Qin smiled. Rip, Emo Shatian. In the airspace above the desolate black mine, the void was torn apart as a black silhouette appeared. This crappy place actually took me 3 years. The black figure cursed. Then he looked down and sniffed. Sure enough, he smelled a trace of the wolf god's blood. Back then, Lord Fifth Wolf God had risen from nothing. When he was still weak, he accidentally came to Mo Shatian. To think that in such a barbaric place he actually managed to awaken the heart of the wolf god and became the wolf god. Hei Lang curled his lips and said, in fact, any werewolf in the werewolf race had the chance to awaken the heart of the wolf god. Once awakened, they would be able to become the wolf god and become the supreme wolf god of the werewolf race. However, it was extremely difficult to awaken it. Over the countless years, only 5 werewolves had become the wolf god. After the 5th wolf god, there had not been a new wolf god for hundreds of years. Back then, my strength was obviously stronger than the 5th wolf god. But now he has become the wolf god, and I am just an ordinary iron wolf. Hei Lang said in a deep voice. His heart was naturally filled with unwillingness. Back then, the 5th wolf god was the same as him. They were both iron wolf. But now, their statuses were completely different. I heard that the 5th wolf god devoured the heart of the desolate black mine in this mine, and then awakened the heart of the wolf god by chance. Thinking of this, a hint of greed appeared in Hei Lang's eyes. Foolish human, how dare you touch the remains of the 5th wolf god? You are courting death. As soon as his voice fell, he stepped on the air above the desolate black mine. Crack! The earth shook and the mountains shook. The desolate black mine directly collapsed from the inside. Many mining martial artists who could not escape in time died one after another. Not good. Fang Chen, who was watching the burning sky 9 changes formation, suddenly felt a strange movement. He shouted and shook his wrist. A violent force instantly gushed out and completely enveloped Xiao Huang and the others. Rip! In the collapsed mine, Fang Chen and the others burst out from it. Bang! As soon as they flew out, they were punched by Hei Lang. Dong! Fang Chen's body fell heavily on the collapsed, desolate black mine. Dust flew up, and a trace of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Buzz! The Hei Zhen golden armor released a strong defense and blocked Hei Lang's attack. This is... Fang Chen was shocked to find that a crack had appeared on the desolate gold armor. One could imagine how strong the opponent was. Lowly human. In the sky, Hei Lang said in a deep voice. A violent aura swept across the land and enveloped everyone. Miserable screams could be heard. Many mining martial artists who were lucky enough to survive were covered in blood. Who are you? Fang Chen raised his head and stared at Hei Lang. Desolate gold armor actually appeared in such a barbaric place? What a waste. It was actually made into such a poor quality armor. Hei Lang said. Fang Chen's heart tightened. Where did this person come from? From his tone, it seemed that the desolate gold armor was of poor quality. Crash! Hei Lang spread out his big hand and stretched it in front of Fang Chen. Hand over the remains of the 5th wolf god. Remains. Finally, Fang Chen understood that the person in front of him was from the werewolf race. Damn it! Why would the werewolf race come here? Fang Chen cursed in his heart. The dark blood race was far away from the 33 heavens and was in the no man's land. There was an endless distance between them and Mo Shatian. I feel a trace of the wolf god's blood on you. I think the remains of the wolf god are on you. Hei Lang looked at Fang Chen mockingly. Master, this is the iron wolf of the werewolf race. His cultivation is around the mystic light realm, but his combat strength is comparable to a mystic true realm human. The mysterious heaven cone nail said. Then what should we do? If you attack with all your strength, can you kill him? Fang Chen asked. The artifact spirit pondered for a moment and said, Yes, but I have a suggestion. Speak. If this iron wolf dies, the wolf god of the werewolf race will definitely sense it. So it's best to keep him alive. Maybe you can get some secrets of the werewolf race from him. The artifact spirit said. Okay, let's do that. After saying that, Fong Chen raised his head and looked at Hei Lang with his black eyes. I don't have the remains of the wolf god. Are you looking for death? Hei Lang narrowed his eyes and said arrogantly, I've already fed the remains of the wolf god to my spirit pet. Boom! Hei Lang's body emitted an extremely violent power. He stared at Fong Chen and said, How dare you destroy the remains of the fifth wolf god? Hei Lang was furious. He stretched out his big hand, and the werewolf race's bloodline completely erupted. A heart-palpitating power whizzed out. Mysterious heaven cone nail. Fong Chen shouted in his heart. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out from his body. Then the mysterious heaven cone nail was fully activated. A vast power instantly swept out. That is, soon, Hei Lang felt that something was wrong. He sensed a dangerous aura approaching. Mysterious heaven cone nail. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Back then, the mysterious heaven cone nail followed Great Emperor Su Xian and was famous in the chaotic void. Everyone in the blood race knew about it. Hei Lang had also seen it in the ancient records, but he did not expect to see it with his own eyes. No. Hei Lang felt the powerful power released from the mysterious heaven cone nail and fled desperately. Boom! It tore the sky and struck the void. The mysterious heaven cone nail fully erupted. Its power was so strong that it made Fong Chen tremble. At this moment, the entire Mo Shatian felt the powerful power coming from here. Crack! Hei Lang's body was instantly crushed. Only his head was barely holding on. Even someone as powerful as Hei Lang could not resist in front of the mysterious heaven cone nail. Keep! After the mysterious heaven cone nail suppressed Hei Lang, Fong Chen grabbed Hei Lang's head and then used a sealing technique to suppress him. Boom! The violent aura overturned the ground within a radius of hundreds of miles. Mo Shatian was shaken. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2443. Within the Chiu family, the three mystic light realm experts came out of seclusion and looked in the direction of the Black Extinction Mine. After a long time, a hint of fear appeared in the eyes of the three of them. What do you think? Chiu Tian asked. Chiu Di shook his head, his eyes filled with shock. That level of power isn't something we can come into contact with. Looks like our prediction was right. Those werewolves are from the dark blood race. Only the dark blood race can cause such a commotion. Why did the dark blood race cause such a commotion in our Mashation? Could it be that they want to invade Mashation? Thinking of this, Chiu Xian's face darkened. If the dark blood race really wanted to invade Mashation, their Chiu family wouldn't be able to stop them. That shouldn't be possible. The dark blood race doesn't care about our Mashation at all. Maybe the experts of the dark blood race came to pick up their people. In the end, the Chiu family gave an order. The Black Extinction Mine was listed as the #1 forbidden ground in Mashation. No one was allowed to go near it. The entire Mashation was discussing the Black Extinction Mine. The city lord and giant sword city's butler were very worried. But when Fong Chen sent back the news, they were very excited. Black Extinction Mine. Boss, where's that werewolf? Xiao Huang asked. The commotion this time wasn't small. Boss, aren't you a little too strong? That's an expert comparable to the mystic true realm. But he was suppressed by us just like that. Little Hai grinned. Boss, it won't be long before we can dominate Mashation, Old Faker said. Even Pangolin, who is usually calm, was very excited. Within the collapsed Black Extinction Mine, Hei Lang's head was tightly bound. Fong Chen and the others surrounded him. Puny human, you dare to go against the werewolf race? You'll die. Hei Lang yelled. Humph, you're already a prisoner. Don't you know your place? Xiao Huang was furious. He punched Hei Lang's head, causing the latter to cry out in pain. Tell me, who told you to come here? Fong Chen asked. Bah. Hei Lang glared at Fong Chen, his murderous intent surging. Bang, bang, bang. The result was obvious. He was beaten up badly. A few days later, the black wolf finally gave in. The exalted fifth wolf god sent me here. When he was young, he awakened the heart of the wolf god in this place. He left his mortal shell here, and after becoming a wolf god, he left. 3 years ago, he sensed that someone was destroying his remains, so he sent me here, He Lang said. Hearing this, Fong Chen was slightly moved. The fifth wolf god was able to sense it even though they were separated by endless time and space. So, there are a total of 5 wolf gods in your werewolf clan? Fong Chen asked. He Lang nodded and told Fong Chen everything he knew. From He Lang's words, Fong Chen had a certain understanding of the werewolf tribe. The werewolves were a large branch of the dark kindred. They had a lot of members, and there were 5 werewolves in the world. All of them were extremely powerful venerables. The werewolves had a high status in the dark kindred. The 5 werewolves were praised by the dark ancestor. After learning about them, Fong Chen imprisoned He Lang's head in the beast-taming pagoda. At the same time, he absorbed a drop of werewolf blood and integrated it into his own bloodline. Xiao Huang and the other 3 also entered the beast-taming pagoda to cultivate. After this battle, Fong Chen became even more cautious. The 5th wolf god could sense the wolf god's remains across endless time and space. If he attacked, there was no way he could escape. Therefore, strength was the most important thing. In the following days, the miners continued to mine the black ore vein, while Fong Chen quietly left this place. Mashaishan, the northernmost land, Sky Dragon Mountain Range. This mountain range was close to the endless ocean and was not too far from the land of the Chiu family. Standing in this mountain range, one could see the Chiu family across the endless ocean. The goal of Fong Chen's trip was the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. It is said that there are mystic Qi realm beasts in the core of the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. I hope they don't disappoint me, Fong Chen said to himself, and then plunged into the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. Half a month later, in the Chiu family's headquarters, the patriarch looked around. Below him, many branch patriarchs were sitting quietly. There is news from the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. The beasts raised by the Chiu family were attacked by a mysterious expert. The head patriarch said in a deep voice, according to the information, this mysterious expert should be a mystic star realm warrior. Patriarch, the spirit void lineage, is willing to go to the Sky Dragon Mountain Range and suppress this person, the spirit void lineage said hurriedly. After Chiu Inghe's death, the spirit void lineage had declined even more. They urgently needed to seize the opportunity to curry favor with the head patriarch. Good. This time, Elder Chiu Ming will lead the team and the spirit void lineage will assist. Outside the Sky Dragon Mountain Range, Elder Chiu Ming stopped. Elder Chiu Ming, what should we do now? The spirit void lineage asked. Just go in. Elder Chiu Ming swaggered into the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. Seeing this, the spirit void lineage followed closely behind. The two of them searched the Sky Dragon Mountain Range for a long time, but they didn't find any trace of Fong Chen. Instead, they found that the number of beasts raised in the Sky Dragon Mountain Range had decreased by a lot. Damned thief! Elder Chiu Ming was furious. He immediately said, "You and I will act separately. Once we find him, immediately report back." Yes, Elder Chiu Ming. Fong Chen knew that his wanton plundering of the mystic Qi realm beasts in the Sky Dragon Mountain Range had already attracted the attention of the Chiu family. Roar! In front, a gale sword-toothed leopard opened its bloody mouth and roared at Fong Chen. Beast! Fong Chen growled. Black vibration golden armor covered his body and punched the gale sword-toothed leopard's head. Bang! The gale sword-toothed leopard's huge body was sent flying by Fong Chen. In the next moment, Fong Chen took a step forward and came before the gale sword-toothed leopard. He kept it in the beast-taming pagoda. Phew! I've already collected 9 mystic Qi realm beasts. It's obvious that there are a lot fewer of them. Fong Chin said. Then he continued to search. Not long after he left, the spirit void lineage arrived. Seeing the blood on the ground, his face darkened. He must not have gone far. His figure flashed, and he chased after him. Sure enough, after a while he found Fong Chen's back. Thief die! The spirit void lineage roared and slashed with his sword. The violent aura of the demonic killing sword principle instantly spread out. The powerful sword light pierced Fong Chen's back. Ding! 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 The sound of metal colliding was heard. The sword light was blocked by the black vibration golden armor. Fong Chen turned around and released the 10,000 sword domain, shattering the sword light. The spirit void lineage's face changed slightly. However, when he felt the aura flowing around Fong Chen's body, he sneered in his heart. An extreme warrior of the mystic heaven realm? A look of disdain appeared on his face. I can capture such a weak cultivator by myself, Lin Feng said with a smile. In fact, he did not inform Elder Chioming in time because he was selfish. If he wanted to be recognized by the main family, he had to make a contribution. This task was personally issued by the Spirit Void lineage. If he could complete it alone, and Elder Chioming said a few good words in front of the Spirit Void lineage, his future path would definitely be easier. Thinking of this, the Spirit Void lineage stepped forward and came to Fong Chin. Boy, are you the one destroying the beasts of the Chiu family? The Spirit Void lineage said coldly. The beasts of the Chiu family? Who are you? Fong Chin asked. I am the Spirit Void lineage's patriarch. Surrender now, or don't blame me for being rude. The Spirit Void lineage's aura suppressed Fong Chen with the aura of the mystic star realm. Spirit Void lineage? Hearing this, Fong Chen was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, Chiu Longtan, Chiu Longying, and the others were disciples of the Spirit Void lineage. He did not expect to meet the patriarch of the Spirit Void lineage here. In Ma Shaishan, no one is stupid enough to offend the Chiu family, the Spirit Void lineage's patriarch sneered. Fong Chin licked his dry lips. This was his first time facing a mystic star realm warrior. It's time to test my strength. Seeing the expression on Fong Chen's face, the Spirit Void lineage's patriarch was furious. A mere mystic heaven realm warrior dares to challenge me. You won't give up until you see the end. The Spirit Void lineage's patriarch opened his palm, and the terrifying demonic killing sword Qi gathered in his palm. It was very shocking. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the sword light formed by the demonic killing sword Qi whizzed out. Bang! Fong Chin shattered it with a punch. This little trick is not difficult for me. Chapter 2444. Clan leader Lingshu didn't expect a profound sky realm warrior to be able to block his attack. Looks like you're not that bad. Clan leader Lingshu sneered and activated the demon-killing sword principle again. Beam after beam of brutal sword light tore through the void and whizzed toward Jian Wushuang. Profound star realm. You can refine the sun, moon, and stars for your own use. Amazing. During the fight with clan leader Lingshu, Fong Chen found that every time the former attacked, he could draw upon the power of heaven and earth and borrow the omnipresent power in the surrounding air. This was called borrowing power as well as borrowing power. This was the most basic and most reliable method of a profound star realm warrior. Shura sword principle. Fong Chen used the 10th move of the Shura sword principle. Buzz! The sword hummed and the dazzling sword light collided with clan leader Lingshu's attack. Crack! Heaven and earth shook as the two sword lights collided, causing the entire void to tremble. This is the Shura sword principle. Clan leader Lingshu's expression changed greatly as he said in a low voice. As a profound star realm warrior, his understanding of the demon-killing sword principle had reached a certain level. He recognized Fong Chen's Shura, sword principal, at a glance. You're the descendant of the demon Sword Venerable. It's too late to find out now. Fong Chen sneered and released the Burning Sky 9 Changes formation, trapping clan leader Ling Xiu inside. Then he used the Shura sword principle again. Roar! A furious roar sounded, and a huge black hole appeared behind clan leader Ling Xiu. The black hole emitted a suffocating aura. Tiger swallows heaven and earth. One of the Chiu family's 3 great talents. Roar! Clan leader Ling Xiu's tiger swallows heaven and earth was obviously many times stronger than Chiu Longtan's. After the tiger swallows the heavens and earth was unleashed, an extremely violent suction force emerged from the black hole that caused everyone to tremble. Rip! The surrounding towering trees were all destroyed by the violent suction force. Tiger swallows heaven and earth is useless against me. Fong Qin had fought with Chiu Longtan in the void star sky. Tiger swallows heaven and earth was useless against him. Fong Qin stood quietly on the ground, motionless. No matter how violent the storm was, it was unable to drag him away. With a flick of his finger, a frightening ray of light burst forth from his finger. At the same time, the innate soul reversal technique was used. A soul spear condensed in the sky and pierced toward the terrifying black hole. Rip! The soul power spear fused with the terrifying finger radiance and pierced into the black hole. Suddenly, an explosion rang out. Fong Qin had broken one of the 3 innate divine abilities. The tiger swallows the heavens and earth. You, clan leader Ling Xiu, turned pale with fright. Damn it! After stabilizing his body and mind, the Spirit Void clan leader continued to use another talent ability. Dong! The ground trembled as a vast sword light appeared above his head. This sword light was different from the demon-killing sword principle, as it was completely condensed from origin energy. One of the 3 innate divine powers. Sword devours the world. Fong Qin murmured. Legend had it that once the sword devours the world was used, the sword light condensed from origin energy could devour all the long swords nearby. This was a move specifically targeted at sword cultivators. Buzz! The sword light circled quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was dazzling. Go! With a roar from the Spirit Void clan leader, the sword light quickly arrived in front of Fong Qin. Ding ding ding! The hidden star sword vibrated slightly as if it was affected by the sword devours the world. I have long heard of the Chiu family's sword devours the world. Today, I see that it's nothing special. Fong Qin curled his lips. I'd like to see if your sword devours the world is more powerful than my devours the world. As soon as his voice fell, the hidden star sword released a strong pressure that belonged to a space-level weapon. Then, layers of halos emerged instantly. Hiss! A powerful devouring force spread out and clashed with the sword devouring the world mystical ability. Child's play. The Spirit Void clan leader sneered. He waved his hand and controlled the sword light, wanting to destroy Fong Chen's defense with one blow. However, he underestimated the power of the hidden star sword. Dong! The hidden star sword's special devouring attribute combined with the 1,000 sword domain, and the sword domain raised the devouring power to the strongest. Hoo! The Spirit Void clan leader's sword light was approaching Fong Qin at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? The Spirit Void clan leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Roar! The Spirit Void clan leader roared and continued to increase his strength, but it was useless. Crack! The sword light shattered. All the power of the sword devours the world was absorbed by the hidden star sword. Fong Qin took this opportunity to use the 10th move of the Shura sword art to suppress the Spirit Void clan leader. Bang! The Spirit Void clan leader was still struggling, but he was kicked to the ground by Fong Qin. If you want to live, listen to me. Fong Qin said. What do you want? The Spirit Void clan leader never dreamed that he would be suppressed by a guy in the mystic heaven realm. He was unwilling to accept such a great humiliation. "Swear a martial oath to never betray me," Fong Chen said. "Impossible," the Spirit Void clan leader said. Fong Chen chuckled and punched the Spirit Void clan leader again and again. At the same time, he used the Connate Soul reversal technique to attack the Spirit Void clan leader's essence soul. Soon, a miserable cry came from the Spirit Void clan leader's mouth. "Stop!" The Spirit Void clan leader roared with difficulty. He gave in. "I, the Spirit Void clan leader, swear a martial oath." Soon, the Spirit Void clan leader swore that he would never betray Fong Chen. "That's right." Fong Chen grinned and put the Spirit Void clan leader down. "Who are you? Why can a mystic heaven realm fight a mystic star realm?" The Spirit Void clan leader stood up and carefully observed Fong Chen. "That's not important. You just need to know that from today onwards, you're no longer a member of the Chiu family." "You want me to betray the Chiu family?" The Spirit Void clan leader looked at Fong Chen with wariness. The latter's attacks were too strange and impossible to guard against. He flicked his finger, and the Shura sword Dao shot into the Spirit Void clan leader's head. "This is the Shura sword Dao?" the Spirit Void clan leader exclaimed. "Give up on the demon kill, sword Dao. From today onwards, comprehend the Shura sword Dao," Fong Chen said. The Spirit Void clan leader was in a difficult position. Mashation was the Chiu family's world. If he was discovered to be comprehending the Shura sword Dao, he would definitely die. "You also know that I have the Shura sword Dao, so you must know why I came to Mashation." The Spirit Void clan leader lowered his head. How could he not know that Fong Chen was here to spread his teachings? "You can't beat the Chiu family," the Spirit Void clan leader said. "The Chiu family has 3 mystic light realm ancestors. As long as I suppress the 3 of them, the others won't be a threat," Fong Chen said casually. "Although you can suppress me, you have no chance of winning against mystic light realm experts," the Spirit Void clan leader reminded. "That's why I didn't openly spread my teachings." "The time isn't right yet," Fong Chen said. "Cultivate in secret for now, and when the time is right, you won't have to be afraid anymore." The Spirit Void clan leader was helpless, but he could only accept. A martial oath was the most terrifying thing. Once a cultivator went against it, they would be punished by the heavens. Even someone as strong as the Spirit Void clan leader didn't dare to go against a martial oath. From now on, he had already betrayed the Chiu family and was on the opposite side of the Chiu family. "I hope you can succeed," the Spirit Void clan leader said in his heart. "You destroyed the beasts of the Chiu family in the Sky Dragon Mountain Range and attracted the attention of the Patriarch. He sent me and Elder Chioming over." The Spirit Void clan leader suddenly thought, "Elder Chioming is much stronger than me. You're not his match." "Elder Chioming?" Fong Chen said faintly. After suppressing the Spirit Void clan leader, he already had a plan in his head. For now, he couldn't expose the Spirit Void clan leader. He had to make good use of it. "Don't worry, I won't fight him head-on. You, on the other hand, don't get discovered." After that, Fong Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the air. The Spirit Void clan leader looked around, then collected his thoughts and left. "It's all thanks to the Burning Sky 9 Changes formation and the Shura sword technique that I was able to suppress the Spirit Void clan leader," Fong Chen said from the clouds in the sky. If that wasn't the case, it would have been difficult to suppress the Spirit Void clan leader. With Fong Chen's current strength, he had no problem dealing with normal Mystic Star realms. However, he wouldn't be able to suppress peak Mystic Star realms. "It seems that I have to develop the Mystic God Army as soon as possible." For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2445. 3 months later, clan leader Ling Xiu and Elder Chioming returned empty-handed. The clan leader was very dissatisfied with this. At the same time, he increased his efforts to pay attention to the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. As long as there was any movement, it would definitely be discovered. Space rippled. Fong Qin was traveling through the void. Soon, he returned to the black mineral vein. "Boss, how was the harvest?" Xiao Huang asked. "Not bad." "Boss, during this period, the Qiu family seemed to have sensed something. They are investigating Mo Shatian," Pangolin said. "Boss, when can we have a good fight?" Xiao Hai couldn't wait to fight with the Qiu family. Soon. Just as Fong Qin was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something. Immediately his body stiffened. In a certain corner of the vast, chaotic void, two large miniature universes were connected and leaning on each other. One of the miniature universes was obviously very large. Shura Universe. Fong Chen's avatar stood in the vast fixed road universe, feeling the magical growth of all things. Beside him, the bone progenitor was also looking at all of this with a smile. "Fong Chen, how do you divide your universe?" Fong Chen understood what the bone progenitor meant. For example, the Star River universe was divided into the lower world and the God world. These two areas made the universe more stable. Fong Chen already had a plan for this. "Let's divide it into 3 realms." As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, the majestic origin energy formed a layer of extremely powerful energy halo in the Shura universe. This layer of halo was constantly perfecting the Shura universe, according to Fong Chen's inner thoughts. The human realm is also the most ordinary realm. Fong Chen said, the human realm of the Shura universe was equivalent to the ancient sword continent of the Star River universe. However, the space was countless times larger than the ancient sword continent. The warriors in this realm were considered to have just stepped onto the path of martial arts. Their comprehension of martial arts was also at the initial stage. Warriors in this stage cultivated to the extreme and had a lifespan of about 100,000 years. Above the human realm was the earth immortal realm. When one's cultivation reached the Heaven Dipper realm, he would be able to break through the barrier of the human realm and automatically ascend to the earth immortal realm. The so-called earth immortal realm was, in fact, like the lower realm of the universe. Above the earth god realm was the hidden star realm, which was similar to the divine realm. Right now, the human world is taking shape. It will probably take 100 years. Fong Chen was not in a hurry. The long evolution of the universe was like experiencing cultivation all over again. For a warrior, experience was very important. "Master." Fong Chen turned around and prepared to discuss some matters with the bone progenitor. He suddenly realized that the bone progenitor had entered a state of enlightenment, an epiphany after watching the formation of the human world. Fong Chen said softly as a look of joy appeared in his eyes. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. The bone progenitor's epiphany lasted for 10 years. 10 years later, the bone progenitor's body surged with boundless power. He opened his eyes abruptly and disappeared into the vast void in a flash. This, even Fong Chen could not help but be amazed. The bone progenitor's understanding of space-time was too thorough. "Fong Chen, I have already thought of the follow-up move of the space-time collapse technique." After the epiphany, the bone progenitor already had the model of the follow-up move in his mind. Next, he just needed to evolve it. The bone progenitor used half a month to deduce the space-time collapse technique to the 15th realm. Ingenious, truly ingenious, Fong Chen praised. Even he couldn't think of such an ingenious escape method. Watching the formation of the universe, I have a deep understanding. The bone progenitor said, "Let's not talk about it anymore. I will continue to meditate." Before Fong Chen could say anything, the bone progenitor left. In response, Fong Chen smiled faintly. The development of the Azura universe was very normal. It was developing according to Fong Chen's ideas. Mo Shatian. After a few years, a large number of Azura sword Dao martial artists had appeared. Fong Chen was one step closer to his goal. It was also at this time that Fong Qin encountered danger. Hei Lang had not returned for a long time. The fifth wolf god was very angry and sent Iron Wolf again. The Iron Wolf guards that came this time were slightly stronger than Hei Lang. Moreover, they didn't come alone, but a total of 5 people. 5 Iron Wolf guards. Such a formation was enough to topple Mo Shatian. However, before the 5 Iron Wolf arrived at Mo Shatian, Hei Lang had already sensed them and informed Fong Chen of the situation. 5 Iron Wolf came. Fong Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. Boss, what should we do? He had already used the mysterious sky cone nail once. Unless he could break through to the mysterious Qi realm on the spot, he could not use it again. In this way, who could resist the Iron Wolf, who was comparable to the mysterious true realm? Moreover, 5 of them came at once. Boss, quickly think of a way. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Little Hai said anxiously, I have an idea. The mysterious sky cone nail's weapon spirit suddenly said, What idea? Fong Chen asked, Weren't you worried about how to deal with the Chiu family's mysterious light realm ancestor? Isn't this an idea? The weapon spirit said, Are you saying that we can kill with a borrowed knife? Fong Chen hesitated. The Iron Wolf was too strong. After killing the Chiu family's mysterious light realm ancestor, if he could not find the wolf god Slew, he would definitely find trouble with him. Moreover, how to lure the Iron Wolf to the Chiu family's headquarters was also a problem. Master, you don't have to worry about this. You have the aura of the wolf god's blood. As long as they appear in Mo Shatian, you will definitely be able to sense it. The weapon spirit said, You should be 1 step ahead of them and sneak into the Chiu family's headquarters. When the Iron Wolf arrives, he will definitely kill his way into the Chiu family. But what if the Iron Wolf has his eyes on me? Any decision had to be made with a plan of retreat. I can help you conceal the aura of the wolf god's blood, the mysterious heaven cone nail said. The situation was urgent. Fong Chen directly contacted the Spirit Void clan leader. After the latter received the news, he personally came to the ocean to bring Fong Chen to the headquarters land. What do you want to do? The Spirit Void clan leader asked. I want to hide in the Chiu family's headquarters for a while, Fong Chen said. Bring me to Elder Chiu Ming's residence. Although the Spirit Void clan leader was very unwilling, he still brought Fong Chen to Elder Chiu Ming's residence and arranged a place for him to stay. Right, during this time, you should try your best to leave the headquarters land and hide as far away as possible, Fong Chen reminded. Why? The Spirit Void clan leader asked. You will know in the future. The Spirit Void clan leader was puzzled, but he still followed Fong Chen's words. After bidding farewell to Elder Chiu Ming, he quickly returned to the Spirit Void branch and instructed the branch disciples not to go out during this time. Rip! The sky above Mashatian was torn apart. After waiting for half a month, the Iron Wolf of the Werewolf clan finally appeared. The 5 Iron Wolf stood in the sky and looked down at the earth. Black Wolf, this idiot, can't even do such a simple thing. He really disgraced our Iron Wolf. Huh? Why didn't I find Black Wolf's aura? This guy can't be dead, right? Impossible. The 5th wolf god didn't find Black Wolf's death. This guy probably didn't complete the mission and was afraid of being punished, so he found a place to hide. Finding the wolf god's remains is more important. Soon, the 5 Iron Wolf locked their target on the Chiu family's headquarters. I feel the aura of the wolf god's blood in that ocean. Let's go. The 5 Iron Wolf's figures flashed and instantly arrived above the ocean. The monstrous ocean water was turbulent. In the blink of an eye, the 5 Iron Wolf appeared on land. Hoo! 3 figures shot out from the back mountain of the Chiu family's headquarters. This is the Chiu clan's territory. Leave quickly. Scram. Iron Wolf was infuriated by the 3 mystic light realm ancestors of the Chiu family. He roared and punched out, shattering the Chiu family's buildings. What a powerful aura! The three mystic light realm experts of the Chiu family felt their hearts tremble when they felt the auras coming from the 5 iron wolves' bodies. Werewolf, the limit of the mystic light realm. Could it be a member of the blood race? Finally, the 3 mystic light realm experts of the Chiu family felt how terrifying this person was. May I know why the dark vampire lords have come to my Chiu family? If we can help, our Chiu clan will do our best. My Chiu clan has always been developing in Mashation. We don't seem to have any interactions with the dark blood race. After successfully attracting the 5 great iron wolf, Fang Qin had already been concealed by the mysterious Heaven Cone Nails weapon spirits technique. The breath of the wolf god's blood had also disappeared along with it. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2446. It disappeared. It must have been hidden by the Chiu family. Hand over the wolf god's remains, or we'll destroy your entire Chiu family. The 5 iron wolf couldn't be bothered to deal with the Chiu family. However, the wolf god's remains were too important. After not being able to sense the aura of the wolf god's blood, the 5 iron wolf's expressions became solemn. The failure of the black wolf had taught them a lesson. The 5th wolf god didn't want to see them return in failure, so they had to succeed. Otherwise, only death would await them. Hand over the wolf god's remains. The 5 iron wolf roared. They didn't think that a small Chiu family would have such a treasure that could hide their aura. Boom! The 5 iron wolf started a massacre, punching and kicking. In just the blink of an eye, the Chiu family was in a sorry state. Go and get the ancestors. One of the mystic light realm ancestors ran away, and the remaining 2 ancestors attacked furiously. The Chiu family was their blood, sweat, and tears, and they were furious to see their blood being taken away by someone else. Die. The Iron Wolf's strength was comparable to a mystic true realm expert. The 3 mystic light realm ancestors of the Chiu family were nothing. Pum! The black-armored Iron Wolf punched out and pierced through the chest of one of the mystic light realm ancestors. His Yuan spirit didn't even have time to escape before it was killed. Arg! The other mystic light realm ancestor went crazy. He felt the aura in the back mountains and knew that his ancestor had awakened. Run! Without any hesitation, his figure flashed and he ran toward the back mountains. You're courting death. Wasn't running away under the eyes of the 5 Iron Wolf the same as slapping their faces? One of the light-armored Iron Wolf spat out flames and killed a mystic light realm ancestor. Who is it that dares to slaughter my Chiu family? The entire Mashation shook. A vast aura spread from the back mountains of the Chiu family. A voice that seemed to have existed since ancient times slowly spread. Mystic True Realm? The 5 Iron Wolf did not expect that there would be a Xian True Realm expert in this small MO, Shatian. Attack together and kill him. The 5 Iron Wolf joined forces and blasted towards the depths of the back mountain. Dong! Explosions resounded through the skies as an intense battle engulfed the entire Mashation. The energy fluctuations that emanated from the battle completely destroyed the Chiu residents. Even the ground was sunk. No, the last remaining mystic light realm patriarch raised his head and roared. He didn't have the ability to stop the sinking ground at all. Pucci! Just as he was venting his anger, a powerful ray of light pierced through his arm. Bang! His body fell to the ground with a bang. Because his injuries were too serious, he directly fainted. Boom! The huge Chiu clan headquarters was directly overturned and finally sank into the boundless ocean. The battle between the Chiu clan's ancestor and the 5 Iron Wolf had shifted outside of Mo, Cheyenne. It seems that the 5 Iron Wolf are also afraid that the battle will cause too much of a commotion and destroy Mo, Shan. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail said. The 33 heavens of the primal chaos void had existed since ancient times. Any powerful race that attempted to destroy the 33 heavens would become the enemy of the entire primal chaos void. Even the members of the blood race did not dare to openly destroy Mo Shahin. Therefore, they shifted the battle to the boundless dark void outside of Mo Shahin. I wonder if the Chiu clan's ancestor can defeat the 5 Iron Wolf. Fong Chen asked. Although the 5 Iron Wolf are strong, they're not true mystic true realm experts. I estimate that this battle will end with both sides heavily injured. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. As for the outcome, no one knew. 3 days later, a meteor fell into the boundless ocean. Fong Chen was still not at ease. He waited for half a month in the mysterious heaven cone nail space before walking out. Half a month ago, the Chiu clan was still a giant in Mo Shatin. But now, the main Chiu clan had been completely destroyed. Mo Shatian had entered an era of war. All the major branches left the prelude to war. They all wanted to dominate Mo Shatian, Spirit Void Branch. Too terrifying. Thinking back to the battle half a month ago, Spirit Void Branch's leader felt his legs go numb. He was still afraid. Luckily, he had listened to Fong Chen and left the main Chiu clan. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. 3 mystic light realm ancestors have fallen. The 5 experts that suddenly appeared are too strong. Spirit Void Branch's leader said. The entire Mo Shatian was engulfed in the flames of war. Blood flowed like rivers. No matter how much time passed, no one would forget the earth-shattering battle half a month ago. The Chiu clan that controlled Mo Shatian was destroyed. Have you heard? Half a month ago, the main Chiu clan was destroyed. Of course, that battle was too shocking. The main Chiu clan's land was sunk. Mo Shatian was almost destroyed. We don't understand the thoughts of experts. Every corner of Mo Shatian was discussing. Even the other heavens nearby had noticed it. Spirit Void Branch. Spirit Void Branch's leader. Fong Chen's sudden appearance surprised Spirit Void Branch's leader. You! Spirit Void Branch's eyes widened as he looked at Fong Chen. Are the 5 experts that destroyed the main Chiu clan related to you? Fong Chen nodded lightly. It is indeed related to me. Hearing this, Spirit Void Branch's heart shook. Now that the main Chiu clan has been destroyed, all the major branches are in a precarious situation. They are all recruiting people to fight for the position of Overlord. Fong Chen said slowly, I hope that the Spirit Void Branch can become the new Overlord of Mo Shatin. This might be a little difficult. The Chiu clan has many powerful branches. My Spirit Void Branch won't be their match. Spirit Void Branch's eyes flashed. I will help you from behind. 3 months after the main Chiu clan was destroyed, a mysterious expert appeared and killed the profound god experts of the other Chiu clan branches. In just half a month, he had killed all the profound god experts of the other branches. This matter caused quite a stir. However, the shock of the main Chiu clan's destruction had not passed, so many people did not pay much attention. At this time, Spirit Void Branch made a big move and annexed one of the branches. After that, under the leadership of Spirit Void Branch's leader, Spirit Void Branch moved forward. After a year, with Fong Chen's help, Spirit Void Branch successfully reached the peak of Mo Shatian. Now that the main Chiu clan was destroyed, Spirit Void Branch stood up. In an instant, the war in Mo Shatian stopped. Mo Shatian, which had experienced a large-scale war, was in ruins. Spirit Void Branch's leader restored Mo Shatin's prosperity while spreading his teachings. There were more and more Azura, sword Dao martial artists. Boss, I can't believe that we actually did it. Xiao Huang shook his head in shock. Yeah, I thought that the biggest obstacle to spreading the teachings was the main Chiu clan. Who would have thought that the overlord of Mo Shatian would be destroyed by the 5 Iron Wolf? The world is unpredictable. In fact, Even Fong Chen did not know that after he obtained the innate realm's providence, his life path had quietly changed, including the 5 Iron Wolf destroying the main Chiu clan and other matters. It was all related to providence. In just a few years after coming to Mo Shatian, he had moved the giant Chiu clan here. Now, Spirit Void Branch was the overlord, which was equivalent to Fong Qin dominating Mo Shatian. There was no obstacle to spreading the Azura Sword Dao. At the old site of the Chiu clan, in the depths of the boundless ocean, countless corpses were corroded beyond recognition. However, among these corroded corpses, there was a dot of light flickering. At first, this light was not dazzling enough, but as time passed, it gradually became dazzling. Today, the light was especially dazzling. Splash! The waves in the ocean were huge, and within the dazzling light, a hoarse voice could be heard. Damned blood race, how dare you destroy my Chiu clan? If there was anyone from the Chiu clan here, they would definitely realize that their ancestor was not dead. I cultivated bitterly for trillions of years and finally became a Xuanjin supremacy. But in this battle, my physical body was destroyed and only a broken Yuan spirit was left. The hoarse voice was filled with resentment. Chiu Xian! The light floated in front of Chiu Xian's corpse and called out. Chiu Xian immediately opened his eyes. I'm going into hibernation. The important task of restoring the Chiu clan will be left to you. Chapter 2447. To Fong Qin, the destruction of the Chiu family had already achieved his goal. The biggest obstacle in coming to Mashaishan to spread the Azura Sword Dao was the Chiu family. Until now, he still felt a lingering fear in his heart. He had underestimated the Chiu family and almost made a mistake. If not for the appearance of the 5 Iron Wolf of the werewolf tribe, it would have taken a long time to completely defeat the Chiu family. He thought that the Chiu family only had 3 Mystic Light realm ancestors. Who would have thought that there was an ancestor who had been sleeping for countless years? The Chiu family ancestors' cultivation had reached the terrifying Mystic True Realm. The Mystic True Realm was the 5th realm of the Mystic God Realm. Martial artists who could reach this realm would not be in any danger, even if they roamed the chaotic void. As long as they did not offend the mystic god supremacy, they would have the power to protect themselves. However, such an expert was still destroyed by the 5 Iron Wolf of the werewolf tribe. Fong Qin felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. If the 5th wolf god of the werewolf tribe personally attacked, he would be in great danger. However, after hearing the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's words, Fong Qin was relieved. The wolf god's blood aura on his body had been completely concealed by the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail. Separated by countless years, the 5th wolf god would not be able to sense it unless he was close enough. However, now that the Tao had been spread, all that was left was for time to ferment. He had already achieved success and could leave Mashaishan. In the 5th year after the Chiu family's destruction, the Spirit Void branch finally completed the unification. During this process, the Spirit Void branch's cultivation had also reached the Mystic Light realm. Mashaishan was originally a low-level heavenly domain in the 33 heavens of the chaotic void. With a Mystic Light realm martial artist in charge, no one could shake his position. The Spirit Void branch inherited the Chiu family and became the absolute overlord of Mashaishan. The Spirit Void branch's glory was boundless. However, no one knew that the mastermind behind all this was actually a Mystic Heaven realm martial artist, Lord Fong. The Spirit Void branch was now very respectful to Fong Qin. If it wasn't for the latter, he wouldn't have been able to climb to his current position. The Spirit Void branch has already integrated all the branches of the Chiu clan. Right now, our Chiu clan is once again in control of Mo Shatian. This is all thanks to Lord Fong, the Spirit Void clan leader said. Although the latter was a Mystic Light realm expert, he respected Fong Qin greatly. After hearing this, Fong Qin nodded slightly. Next, Everyone in Emo Shatian will have to cultivate the Azura Sword Dao. Fong Qin spoke. I will give you 100 years. I want Emo Shatian to become the world of the Azura Sword Dao. Don't worry, I will do it, clan leader Lingshu said confidently. As a sword cultivator, clan leader Lingshu naturally knew that the Shura Sword Way was much stronger than the demon-killing Sword Way. We, sword cultivators, pursue the pinnacle of the Sword Dao. With such a powerful Sword Dao, why would he abandon it? Besides, he had made a martial arts oath, so he could only listen to Fong Qin. Unknowingly, the Azura Sword Dao had already gradually spread throughout Masha Heaven. Of course, there would definitely be many people who would oppose it. Many supporters of the demonic killing Sword Way gathered together. They were not willing to accept this result and were not convinced. From time to time, they would challenge the Azura Sword Dao. Clan leader Lingshu had once asked Fong Qin if he wanted to kill them all. Fong Qin shook his head. Only under the spur of the enemy could one grow faster. The constant challenges of the demon-killing Sword Dao would also allow the Azura Sword Dao to grow faster. The general trend was already set. One day, the Azura Sword Dao would fill every corner of Masha Heaven. Masha Heaven, Chiu family's headquarters. Fong Qin stood on the peak of a mountain and looked down at the ground. Once upon a time, the air was filled with dense demon-killing sword chi. But now, the demon-killing sword chi had disappeared and was replaced by Azura sword chi. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and felt the comfort of the Azura sword chi in the air. Fong Qin looked up at the sky. He thought of his wife, daughter, and brother. Are you all okay? There was a hint of sadness in his voice. He clenched his fists and felt indignant. One day, he would personally visit the Tianqing family. Whoosh! Suddenly, the void tore apart and a black hole appeared. Buzz! In the black hole, a violent force whizzed out. Fong Qin frowned and stared at the black hole. A big black dog popped its head out, but when it saw Fong Qin, it stuck out its tongue happily. Behind it, Venerable Heiqi also came. Greetings, Venerable Heiqi. When Fong Qin saw this, he was stunned for a moment before he cupped his fists. Venerable Heiqi and the big black dog slowly walked over and landed on the mountain peak. They nodded at Fong Qin with satisfaction. Not bad, you did well. Venerable Heiqi stroked his beard and said, My good brother, Venerable Demonic Sword, would be gratified if he saw this scene. In fact, when he heard about the changes in Masha Heaven, even Venerable Heiqi did not expect it. Fong Qin was able to change the situation in Masha Heaven by himself. More importantly, the Azura Sword Dao had replaced the demonic killing Sword Dao and became the main theme of Masha Heaven. Even now, he still found it unbelievable. It's just luck. Fong Qin smiled. Venerable Heiqi shook his head. The destruction of the Chiu family was related to the 5 great Iron Wolf of the werewolf race. However, Fong Qin's contribution was not negligible. Do you know that I'm very happy now? Venerable Heiqi was especially happy today. The reason why I taught you the Azura Sword Dao back then was because I saw that you were fated. Furthermore, I took away your 9-star stone as compensation. I never thought that this day would come. Venerable Heiqi was very emotional. If it wasn't for his kindness back then, he wouldn't be able to see this scene today. Venerable Demonic Sword was his good brother, and he had wanted to help him spread the Dao many times. However, as the Grand Elder of the Xiu family, he had no choice. Sometimes, no matter what he did, he represented the Xiu family and couldn't be allowed to act recklessly. Venerable Demonic Sword's last wish was finally fulfilled. While chatting with Fong Qin, Venerable Heiqi found out that Fong Qin had taken away the wolf god Slu. No wonder the werewolf race would come here for no reason. Venerable Heiqi had also heard some rumors, but he didn't know the specifics. Now he finally understood that it was the wolf god Slu. The failure of the 5 great Iron Wolf will definitely infuriate the wolf god. You have to be careful. Venerable Heichi reminded, the werewolf race is a powerful branch of the dark blood tribe. The wolf gods are extremely powerful, and even my Shio family doesn't want to provoke them. Once you're targeted by the wolf god, even I won't be able to save you. Now that the Tao has been successfully spread, you should leave Masha Heaven for the time being. There are many eyes in the chaos void watching this place. If the wolf god comes, you'll definitely die. I have the same idea, Fong Qin said. Venerable Hei Qi nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the big black dog beside him said, Master, now that this guy's strength has reached the limit of the profound heaven realm, he can even fight against the profound star realm. It seems like it's time to go to that place. Venerable Heichi said. Yeah, why didn't I think of it? There seems to have been some strange movements in that place recently. Many profound God realm experts in the chaos void have gone there. Fong Qin was a little confused. What kind of place was that? Fong Qin, there's a place that's extremely dangerous. You can lose your life at any time, but there are many benefits as well. There are inheritances everywhere. If you're lucky, you might be able to obtain the inheritance of an ancient God realm expert. Are you willing to go there? Venerable Heichi said, that place is isolated from the rest of the world and hidden in the dark void. There are powerful restrictions that even the wolf god of the werewolf race can't enter. If you go there, you can train yourself and also avoid the pursuit of the wolf god. Kid, ordinary people don't dare to enter that place. However, those who enter are basically the geniuses of the various forces in the chaos void. It's better to compete with the geniuses than to compete with the heavens and the earth. Fong Chen's eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly, Senior, what kind of place is that? Venerable Hei Qi's face turned solemn when he mentioned that place. That place was famous in the chaos void, and everyone's expression changed when they talked about it. There was the heavenly venerate sea in the south and the immortal cave mountain in the north. Immortal Cave Mountain. Chapter 2448. Dark Cave Mountain. Fong Chen's expression changed drastically. There was the heavenly venerate sea in the south and dark cave mountain in the north. These were two forbidden lands that were famous in the chaos void. Even some abstruse god realm experts did not dare to enter them easily. It was rumored that there was an ancient god realm expert in Dark Cave Mountain. Those who entered would not be able to come out. Dark Cave Mountain was located in the heart of the dark void. Countless experts were greedy and wanted to enter, but they all died in the end. Many cultivators in the chaos void were shocked at the mention of this forbidden land. It's actually Dark Cave Mountain. Fong Chen did not expect that Venerable Heichi would be talking about Dark Cave Mountain. What's wrong? Are you afraid? The big black dog asked. Fong Chen shook his head. He was not afraid, but just a little shocked. This was the legendary Dark Cave Mountain, an existence that was as famous as the Heavenly Venerate Sea. There was no need to mention the Heavenly Venerate Sea. Even an abstruse god, Realm Venerate, had died in it. From this point alone, it could be seen how dangerous the Heavenly Venerate Sea was. Even Venerable Heichi did not dare to enter the Heavenly Venerate Sea. Dark Cave Mountain was slightly better than the Heavenly Venerate Sea. In the chaos void, many geniuses of the large clans had the ambition to enter Dark Cave Mountain and find the inheritance of an ancient god realm expert. However, thoughts were thoughts and actions were actions. For countless years, many forces did not dare to act arbitrarily. But recently, there was a rainbow-like sword chi in Dark Cave Mountain. Some experts said that there was a phenomenon in the sky, and there must be a supreme treasure appearing. As a result, the large clans that were itching to make a move could no longer hold back and sent their prodigies to Dark Cave Mountain. In recent years, there had been countless experts outside Dark Cave Mountain, and the number of warriors who had entered was also innumerable. Venerable Hei Qi had heard of this rumor long ago, but he did not remember it. He only remembered it when he heard the big black dog's reminder. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen and said, "We cultivators have lived our lives, fighting against heaven and earth and against geniuses. Now, there is a path in front of you to fight against Dark Cave Mountain." Venerable He Chi's voice was full of solemnity. Dark Cave Mountain was not a child's play. If not for the fifth wolf god's pursuit, he would not have suggested Fang Chen to enter Mount Dongming with his current cultivation. At the very least, one had to be at the profound star realm to survive the Dark Cave Mountain. I've already told you about the situation at Dark Cave Mountain. It's up to you whether you want to go or not, Venerable Black Red said. He had a feeling that the trip to Dark Cave Mountain was the ultimate test for Fang Chen. Once he was able to walk out unscathed, he would definitely become a heaven's pride, and his name would shake the entire chaos void. In the future, he might even be able to reach the ancient god realm. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he pondered. Immortal Cave Mountain was very dangerous. Even he might not be able to come out alive. There were still many things that he had yet to do, so he was a little hesitant. "Master, I think you should go to the Dark Cave Mountain for an adventure." The mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact, Spirit said. "Oh, why is that?" Fang Chen asked. "Old Master came out from Dark Cave Mountain." The artifact Spirit said he was stuck at the profound god realm for countless years. After coming out of Dark Cave Mountain, he broke through the bottleneck and became an ancient god. Moreover, I was once a weapon in Dark Cave Mountain and was accidentally obtained by Master. The artifact Spirit revealed the secret of Great Emperor Su Xian. Fang Chen exclaimed in his heart. Great Emperor Su Xian actually walked out of Dark Cave Mountain alive and broke through the bottleneck to reach the legendary ancient god realm. Even someone as strong as the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail was a weapon in Dark Cave Mountain. What did Great Emperor Su Xian get from Dark Cave Mountain? Fang Chen asked. The artifact Spirit muttered. Some things can only be understood, but not explained in words. Master, with your current strength, if you don't have the support of a big clan, you will need to spend a lot of time to cultivate to the profound god realm. Can your wife wait? The artifact, Spirit, continued. Fang Chen was shocked. That's right, I've never thought of this. Although his wife and the others would not be in any danger in the Sky Pillar clan. However, what if an accident happened? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart was a little panicked. He clenched his fists and roared in his heart. Strength was the most fundamental principle. What he lacked the most was strength. Although he could use many methods to fight against mysterious Star Realm martial artists, his realm was still too low. Looking at the chaotic void, there are countless geniuses who are more monstrous than him. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's mind suddenly became clear. The previous hesitation disappeared and a mighty aura emerged from his body. Seeing this scene, Venerable He Chi's face revealed a trace of a smile. Have you decided? Fang Chen nodded heavily. Senior, where is Dark Cave Mountain? Dark Cave Mountain is in the north of the chaotic void. It is very far from Emo Shatian. You might not be able to go there in 100 years. Venerable He Chi said, I am also going to Dark Cave Mountain. I will take you there. Thank you, Senior. Fang Chen smiled. Venerable He Chi stared at Fang Chen. He did not know why, but there was a strong intuition in his mind. This kid seemed to be able to walk out of Dark Cave Mountain alive. Remember, Dark Cave Mountain is very dangerous. No matter what you see or think of, don't be reckless. Venerable He Chi patted Fang Chen's shoulder gently and reminded him, Kid, if you can walk out of Dark Cave Mountain alive, Master Dog will personally come and welcome you. The big black dog said, When the time comes, the door of the Xiu family will be open for you. A genius who could walk out of Dark Cave Mountain was worthy of being roped in by any big family. After deciding to go to Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chen began to arrange some things at hand. Emo Shatian had completely stabilized, and he was ready to make a trip back to Void Star Sky. Are the few of you going to stay in Emo Shatian or return to Void Star Sky? Fong Chen asked. Boss, Missouri Shatian has just experienced a great battle. There are many things waiting to be done. Let's stay here. Xiao Huang smiled. The four of them liked to be lively. Actually, there was another reason why they weren't willing to return to Void Star Sky. Their good brother, Little Mouse, had fallen in Void Star Sky forever. That was a sad place, and they weren't willing to go back. Seeing this, Fong Chen's expression became a little lonely. In the end, he sighed and returned to Void Star Sky on the Sky Crossing Array. After returning to Void Star Sky, Fong Chen personally met Patriarch Xing and asked him to help take care of the Wuji Sword sect. Emo Shatian, in the endless ocean. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a beam of light shot out from the calm ocean. The Chiu family will never be destroyed. An old man with long hair stood on the waves and said in a deep voice. He was the only one of the 3 mystic light realm patriarchs of the Chiu family, Chiu Xian. After 5 years, his injuries had finally healed a little. However, when he was injured by the 5 Iron Wolf, the injuries had penetrated deep into his bones. It would take at least a few hundred years for him to fully recover. Now his cultivation had fallen to the mystic star realm. Soon, Chiu Xian noticed the change in Emo Shatian. A mere spirit void branch dares to betray the Chiu family? You're courting death. Chiu Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly. He suddenly stomped his foot, and the raging waves surged up violently. Then he stepped on the waves and left. The Chiu family's main camp was being rebuilt. Dong! A deafening sound rang out as Chiu Xian scolded. Tell Patriarch Spirit Void to come out. Below there was an uproar. Who didn't know that Patriarch Spirit Void was the most powerful person in Emo Shatian? Was this person crazy? How dare he make such a big fuss? Where did this beggar come from? Scram! This is the Chiu family's main camp. If you don't leave, you'll definitely die. That's right. Leave quickly. What's with the nonsense? Just kill him. Some cultivators yelled and were even prepared to attack Chiu Xian. In just 5 years, the world has forgotten about the Chiu family? Killing intent appeared in Chiu Xian's eyes as he said, If that's the case, then I, Chiu Xian, will start a massacre here today. As soon as Chiu Xian finished speaking, he waved his hand. Boom! A violent sword aura was emitted from his body. Below, a cry of pain sounded and alerted Patriarch Spirit Void. How dare you? Who dares to cause trouble in my Chiu family? A black figure flew over from the distance. Patriarch Spirit Void had arrived. It's me. You are. Clan leader Ling Xiu stopped abruptly in the middle of his words. Chapter 2449. Forefather Chiu Xian. The Spirit Void Patriarch shook his head and said with a hoarse voice, Humph, you still know that I, Chiu Xian, am the forefather of the Chiu family? Chiu Xian was obviously very unhappy with the Spirit Void Patriarch. Using the Spirit Void branch to replace the main Chiu family was the same as betraying the Chiu family. This was unforgivable, although the Chiu family had fallen and was almost destroyed. As long as he was here, he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Forefather Chiu Xian, listen to me. Clan leader Ling Xiu's expression changed for a moment before returning to normal. In that battle back then, the main Chiu clan was almost annihilated. I didn't want to see the Chiu clan become history. So all these years, I led the remnants of the Ling Xiu clan and worked hard. In the end, the Chiu clan once again stood at the peak of Masha heaven. Before he could finish speaking, Chiu Xian interrupted him. Is that so? Murderous intent filled Chiu Xian's heart. You betrayed the Chiu family and spread the Shura sword Dao. This is a crime punishable by death. Today I, Chiu Xian, will clean up the Chiu family. Chiu Xian didn't say anything and just took a step forward. When he finished his last sentence, he was already in front of clan leader Ling Xiu. Boom! Vast sword qi was released from Qiu Xian's body. Qiu Xian had already grasped the essence of the Masha sword Dao. The Masha sword Dao he used was countless times stronger than others. Kill! Qiu Xian roared and used his finger as a sword. He raised his finger and slashed out. Suddenly, a violent sword qi condensed in the air and pierced toward Qiu Xian with a vast power. Forefather Qiu Xian, I'm sorry. The Spirit Void Patriarch knew that Qiu Xian wouldn't let him go. Since that was the case, he might as well go all the way and kill him. The Spirit Void Patriarch wanted to become an existence that everyone respected. If he left Qiu Xian alive, the world would know how evil he was. He didn't want to go down in history as an infamy. Wang, the defense of a mystic light realm cultivator, was instantly released. Ding! The terrifying sword qi stabbed into the Spirit Void Patriarch's body, but it didn't pierce through. Qiu Xian's eyes jumped. Mystic light realm? Old ancestor Qiu Xian, I don't want to be your enemy, Spirit Void clan leader said. It's not that you're my enemy now, but that you've betrayed the Qiu clan's main clan. Don't think that you can fight me just because you've reached the mystic light realm. Qiu Xian said coldly, although I was heavily injured by the 5 Iron Wolf back then, and my cultivation level dropped. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Qiu Xian let out a low growl and once again displayed the powerful demon killing sword technique. Beam after beam of sword light, sharp and domineering, instantly enveloped clan leader Ling Xiu. After seeing Qiu Xian's current realm, the latter was finally relieved. With a cold snort, killing intent surged in his heart. With a shake of the sword in his hand, he took a step forward and engaged Qiu Xian in a chaotic battle. Rumble! Shocked voices continued to ring out. From the beginning of the fierce battle, clan leader Ling Xiu had the upper hand. Dong! With a loud bang, Qiu Xian's body was forced back and he staggered. After he stabilized himself, a cold look appeared on his face. The old ancestor of the Qiu clan, who had once shocked Mashaitian, had fallen to such a state. Clan leader Ling Xiu didn't even have the right to speak in front of him, but now he was here to stop him. Old ancestor Qiu Xian, you're not my match, clan leader Ling Xiu said. If we continue fighting, you'll definitely die. After all, you're the old ancestor of the Qiu clan. As a disciple of the Qiu clan, I'm not willing to attack you. If old ancestor Qiu Xian is willing to return to the Qiu clan, I'll welcome you with open arms. You want me to return to the Qiu clan? Qiu Xian laughed coldly. The current Qiu clan was no longer the Qiu clan of the past. The Shura sword technique had spread throughout the entire Mashaitian, and the sword cultivators of the demon-killing sword technique couldn't survive any longer. Even in the Qiu clan, many disciples who weren't willing to give up on the demon-killing sword technique had already been dealt with by clan leader Ling Xiu. If one wanted to go down in history, one had to be strong. The demon-killing sword technique and the Shura sword technique are irreconcilable, but you betrayed the Qiu clan and focused on the Shura sword technique. You're the sinner of the Qiu clan and Mashaitian, Qiu Xian said. Old ancestor Qiu Xian, your words are a little too much. Clan leader Ling Xiu said indifferently. Back then, Mashaitian didn't only have the demon-killing sword technique. The Shura sword technique originally existed. Why didn't you think of this day when you were cruel and heartless, massacring the Shura sword technique martial artists? Cut the crap. If I don't kill you today, I'll be the old ancestor of the Qiu clan in vain. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was nothing more to say. You're still too inexperienced. How much do you know about the Qiu clan? With that, Qiu Xian's body suddenly turned into a giant sword. This giant sword contained a power that could tear the sky apart. Even clan leader Lingshu was a little surprised when he saw this scene. What's this? Clan leader Lingshu felt a dangerous aura. The power of this giant sword had already exceeded his understanding. The Qiu clan has 3 great powers. Qiu Xian's voice came from the giant sword. For a long time, the outside world had been talking about the Qiu clan's 2 great powers. Even clan leader Lingshu only knew these 2 great powers. As for the first great power, he had never heard of it or seen it before. The Qiu clan's first great power, tearing heaven and splitting earth. Boom! Berserk power emanated from the giant sword, and the entire sky shattered in an instant. Clan leader Lingshu's body retreated rapidly as the giant sword whistled. You can't escape. The Qiu clan's first great power could only be unleashed when combined with the Qiu clan's bloodline. In the vast Qiu clan, there were only a few people who could use this great power. Qiu Xian was one of them. Bloodline suppression. Qiu Xian roared. The bloodline suppression directly suppressed clan leader Lingshu. Even though clan leader Lingshu tried his best to dodge, the giant sword still went forward. It broke through his defense and pierced his chest. Dong! Clan leader Lingshu's body fell heavily into the buildings below, and he fainted. Cough, cough. The giant sword turned into human form. Qiu Xian coughed a few times, his face pale. Finally, it's time to clean house. The first great power was too strong and consumed too much energy. His injuries hadn't healed yet, so it took a lot of effort to use it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Qiu Xian was about to destroy the Lingshu branch, Xiao Huang and the other 3 arrived. Old man, boss worked hard to build this. You want to destroy it? Dream on. The 4 worked together and formed an array to attack Qiu Xian. For pieces of trash. Qiu Xian sneered. He flicked his finger and rays of light turned into cold sword light that pierced toward Xiao Huang and the other 3. Pucci. In the end, the 4's cultivation was too low and couldn't block Qiu Xian's attack. Bang! The 4 were forced back. Qiu Xian looked on coldly. After today, the Lingshu branch will be completely destroyed. Qiu Xian said, although the Qiu clan was destroyed, it was too difficult to rebuild it. But as long as he was alive, Mashaishan would be the Qiu clan's world. Moreover, the ancestor hadn't died yet. He was only in a deep sleep. When the ancestor woke up, the Qiu clan would rule the world again. Kill. Qiu Xian took a step forward and slapped out with his palms. Inform boss. The old faker shouted. Far away, Fang Chen had just returned to Mashaishan and saw this scene. Old ancestor of the Qiu clan. Seeing this, Fang Chen was stunned. Don't hurt my brothers. In the clouds, the big black dog and Supremacy Hei Qi were sitting on a cloud. Master, aren't you going to do anything? The big black dog asked. Supremacy Hei Qi shook his head. Fang Chen is already back. I don't need to do anything. In fact, he had been paying attention to Mashaishan's movements. So when Fang Chen returned, he was the first to know. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The distance of 10,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Bang! Seeing that Qiu Xian's attack was about to land on the 4 brothers, Fang Chen appeared and blocked it. Dong! The sword light exploded and engulfed Fang Chen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The strong corrosive power didn't damage Fang Chen's body at all. Instead, it was absorbed by the latter. Old fart, the 5 Iron Wolf teamed up last time and didn't kill you. Damn you. You're the mastermind behind the destruction of the Qiu clan, right? Qiu Xian licked his dry lips and said coldly. In fact, offending the werewolf race was an accident. Fang Chen didn't expect it either. The destruction of the Qiu clan was because of the wolf god Slew. Chapter 2450. After knowing that Fang Chen was the mastermind, Qiu Xian was even more furious. He glared at Fang Chen with his scarlet eyes. You almost destroyed my Qiu family. I'm going to kill you. Qiu Xian went crazy as he unleashed all of his power. He arrived in front of Fang Chen and started a fierce battle. At first, Fang Chen was a little cautious, but when he saw that Qiu Xian's cultivation had dropped, he laughed. Old man, you dare to be arrogant with your cultivation level dropping to the Mystic Star Realm. Fang Chen sneered and used the 10th move of the Shura sword art. Whoosh! A sharp sword light pierced through the air and pierced toward Qiu Xian. The latter quickly retreated and tried his best to block. Crack! Qiu Xian's sleeve was pierced by the sword light. His face was grave. Damn it! Roar! Qiu Xian raised his head and roared. Once again he unleashed his first innate ability. What is this? Fang Chen frowned and pushed the hidden star sword to the extreme. The black vibration golden armor covered his skin. While using the innate soul reversal art, he also used the 10th move of the Shura sword art. Boom! With Fang Chen's current strength, the innate soul reversal art alone could threaten a Mystic Star Realm cultivator, let alone the Shura sword art. Puchi! The giant sword broke into two, and half of Qiu Xian's body exploded. Die! Fang Chen attacked again. He did not give Qiu Xian any chance and killed him with one sword strike. I can't accept this. Qiu Xian roared. Whoosh! The heavy aura in the air gradually dissipated. Qiu Xian's body dyed the sea red. The turbulent sea water gradually calmed down. Are you okay? Fang Chen looked at Xiao Hai and the others. Boss, luckily you came in time, Xiao Huang said. Fang Chen walked to the Spirit Void Patriarch and checked on him. He found that the latter was fine. In the clouds, Supremacy He Qi saw everything and nodded in satisfaction. Although he's only at the Profound Heaven Realm, his combat power is comparable to the Profound Star Realm, Sovereign He Qi said with a faint smile. I'm really curious. What kind of miracle will such a genius create in the extremely dangerous, dark cave mountain? After Qiu Xian perished, Mo Shatian became even calmer. The people of the Qiu family's main clan had all fallen. The Spirit Void Patriarch had already woken up, and Mo Shatian was on the right track. Boss, I heard that Dark Cave Mountain is very dangerous. I hope you'll be careful, Xiao Huang said. Boss, we can't bear to part with you. Why don't you take us with you? Little C said. Pangolin muttered, Don't worry, boss. We'll definitely work hard in our cultivation and strive to enter Dark Cave Mountain to look for you one day. Although Immortal Cave Mountain is dangerous, it is also an opportunity for boss. Boss, you have to work harder. Sister-in-law is still in the Sky Pillar sect. When you come out, we will go to Tian Qingzong's house and CK him. How dare he provoke my sister-in-law? He must be tired of living. The old faker said crazily. Fang Chen bid his farewells to the four brothers one by one. Finally, he followed Reverend He Qi and left Mo Shatian. Outside Masha Sky in the dark void, Venerable Black-Red was riding on the big black dog with Fang Chen on its back. Hoo hoo hoo! Only the biting cold wind around them could prove that they were not still. It was easy to hallucinate in the silent and dark void. In fact, their speed was already fast enough. Even if Fang Chen used the space-time collapse technique with all his might, it would still be impossible for him to catch up with the big black dog. Kid, you're thinking too much. The big black dog seemed to know what Fang Chen was thinking. It said directly, With your speed, you dare to compete with me? Reverend He Qi chuckled when he heard that. Xiao He is a black wind hound. He's famous for his speed. Once he gets serious, even a profound god realm reverend can't catch up with him. Although that movement technique of yours is a little obscure, it can be considered invincible in the same realm. However, compared to Xiao Hei's fastest speed, it's at least 100 times slower. Fang Chen's heart trembled when he heard that. After the space-time collapse technique was created to the 15th level, there was a qualitative increase in speed. However, compared to the big black dog's fastest speed, it was still 100 times slower. He dared not imagine how fast the big black dog's fastest speed would be. "Is this still not your fastest speed?" Fong Chen asked. "Of course not. This speed is at most 70% of my fastest speed," the big black dog said with its head held high. Seeing Fong Chen's confusion, Venerable Black Red explained, "We can't move too fast in the dark void. Otherwise, it's very likely to cause the space to collapse." In the 33 heavens, the collapse of space was a small matter. However, in the dark void, the collapse of space was not a small matter. Once the space collapsed, even Venerable Black Red's life would be in danger. "According to our current speed, it will take about 10 years to reach Immortal Cave Mountain," Venerable Black Red said. Darkness shrouded the earth. A towering cliff. The Suicide Cliff was slightly famous in the Chaos Void. It was located between Dawn Moon Sky and Masha Sky. "Ching Ching, your cultivation has already reached the profound heaven realm. It won't be a problem for you to kill profound Chi realm cultivators easily. Staying at the Suicide Cliff is not a solution." A voice sounded. By Ching Ching, who was on the bluestone, opened her beautiful eyes and said, "Master, have you allowed me to return to Void Star Sky?" "Void Star Sky is a barbaric place. What's there to go? You are now in the golden age of cultivation. You can't waste time. I'm going to send you to a dangerous place to cultivate." After a pause, the voice sounded again. "There has been a change in that dangerous place recently. A supreme treasure has appeared. If you can obtain an opportunity there and walk out alive, you will definitely become a female hero whose name will shake the chaos void in the future." "Master, I don't want to be a female hero." Before Bai Ching Ching could finish her words, she was interrupted by the old man. "I know you want to return to Void Star Sky, but with your current strength, you won't be of much help. How about this? When you walk out of this dangerous place, I'll personally bring you back. What do you think?" The old man said. "Really? Master, don't lie to me." Bai Ching Ching revealed her white teeth and said happily, "By the way, Master, where do you want me to cultivate?" "Immortal Cave Mountain." The same thing was happening in every corner of the Chaos Void. Immortal Cave Mountain's sword chi was like a rainbow. This represented the arrival of a golden age. Geniuses would come out in large numbers. This era would definitely produce experts like Great Emperor Su Xian. If one wanted to become an ancient god, they had to take risks. Those large clans that had been preparing for hundreds or even tens of thousands of years couldn't help but take action. The lonely journey was irritating and tasteless. 3 years later, 2 people and a dog stopped for a while when they passed Star Sky. Phrygia District. Standing in the sky above Phrygia District, Fong Chen sighed endlessly. The current Shadow Moon Immortal sect has become the overlord of Phrygia District. Moreover, Jin Yuanzi is still overseeing it. Fong Chen sighed. He remembered that when he first came to Phrygia District, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect was almost disbanded. The Shadow Moon ancestor had followed Great Emperor Su Xian for many years and could be considered to have made some contributions. As for the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, that was all Fong Chen could help. After a short stay in Phrygia District, Fong Chen came to the Khanate District. This was the core area of the Khanate realm. The previous overlords were still developing their own forces. Since the Khanate Enlightenment and the blessing of Providence, Patriarch Black Lightning no longer had the ruthlessness in his heart. He went into seclusion as soon as he returned. The seemingly peaceful Khanate realm was actually surging with undercurrents. Fong Chen looked in a certain direction. Juele City was overcrowded. The rule of the permanent residence token was still in vogue. Many people didn't hesitate to travel mountains and rivers to obtain a permanent residence token. They wanted to give it to the pavilion master of Juele City. After so many years of development, the latter had successfully gained a foothold in the Khanate realm. The other overlords didn't dare to underestimate him. Ha! Facing the current Khanate realm, Fong Qin grinned. Various scenes of the past appeared in his mind. Let's go. Supremacy Black Red said. The next time you come back, you will definitely rule the Khanate realm. Let's go. Rip. Tearing the space apart, the two people and a dog disappeared. Juele City, Juele Pavilion. The pavilion master of Juele City looked at the blue sky with his dark eyes and muttered to himself, I wonder how Fong Chun is now. He vaguely remembered that thin man who had won first place in the Khanate realm battle by himself. Chapter 2451. After leaving the innate world, he was determined to go to Immortal Cave Mountain. The big black dog's speed was getting faster and faster. Even with the big black dog's speed, it would take 10 years to reach Immortal Cave Mountain. Therefore, Fong Qin did not waste any time during this period. Instead, he was comprehending the path of armament manipulation. Previously, he had already grasped the first level of the path of armament manipulation and could temporarily control some of the surrounding weapons. Of course, the so-called control was only a slight influence. Even so, it was still very helpful to Fong Qin. After all, a battle between experts was a matter of a hair's breadth. The path of armament manipulation was the ultimate technique of Honorable Bingwu. It was very shocking when cultivated to the extreme. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. When he was about to reach Immortal Cave Mountain, Fong Qin finally opened his eyes. The path of armament manipulation had reached the second level. Phew! He exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, and his eyes were full of smiles. How is it? Honorable Hei Qi asked. The path of armament manipulation is the ultimate technique of Honorable Bingwu. It's your fortune to be able to obtain it. Senior, you also know about the path of armament manipulation? After asking this question, Fong Qin felt that it was unnecessary. Honorable Hei Qi was an expert. He was the grand elder of the Xiu family in Azure Luo Heaven and was famous in the Chaos Void. How could he not have heard of an expert like Honorable Bingwu? Cultivate well. The path of armament manipulation is very strong. Honorable Hei Qi did not answer Fong Qin's question and said in a deep voice, just as Fong Qin was about to continue asking, Honorable Hei Qi changed the topic. We are already in the vicinity of the Wavy Wave Lake. Be careful. The spatial storm here is abnormally strong. As soon as Honorable Hei Qi finished speaking, a whistling wind blew past Fong Qin. He felt his primordial spirit tremble and his head hurt. Below him there was an endless lake. This was the legendary Wavy Wave Lake. Immortal Cave Mountain was at the core of the Wavy Wave Lake. Whoosh! Whoosh! After arriving at the Wavy Wave Lake, Fong Qin could clearly sense that there were many auras. Taking a closer look, he saw many warriors entering the Wavy Wave Lake and heading in the direction of Immortal Cave Mountain. Haha, I'm finally here. Dark Cave Mountain, I'm coming. Many rogue cultivators rushed into the Wavy Waves Lake one after another. Boom! At this moment, a huge wave suddenly appeared somewhere in the rippling waves lake. It instantly swept away a few rogue cultivators. Then, a spatial storm appeared and crushed the rogue cultivators who were trapped by the waves. Terrifying. Separated by a great distance, Fong Qin's heart palpitated. These martial artists simply don't know how terrifying Dark Cave Mountain is. They just casually came here. They're just looking to die. The large black dog spoke in the human tongue, its voice filled with disdain. The Bolan Lake is famous for its danger. Mysterious reality, realm warriors, can't withstand the spatial storms here. Only mysterious god, realm warriors can withstand them. As he spoke, Venerable Black Red flicked his finger. The spatial storm that was about to engulf them was instantly stopped. If you want to go to Immortal Cave Mountain, this surging waves lake will be a huge test. That's why those rogue cultivators purposely formed groups. Otherwise, They wouldn't be able to pass through the rippling waves lake, Venerable Black Red said. Fang Chen had also seen a few rogue cultivators rush into the rippling waves lake because they were strong and instantly die. Those were mysterious light realm cultivators. There was even a mysterious reality realm rogue cultivator among them, but they died just like that. Experts like them can become absolute rulers in the Mashatian and Void Star heavens. Fang Chen muttered to himself, "Do you think all experts like power?" Venerable Black Red said, "In the primal chaos void, many experts pursue the peak of the martial Tao. Very few people will go out of their way to conquer a heaven. That's the worst thing to do. Otherwise, those mysterious light realm and mysterious reality realm cultivators would be able to conquer a heaven easily. There wouldn't be a mysterious light realm ancestor that could become the leader of the Void Star heavens." Fang Chen nodded lightly. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Perhaps after reaching their level, only the illusory peak of the martial way could attract them. "Let's go over," Venerable Black Red said. Venerable Black Red said. The big black dog sped up and turned into a black shadow, disappearing into the wavy lake. As soon as they left, two figures arrived. So fast! One of them was a burly man with a long sword in his hand. His dark eyes were looking into the distance. "It seems to be a demonic beast." The cultivator, holding a blade, licked his dry lips. "Let's go and take a look." The two figures flashed and quickly chased after it. If anyone else was here, they would be shocked. The two used their invincible physical bodies to pass through the spatial storm and catch up. Mysterious God Realm. Their expressions changed when they sensed Venerable Black Red's aura. That person's aura is weak. He seems to have just entered the mysterious God Realm. He probably only dared to enter the rippling waves lake with the help of the big black dog, the man holding a sword said. "If we can get that dog, our chances of winning in the dark cave mountain will be much higher," the man holding a blade said. For the dark cave mountain, everything was worth it. After thinking for a while, the two arrived and stopped the big black dog. "Old man, leave your mount." "We want your mount. If you leave it behind, you can leave alive." The two of them said coldly with ferocious expressions. Venerable Black Red sat on the big black dog and looked at the two with a smile. "The sword and saber duo?" "It's good that you know our names," the man holding a blade said. The sword and saber duo was famous in the Chaos Void. Although the two brothers were only at the mysterious True Realm, they could fight against mysterious God Realm sovereigns. Because of this, they weren't afraid of Venerable Black Red. "Trash like you don't deserve this Lord Dog to follow you," the big black dog said disdainfully. Fang Chen, who was at the side, muttered to himself. Wasn't the big black dog's speed even faster than a profound God Realm sovereign? How did two mysterious, true Realm sovereigns catch up? "Kid, what do you know?" "Elder Dog knows what their goal is, so I intentionally slowed down. Otherwise, how could these two pieces of trash catch up to Elder Dog?" The big black dog turned its head and glared at Fang Chen with its gong-sized eyes. The big black dog's words deeply provoked the sword and saber duo. "You're courting death." The sword and saber duo emitted a terrifying aura and were ready to attack. "You shouldn't have provoked me," Venerable Black Red said indifferently. "Although I keep a low profile, it doesn't mean that I don't dare to kill." "What? You're Venerable Black Red? Are you Venerable Black Red from the Xiu family in Azure Luo Heaven?" The sword and saber duo's expression changed, and a trace of panic flashed in their eyes. Venerable Black Red nodded and said, "Yes, you're right. However, this doesn't change my decision." As soon as he finished speaking, Venerable Black Red's body floated in the air. Seeing that Venerable Black Red was about to attack, the sword and saber duo hurriedly said, "It's Venerable Black Red. This is a misunderstanding. We'll leave immediately. We failed to recognize Venerable Black Red." I hope Venerable Black-Red can let us go." The sword and saber duo had changed a lot when they were begging for mercy. It's too late. Venerable Black-Red had already decided to kill, and no one could change his mind. Boom! A raging energy burst out from Venerable Black-Red. "Let's go." The sword and saber duo's bodies flashed and entered the wavy lake. Puff! Venerable Black-Red flicked his finger, and 2 rays of finger light shot out. Then a miserable cry came from the wavy lake. 2 water pillars shot up into the sky, and the sword and saber duo stood in them. "Venerable Black-Red, you've gone too far." The 2 knew that they couldn't escape and could only fight. Boom! The sword and saber duo performed the sword and saber duo that they were proud of and surrounded Venerable Black-Red. "Senior, will you be okay?" Fang Chen was a little worried. The sword and saber duo could fight against an abstruse god, realm martial artist. However, the big black dog sneered and said, "Don't worry. If Master can't even deal with these 2 pieces of trash, how can he be called Venerable Black-Red?" Shocking waves surged up continuously. Venerable Black-Red's finger pierced through the water pillar and landed on the sword and saber duo's body. Ah! The sword and saber duo screamed and fell into the wavy lake. "I'm going to kill you." The saber duo glared at Venerable Black-Red. Unfortunately, before he could get close, he was killed by Venerable Black-Red's finger. In the blink of an eye, the famous sword and saber duo died in the hands of Venerable Black-Red. Sword and saber duo, you've done all kinds of evil in your life. You deserve to die. Chapter 2452. Venerable Hei Qi had never killed the innocent in his life, but he would never let anyone who did evil go. The saber and sword duo cultivated demonic techniques and were cruel by nature. They often killed the innocent. This also led to their notoriety. Since they met them this time, they might as well kill them. Unfortunately, the saber and sword duo had been evil all their lives. They failed to recognize Venerable Hei Qi and tried to rob his mount. Wasn't that just asking for death? The surging waves of the rippling waves lake gradually calmed down. The reflection of Fang Chen and the others could be seen on the sparkling surface of the lake. The saber and sword duo's bodies were destroyed. Pa, pa, pa. Clapping sounds could be heard from the void. As expected of Reverend Hei Qi, such strength is admirable. The sky was torn apart, and a group of people walked out. The white-bearded old man in the lead smiled at Venerable Hei Qi. "The saber and sword duo are unlucky to meet you," Venerable Hei Qi, the white-bearded old man, said. "Venerable Bai Xian." Venerable Hei Qi greeted. Venerable Bai Xian nodded and looked at Fang Chen, who was behind Venerable Hei Qi to Venerables. Mysterious realm cultivators were just ants. They could be killed easily. There was no need to say anything. Furthermore, the saber and sword duo didn't belong to any sect or force. "Venerable Hei Qi, is this your disciple? Are you bringing him into Dark Cave Mountain?" Venerable Bai Xian smiled. "However, your disciple's cultivation is a little weak. Aren't you afraid that he will die in Dark Cave Mountain?" "He's not my disciple," Venerable Hei Qi said. This surprised Venerable Bai Xian even more. Venerable Hei Qi was famous for being arrogant and didn't take anyone seriously, especially the younger generation. Almost no one could get his compliments. However, he had sent a mysterious heaven realm cultivator to Dark Cave Mountain. "Oh, what's the relationship between this little brother and Venerable Hei Qi?" Venerable Bai Xian asked. "He's fated with me," Venerable Hei Qi said. Venerable Bai Xian didn't want to dwell on this topic. He smiled. "Venerable Hei Qi, since we've met, let's go together." Venerable Black-Red nodded and walked side by side with Venerable White Xian. Behind Bai Xian were a few dozen people. Among them, a woman wearing a white chiffon caught Fang Chen's attention. "Venerable Bai Xian, You're actually willing to let your little disciple enter Dark Cave Mountain? Venerable Black Red joked. Venerable, by Xian's youngest disciple, was this veiled woman. A disciple has a disciple's fate. Mount Immortal Cave is a test, they chatted as they moved forward. Soon, they arrived at the inner area of the Lake of Billows. As more and more figures appeared, Fong Qin could feel the pressure in the air. Experts who could freely enter Wave Lake were basically all profound God Realm sovereigns. Most of the profound God Realm sovereigns had brought their juniors here. This trip to Dark Cave Mountain is extremely dangerous. Reverend by Xian's side, the top 10 clans in the Primal Chaos Void have all sent their disciples here. Hearing this, Venerable Black Red nodded slightly, especially the Dark Blood race. I don't know what's wrong with them. They actually sent so many wolf guards into Dark Cave Mountain, Reverend by Xian said. Fong Chen's eyes flickered when he heard the name Iron Wolf. Venerable Black Red glanced at Fong Chen from the corner of his eyes and signaled him not to panic. Iron Wolf. It's not just the Iron Wolf. It's said that the Silver Wolf Guards have also been dispatched. There are even rumors that the Golden Wolf Guards have also come. Reverend by Xian said. In short, the Dark Blood race has come aggressively this time. I hope my disciples won't meet them in Dark Cave Mountain. In the Primal Chaos Void, the 33 skies. Many powerful clans weren't in the 33 skies. They had opened up a space in the Dark Void and occupied it as kings. In a certain ancient race, a purple mouse was jumping around a towering tree. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at a herb garden. Crack! The little mouse plucked a few fruits from the herb garden with ease and familiarity. Then it chewed and ate them with its small mouth. About an hour later, the little mouse rubbed its round belly. It was finally full. It quickly jumped onto the towering tree and returned the way it came. Soon, a heart-wrenching roar came from behind. Little brat, you're here to steal my fruits again. Hearing this voice, the little mouse jumped down from the towering tree and arrived in front of a thatched hut. A melodious voice came from the thatched hut. You're stealing fruits from the herb garden again. The little mouse lowered its head and remained silent. You've almost driven little Five crazy ever since you came here. The door of the thatched hut creaked open and an old man appeared. This old man was the one who had taken the little mouse from the demon city. After more than 10 years, the little mouse's cultivation had reached the limit of the profound heaven realm and was only one step away from the profound chi realm. His talent and potential had been completely unearthed. Here, there was no need for him to worry about cultivation resources. The cultivation resources here were many times better than those in the outside world. Moreover, this was simply a holy land for cultivation. I want to go to Dark Cave Mountain. The little mouse transformed into its human form and looked at the old man. Nonsense. Do you know what kind of place Dark Cave Mountain is? The old man chided. A supreme treasure has appeared in Dark Cave Mountain. Many geniuses from the various forces in the chaotic void have gone there. Why can't I go? The little mouse argued. You're so weak. Aren't you courting death if you go to Dark Cave Mountain? The old man said angrily. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Don't you want to use this opportunity to sneak back to illusory star heaven? The little mouse was a little embarrassed after being seen through by the old man. When you're strong enough, I'll naturally let you return to illusory star heaven, the old man said slowly. Also, find the human who signed a contract with you as soon as possible. You're the future of our clan. How can you recognize a human as your king? The little mouse shook its head vigorously when it heard that. However, what it got in response was a slap. Go and cultivate, the old man said dotingly. The old man said dotingly. Although he was usually very strict with Little Mouse, he still liked this junior very much. After the little mouse left, the old man sighed and said, Although our clan is strong, there are many hidden dangers. In my eyes, I only hope that you can grow as soon as possible." The little mouse didn't know that Fong Chin had already gone to Dark Cave Mountain. If it insisted on going, it might be able to meet up with its boss. However, everything was preordained by the heavens. It was just not the time yet. There was the heavenly Venerate Sea in the south and Dark Cave Mountain in the north. This sentence had been circulating in the chaotic void. I wonder what the heavenly Venerate Sea is like. How is it compared to this lake of waves? Fong Chin muttered to himself as he sat on the back of the big black dog. "Kid, you're too ignorant. When you go out in the future, don't tell others that you know me. I can't afford to lose face like this." The big black dog looked at Fong Chin with disdain. "The heavenly Venerate Sea is more powerful than Dark Cave Mountain. How dare you compare it to the Lake of Waves? I really want to bite you to death." The big black dog ground its teeth and stared at Fong Chin with saliva dripping from its mouth. "I haven't eaten human meat for a long time. Looking at your delicate appearance, I'm sure it'll be very satisfying to roast meat." The big black dog joked. Fong Chin's forehead was filled with black lines. Venerable Black Red was such a strict person. How could he have such a shameless mount? Looking at Venerable Black Red, who was walking side by side with Venerable White Xian, Fong Chin shouted in his heart, "What? Are you looking down on me? Do you believe that I won't throw you here and let you fall into the lake of waves and drown you?" The big black dog opened its eyes wide and threatened. The news of a profound Heaven Realm martial artist drowning will definitely be sensational. "I can't stand you anymore." Fong Chin looked up at the sky helplessly. The veiled woman smiled faintly and said, "It's rumored that Venerable Black Red's mount is shameless. It really lives up to its reputation." After saying that, she didn't forget to purse her lips and chuckle. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fong Chin with a veil covering her face. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, "You don't have to mind. Just get used to it." "Thank you." Fong Chin cupped his fists. Along the way, he learned from chatting with the veiled woman that the latter was the disciple of Venerable Bai Xian. Her name was Asayama Senshi. She was amiable and did not put on airs. This was her first time out, so she was curious about everything. She was especially surprised to see that Fong Chin dared to enter Immortal Cave Mountain with his cultivation level. Heavens, Lord Dog's illustrious name. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2453. Asayama Senshi. Dark Cave Mountain has always existed. Why have so many people come here recently? Fong Chin ignored the big black dog and asked. Fairy Chinyan's beautiful eyes flashed. She glanced at Fong Chin and said, "Within the Dark Cavern Mountain, the sword chi is like a rainbow. There's an expert saying that a supreme treasure has appeared. Many geniuses have gathered here for the sake of this legendary supreme treasure. But there's no need to go to this extent for a treasure, right? Inside Dark Cave Mountain, there are supreme treasures and legacies everywhere." Asayama Senshi nodded slightly. She understood what Fong Chin meant. However, the latter clearly did not know much about Dark Cave Mountain. She patiently explained to Fong Chin, "You may not know this, but every time there's a strange phenomenon in Dark Cave Mountain, it means that a treasure that can allow a warrior to step into the ancient god realm has appeared." "Ancient god," Fong Chin exclaimed. A profound god could be said to be an expert standing at the top of the chaotic void. An ancient god expert could be said to be the strongest warrior in the chaotic void. As time passed, more and more profound god experts accumulated, but it was extremely difficult to step into the ancient god realm. In the chaotic void, the number of ancient god experts could be counted on 2 hands. One could only imagine how strong an ancient god was. Many profound god realm sovereigns could not step into the legendary ancient god realm even after spending their entire lives. They were stuck at a bottleneck and could not break through for the rest of their lives. Now there was a chance to step into the ancient god realm. How could they not go crazy? Not only the weaker juniors, but even the old monsters who had lived for tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of years came out of seclusion. But since a treasure that can step into the ancient god realm has appeared, it will definitely cause a stir in the chaotic void. Those hidden old monsters will all come out of seclusion. How can it be our turn? Fong Qin spread his hands and asked in confusion. Asayama Senshi shook her head slightly and said, "The treasure of the ancient god realm belongs to the fated ones. Besides, profound god experts will also enter. It's just that they will not be in the same space as us. There's no conflict. Not in the same layer of space." Fong Qin was even more puzzled. Could it be that this immortal cave mountain had many layers of space? Immortal cave mountain is actually a hole. It's just that every time a supreme treasure appears, there will be two extremes. This is also a special method of immortal cave mountain. It's to prevent the strong from casually crushing the weak, allowing more weak to participate and have more opportunities. After the mystic true realm and the mystic god realm sovereigns enter, they will be in the same space. As for us martial artists, we will be in another space. However, these two spaces rely on each other and have something in common. Even profound god realm venerables can forget about passing through the barrier and entering our space. Asayama Senshi continued, "The treasure will appear in one of the two layers of space. This depends on luck. Therefore, most of the profound god realm sovereigns did not react too strongly to this matter. This is because they're guessing that the supreme treasure this time will most likely appear in our level of space." After hearing Asayama Senshi's explanation, Fong Chen's heart trembled. He had not expected Immortal Cave Mountain to be so mysterious. Was this huge Immortal Cave Mountain artificially created, or was it born naturally? If it was artificially created, then how strong was the creator? Even an ancient god realm expert would not be able to create such a shocking land of peril? Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat as a crazy and bold idea popped up in his mind. Could there be an existence above the ancient god realm? As everyone knew, the power of the heavenly way maintained the stability and prosperity of the primal chaos void. However, no one had ever mentioned that someone could control the power of the heavenly way and control the entire primal chaos void. Is the primal chaos void that we are in also man-made? This reminded Fong Chen of the galaxy universe, the Azura universe, and many other miniature universes. Back in the ancient Sword Continent, he had thought that the universe was the only one and everything. However, it was only after stepping into the divine world that he gradually realized that he had been wrong all this time. The miniature universe was not naturally born. It was man-made. He shook his head forcefully and threw the many thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind. This question was too serious. Even Reverend Heichi and the others might not be able to answer it. If he wanted to find out the truth, he would have to step into the ancient god realm. However, the ancient god realm was too far away. He did not know when he would be able to step into it. Forget it. It's too unrealistic. Fong Chen thought to himself. Then, his gaze fell on the sparkling wavy lake again. He listened carefully to Asayama Senshi's description of the various things in Immortal Cave Mountain. In fact, the appearance of the treasure in Immortal Cave Mountain is traceable. After countless years of development, many top experts have already figured out a certain pattern. That's why I'm almost certain that the supreme treasure will appear in our space. This is also the reason why so many supreme talents from various forces have rushed into Wavy Lake. When Asayama Senshi said this, a solemn look appeared on her pretty face. One could imagine that in the following period of time, there would be rivers of blood flowing in Immortal Cave Mountain. I see. Fong Chen nodded. In fact, Immortal Cave Mountain is not very attractive to profound God Realm reverence. What can really attract them is the legendary Heavenly Master Sea, Asayama Senshi said slowly. Heavenly Master Sea? This was not the first time Fong Chen had heard of the Heavenly Master Sea. There was the Heavenly Master Sea in the south and Immortal Cave Mountain in the north. This was a saying that had been circulating in the chaos void. Without a doubt, the Heavenly Master Sea was the most dangerous place in the chaos void. Immortal Cave Mountain was the only place comparable to the Heavenly Master Sea. Strictly speaking, Immortal Cave Mountain was slightly weaker than the Heavenly Master Sea. However, Immortal Cave Mountain was already infinitely close to the Heavenly Master Sea. It is said that every treasure in the Heavenly Master Sea has the power to allow a profound God realm reverend to step into the ancient God realm. However what? Fong Qin asked hurriedly. As a profound God, he was very sensitive to such topics. Perhaps he would encounter it in the future? Some treasures are not suitable for everyone. Once the treasure backfires, death is certain. Asaima Senshi said, "Over the years, there have been many more profound God realm reverends who died in the Heavenly Master Sea than in the chaos void. There were many hidden, profound God realm reverends who were unknown to the world. They were extremely powerful and infinitely close to the ancient God realm. However, in order to pursue that final step, they resolutely entered the Heavenly Master Sea. In the end, they never came out. The Heavenly Master Sea was the forbidden land for reverends. As for Immortal Cave Mountain, it could only be called the profound God-forbidden land." Fong Chen's heart trembled and his blood boiled. He did not know if he would have the chance to enter the Heavenly Master Sea in this lifetime. Along the way, Fong Chen listened to Asaima Senshi's explanation. She seemed to enjoy explaining to Fong Chen. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at the core of Wavy Billow Lake. Everyone stopped in their tracks and floated above Wavy Billow Lake, gazing ahead. At the forefront, there was an unparalleled mountain peak. That was the legendary Immortal Cave Mountain. Buzz! Immortal Cave Mountain was surrounded by an extremely dense energy. Looking at it from afar, Fong Chen's heart trembled and his scalp went numb. Is this Immortal Cave Mountain? The mountain peak towered into the clouds, standing upright as if it had existed since ancient times. Around Immortal Cave Mountain, besides the gray fog, there were 3 large words condensed from the origin energy. Immortal Cave Mountain. Every word contained a majestic martial intent realm. When Fong Qin looked at the 3 words, he was immediately captivated. Just as he was immersed in comprehending the martial path, he suddenly felt someone pulling him. He woke up abruptly and looked to the side in confusion. The big black dog stuck out its tongue and was licking his face. "You!" Fong Chen exclaimed and hurriedly jumped away, looking at the big black dog with disdain. "You took my kindness for granted. I saved your life. Not only are you not grateful, but you also despise me," the big black dog said unhappily. Just as Fong Chen was about to speak, Venerable Black Red spoke. "There is a very strong illusion on Immortal Cave Mountain. You have already fallen into the illusion. If Xiaohei did not wake you up, you would have been trapped in the illusion forever, unable to extricate yourself. In the end, you would have exhausted your life force and died here," Venerable Black Red said. "Illusion?" Fong Qin exclaimed. Chapter 2454. Only those who are at the mysterious realm and above can take a few glances at those 3 words. "You guys will fall into an illusion if you look at them," Venerable Heichi explained. Fong Chen was shocked and looked at the big black dog gratefully. The big black dog snorted and wiped its mouth on Fong Chen's clothes before walking to Venerable Heichi. "Master Dog is angry." The big black dog said angrily, "I was wrong just now. Thank you, Brother Dog." Fong Chen was a little embarrassed and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. "Venerable Heichi, what do you think of the treasure?" Venerable Bai Xian suddenly asked and changed the topic. "The sword Qi is like a dragon and a rainbow. The treasure should be related to swords." Venerable Heichi pondered and said, "However, I don't know what kind of treasure it is. Let's wait and see." Venerable Bai Xian nodded. The dark cave mountain was very mysterious, and it was impossible to see through it. Many venerables have already gone in. Why don't we send our juniors in and then go in together? Venerable Bai Xian said with a smile. He was inviting Venerable He Qi to form an alliance with him. After all, Venerable He Qi was the grand elder of the Azure Heaven Xiu clan. Sometimes the force behind him was enough to make many venerables wary. Moreover, Venerable He Qi was not weak. If they formed an alliance with him, they would at least be able to protect themselves. Dark Cave Mountain was not as dangerous as the Heavenly Master Sea, and profound God Realm venerables could go in and out. That was impossible. There were still dangers in the Dark Cave Mountain that could make venerables despair. Thus, they had made sufficient preparations to enter the spirit world. Venerable Bai Xian, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'll go in and take a look. When I'm sure the treasure is not in this space, I'll come out immediately and return to the Azure Heaven. Venerable He Qi said. Venerable He Qi had never thought of entering the Dark Cave Mountain. However, he was not sure if the treasure would really appear in another space. He brought Fang Qin here and just wanted to take a look. Haha, it doesn't matter. I'm the same. When the time comes and the supreme treasure is confirmed to be born, I'll come out too. Immortal Cave Mountain was abnormally dangerous. This time, some top-notch venerables had entered. The slightest bit of carelessness could put his life in danger. Fang Qin, I've already told you about the dangers of Dark Cave Mountain. Venerable Black Red turned to look at Fang Qin. After you enter, if you can be with light smoke, try to help each other. Fang Qin nodded. Beside him, Bai Xian also reminded Qian Yan and the others. Soon, both sides were ready. Brat, you better come out alive. Don't embarrass this, Lord Dog. The big black dog raised its head and walked to Fang Qin's side. No matter what, you are the first person in the profound God to sit on my body other than my master. If you die, it would be slapping my face. The big black dog said shamelessly. Fang Qin nodded. He felt more and more that the big black dog and the little mouse were comparable. What a pity! Get ready. We will work together to send you into Dark Cave Mountain. Venerable Black Red's voice entered Fang Qin's ears. Rip! Venerable Black Red and Venerable Bai Xian waved their hands. Their bodies expanded and turned into two giants in an instant. Then, the two of them took a step forward and entered Dark Cave Mountain. Dong! With a deafening sound, a pitch-black passage suddenly appeared beneath the three words Dark Cave Mountain. Come in quickly. Venerable Black Red waved his hand. A powerful force wrapped around Fang Qin and sent him into the passage. On the other side, Venerable Bai Xian also sent his disciples into the passage. Whoosh! The two of them looked at each other and retracted their auras. The passage below gradually closed. In the end, their bodies faded and disappeared. After that, there were profound God Realm venerables leading their disciples into Dark Cave Mountain from time to time. In fact, there weren't many profound God Realm venerables in the 33 heavens. However, due to the change in Mount Dongming this time, many venerables had gathered here, which made it seem like there were many of them. Every step in the profound God Realm was a hurdle. Every small breakthrough was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, especially after the profound star realm. Without enough accumulation, it was almost impossible to break through. The youngest profound light realm cultivator in history had lived for 30 million years. Fang Qin had only cultivated for a few dozen thousand years. In the primal chaos void, he could only be considered a junior. Even Asayama Senshi, who he had chatted with before, had cultivated for 8 million years. At the profound God realm, age and appearance were no longer a problem. As long as they wanted to, they could change their appearance with just a thought. There was no need to mention their age. Although their lifespan was limited, they were almost immortal. As long as the primal chaos void wasn't destroyed, they could continue to live. Therefore, many profound God realm venerables went into seclusion for tens of billions of years. This kind of thing happened frequently, day after day, year after year, in the boring life of martial arts. Only by increasing their strength and improving themselves could many martial artists feel a trace of joy. An endless stream of cultivators entered Ripple Lake. Many profound God realm venerables didn't have the guts to enter dark Cave Mountain. They only came to watch. Whoosh! Spatial storms would appear on Ripple Lake from time to time, killing some of the weaker cultivators. Dark Cave Mountain in a gray space. This place was filled with dense origin energy. Blood and slaughter were the main themes of this place. The sky was red, as if it was dyed red by blood. With a bang, Fang Chen's body appeared out of nowhere and landed firmly on the ground. When he looked down, he saw that he was in a desert. It was a barren land that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was no water source or any plants. It was as if there was no end to it. It was boring. This is Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Everyone said that Dark Cave Mountain was dangerous. However, there were very few people who could enter Dark Cave Mountain. There were even fewer people who could walk out of Dark Cave Mountain alive. The origin energy here is tens of thousands of times stronger than the outside world. What did that mean? Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating outside for tens of thousands of years. If one could cultivate here for a long time, their strength would increase rapidly. Unfortunately, there were two sides to every coin. Although Dark Cave Mountain was a holy land for cultivation, it was also very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to the destruction of one's body and soul. The air is filled with a dense aura of blood and slaughter. It's as if it can seep into one's bones. Fang Chen took a few steps and stepped on the soft sand as he muttered to himself. Hiss! 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 At this moment he felt some strange sounds. What's that sound? Fang Chen looked around but didn't find anything. However, his expression instantly became serious. He raised his vigilance and entered a state of battle. Finally, after a few strange sounds, Fang Chen finally found something. His shoes had long been corroded by the sand. Now his feet were naked in the sand. So hot! Fang Chen jumped up. The corrosive power contained in the sand was too strong. Although his shoes weren't treasures, they had been personally modified by him and could be considered at the heaven-opening level. However, they couldn't resist the sand in the desert. In just a few seconds, the skin on my feet has already darkened. Fortunately, the black, vibrantly golden armor appeared in time to resist the corrosion of the sand. Fang Chen looked at the black, vibrantly golden armor that covered the surface of his skin. However, before he could laugh out loud, he saw a shocking scene. The corrosive power of the sand was far beyond his imagination. The black, vibrantly golden armor still couldn't stop the corrosion of the sand. Hiss! The strong corrosive power of the sand penetrated the black, vibrantly golden armor and acted on Fang Chen's feet. The latter felt a piercing pain in his feet. CK his grandpa. He leaped and hurriedly floated in midair. Looking at the sand below, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a strange look. The vast desert was filled with sand everywhere. The corrosive power of the sand could actually corrode the black, vibrantly golden armor. How was he going to leave the desert safely? As expected of Dark Cave Mountain. I've just arrived, and I've already encountered such a headache. Chapter 2455. Soon, Fang Chen felt the seriousness of the situation. At this moment, he was less than 3 meters away from the sand. Just as he was staring at the sand below and thinking of a plan to deal with it, he suddenly felt the surrounding air tremble. Immediately, a majestic force instantly pressed towards him from all directions. Crack! The power in his body surged and resisted it. However, his body kept moving down in the resistance. Crash! Suddenly, Fang Chen was caught off guard and his feet stepped on the sand again. Hiss! The sand's powerful corrosiveness instantly burned Fong Chen's feet. The latter clenched his teeth and hurriedly circulated the power in his body again, quickly rising into the air. This time he didn't rise too high in the air, fearing that he would be squeezed by the invisible force. In the end, he stopped 1 meter away from the ground. However, before he could stabilize his body, the powerful pressure came again. Damn it! Fong Chen cursed out loud, almost cursing out loud. His body kept moving down as he desperately tried to resist it. Finally, when his body was less than a finger's height from the ground, the pressure suddenly decreased. As for the remaining pressure, Fong Chen's physical body was able to withstand it. The myriad sword body was activated and the demonic dragon body refining art was activated. The dragon's roar was incessant as golden dragons surrounded his body. At the same time, the myriad sword domain quietly spread out and secretly restrained the sand near Fong Chen, preventing it from hurting his feet. Damn this dark cave mountain! Fong Chen cursed while observing the situation around him. When he discovered that his divine sense could only detect a distance of about 1 meter around him, he had the urge to curse. Could this still be called divine sense? It couldn't even be compared to the naked eye. The naked eye could see the situation hundreds of meters away, but his divine sense was forcibly suppressed to a range of 1 meter. Dark Cave Mountain. Once again, Fong Chen felt that he was powerless despite having the will. He once again felt the danger of Dark Cave Mountain. He constantly reminded himself that he must be calm. This was Dark Cave Mountain, different from the outside world. The slightest carelessness could cost him his life. At the same time, his body was moving slowly. There are countless times when Fong Chen couldn't help but want to use space-time collapse, but he eventually gave up. There were 2 things in front of him. First, he had to figure out what this piece of sand was. Secondly, he had to figure out how to leave the desert. He couldn't be trapped in the desert for the rest of his life, constantly resisting the pressure in the air and the sand in the desert. He couldn't be distracted, let alone cultivate. I wonder where Asayama Senshi and the others went. Fong Chen recalled what Asayama Senshi had said to him. Although Immortal Cave Mountain was a space of its own, the most important thing was the word mountain. At any time, the first thing that came to mind was the mountains. What exactly is a mountain? Fong Chen muttered to himself. It took him a full 2 hours to cover such a small distance. However, it had consumed a lot of his energy, and he was about to collapse. The slightest lapse in concentration would cause his feet to step on the ground and suffer the corrosion of the sand. It had only been 2 hours, but his feet were already covered in wounds, and he was in great pain. Bear with it. Fong Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." After walking for about 3 days and 3 nights, Fong Chen finally saw a glimmer of light. He didn't know if it was an illusion or real. He actually saw a mountain appear in the desert before him. To be precise, it should be a small hill. Although it's a small hill, at least it's related to a mountain. Fong Chen approached the small hill, panting. At the same time, on the other side of the small hill, there was also a person who was struggling to get close to the small hill. Ha ha ha, I actually saw a mountain. This person was obviously much more excited than Fong Chen. Judging from his clothes, he should be a disciple of a large clan in the chaotic void and knew a lot of secrets of Immortal Cave Mountain. Heaven is on my side. I can finally leave this damn place. His feet were covered in wounds, and even his legs were tattered. It was very cruel. However, he still persevered. After a long time, Fong Chen and this person arrived before the small hill, one in front and one behind. Someone's here? The brocade-clothed man also noticed Fong Chen. He exclaimed softly and asked, "Who are you?" Fong Chen, "Never heard of you." After knowing that the other party was not a disciple of a large clan, the man in brocade clothes revealed a greedy look. How extravagant. You actually used black vibranium as armor. No wonder you can last until here in this corrosive desert. The man in brocade clothes looked at Fong Chin greedily. Corrosive desert. He finally knew the name of this damned place. It was really appropriate. Corrosive mountain range corroded everything. Even the black vibranium armor could not stop the corrosion of the sand. Hey, kid, I'm Zhong Maoin from the Sky Pillar Zhong family. Give me your black vibranium armor. Zhong Maoin said, I can protect you in this immortal cave mountain. Fong Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. It turned out that this person was from the Sky Pillar Zhong family. No wonder he had a familiar aura. As Fong Chen calmly looked at Zhong Maoin, an icy killing intent flashed in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Why, you're not willing? Seeing that Fong Chen did not speak, Zhong Maoin's face darkened. It's all thanks to the black vibranium armor. Fong Chen said, the black vibranium armor is equivalent to my life. You want my life. Do you think I'll give it to you? In the face of Fong Chen's question, Zhong Maoin smiled sinisterly and said, Kid, you're just a loose cultivator. I really don't know where you got your courage from. Even a profound heaven realm cultivator dares to enter dark cave mountain to die. You're lucky to have met me, Zhong Maoin. I just want your black vibranium armor. If you hand it over obediently, I can spare your life. Zhong Maoin said. What if I don't hand it over? Fong Chin sneered and asked. Then go to hell. As soon as Zhong Maoin's voice fell, he suddenly launched an attack on Fong Chin. Bang! The two fists collided fiercely, erupting with a vast power. When the huge power came into contact with the ground, it was instantly absorbed by the sand. Because of the space suppression and the corrosion of the sand, the battle between the two was limited and they couldn't fight at all. Damn it. After a while, Zhong Maoin cursed and his figure flashed, ready to step on the small hill. Bang! Fong Chin took out the hidden star sword and slashed at Zhong Maoin's body. The latter secretly gritted his teeth and ignored Fong Chen's attack. He braced himself and stepped on the small hill. However, his wishful thinking fell through. The power of the hidden star sword was beyond his imagination. Pucci! One of his arms was directly cut off and blood spurted out and fell to the ground. Hiss! The blood and sand mixed together and mutated. Buzz! A scarlet light escaped from the sand and turned into a strange aura, firmly binding Zhong Maoin's body. Not good. Zhong Maoin shouted in his heart and his body exploded. His primordial spirit came out of the sheath and fled quickly. The scarlet light didn't seem to give up and continued to besiege Zhong Maoin's primordial spirit. Help me! Zhong Maoin cried weakly. Fong Chin saw all this with his own eyes and was shocked. However, he still took action. The hidden star sword slashed at the scarlet light and forced it back. Then he took the opportunity to grab Zhong Maoin's primordial spirit and jumped to the small hill. Dong! When his feet stepped on the small hill, he immediately felt the pressure disappear. Furthermore, the sand on the small hill didn't have any corrosive power. I see. Fong Chin was overjoyed. The scarlet light was scattered by his sword. Whoosh! 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 The scarlet light disappeared and the mutated sand also returned to normal. Only Zhong Maoin's miserable cry could prove the tragedy that had just happened. The sand will mutate when it is stained with a martial artist's blood? Fong Chin guessed. Thank you for saving me, Zhong Maoin said. Fong Chin smiled sinisterly. The reason why he saved Zhong Maoin was just to ask him something. Seeing Fong Chen's sinister smile, Zhong Maoin said nervously, Boy, what do you want? I'm a disciple of the Zhong family. If you kill me, the Tianqing Zhong family won't let you go. Answer a few of my questions honestly, and I may let you go. Fong Chin said indifferently. What do you want to know? Zhong Maoin asked. Chapter 2456. Fong Chin still remembered that his wife was taken away by the Sky Pillar Zhong family. Now that he finally met someone from the Zhong family, He could ask about his wife's current situation. You know about this desert? Although he was worried about his wife's current situation, Fong Qin still asked about this desert first. Zhong Maoen's primordial spirit shook a little. He felt the strength in Fong Chen's palm increase and hurriedly said, according to our Sky Pillar Zhong family's records, this desert is called the Corrosive Desert. The sand here is extremely corrosive. A profound god realm cultivator's body can't withstand it at all. Moreover, there is a strong pressure in the air. If you want to leave here, you have to encounter a mountain. Fong Chen vaguely understood that the mountain Zhong Maoen was talking about should be the small hill in front of him. The corrosive sand is only one of them. There is something more dangerous. You saw it just now. As long as a cultivator's blood stains the sand will mutate and turn into countless scarlet lights that will coil around the cultivator's body until the cultivator dies. These secrets were impossible for ordinary people to know. The Sky Pillar Zhong family had sacrificed countless lives in exchange for this little bit of information. What else do you know? The corrosive desert is vast and boundless. If you don't borrow the power of the mountain, it's almost impossible to walk out. Zhong Maoen said, however, there are some lucky cultivators who can encounter some hidden flowers in the process. What's a hidden flower? A hidden flower is a kind of plant in the huge dark cave mountain. Only this kind of hidden flower can adapt to the temperature of the desert. Moreover, it can take root in the sand. As long as you can get a hidden flower, you can use it to leave the desert. Zhong Maoen said. He only knew this much. After all, the corrosive desert was so big that even the Sky Pillar Zhong family couldn't know everything. At this moment, Zhong Maoen was crying in his heart. His cultivation was only in the profound Qi realm. Although he could fight above his realm, it wasn't considered a breakthrough in the Sky Pillar Zhong family. Cultivation resources were limited, and he couldn't improve quickly. He could only set his sights on the dark cave mountain. Under normal circumstances, the Zhong family would definitely not allow him to enter the dark cave mountain. After all, with his strength, entering the dark cave mountain would be suicide. The Zhong family didn't want their disciples to die for no reason. This time, after his tireless efforts, he finally obtained permission to enter dark cave mountain. However, as soon as he entered, he found himself in the corrosive desert. He was speechless, but he had no choice but to bite the bullet. After persevering for a long time, he finally saw the small hill and thought that hope had come. In the end, he met this pervert in front of him. You're a profound heaven realm cultivator. Why didn't you enjoy your life and come to Dark Cave Mountain? He did not dare to voice out the grievances in his heart, so he could only hide them. With the help of this small hill, how do we get out? This was the question that Fong Qin was most concerned about. I'm not sure about the specifics. I've only read about it in my family's records. Zhong Maoen said. He was not a core member of the Tianqing Zhong family, so what he saw was limited. After asking Zhong Maoen again and again, and making sure that he had told him everything, Fong Qin looked at Zhong Maoen nervously. He took a deep breath and said slowly, I once heard that a branch of your Zhong family was destroyed in the Void Star Heaven. Without waiting for Fong Qin to finish speaking, Zhong Maoen started speaking with fervor and assurance. You're talking about the Tianqing family, right? That kind of trash only uses my Zhong family's name to swindle people everywhere. My Zhong family won't even look at them. However, at this point, Zhong Maoen paused for a moment before continuing. After all, the ancestors of that branch were also members of my Zhong family. Although they were chased out, the blood of my Zhong family still flows in their veins. My Zhong family has always been protective. A mere void star heaven actually dared to touch my Zhong family's people. Some elders were furious and sent some teams to the void star heaven. If it weren't for the Xing He ancestor and the others secretly taking action, the so-called Limitless Sword sect would have been destroyed long ago. Zhong Maoen said proudly, Speaking of which, It's strange that such a barbaric place like the Void Star Heaven actually produced some peerless monsters. Before that elder of my Zong family left, he found some good seedlings. Then, with a sweep of his hand, he took away all the geniuses of the limitless sword sect. After returning to the Tianqing family after careful inspection, he found that there were some seedlings with good potential. Immediately, my Zong family vigorously groomed them. Feng Qin raised his doubts. Zong Maowen smiled and said, "Although I said vigorously groomed them, it's only a few of them. Of course, their treatment can't be compared to our Zong family disciples. The reason why the Zong family groomed them is to treat them as cannon fodder. You also know that the big clans of our generation don't get along well with each other. Wars break out from time to time. After grooming them to a certain level, they will be sent to the battlefield to slaughter the geniuses of other big clans." Hearing this, Feng Qin clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart soared to the sky. However, he forced himself to endure and continued to listen. "You don't know, but one of the girls is as beautiful as a flower. Anyone who sees her will drool. Unfortunately, her potential is too strong. After being groomed by my Zong family," she soared to the sky, "it's impossible for us to take her for ourselves," Zong Maowen said regretfully. "However, that girl called Star and Moon when she just came to the Zong family. She was taught a lesson by me." Zong Maowen said proudly. "How's that girl now?" Feng Qin pretended to ask casually. "She's doing very well. The sect thinks highly of her, and even some elders want to take her as a disciple. Even us Zong family disciples don't dare to touch her," Zong Maowen said. Hearing this, Feng Qin's hanging heart finally relaxed. A trace of killing intent flashed in his pitch-black eyes, and his gaze fell on Zong Maowen's primordial spirit. Zong Maowen, who was speaking confidently, felt a trace of killing intent. The primordial spirit struggled and said anxiously, "What do you want to do? Didn't you promise me that you won't kill me?" "Kacha!" Feng Qin squeezed his hand, and a crack appeared on the primordial spirit. Zong Maowen panicked and screamed crazily, "You liar! For trash like you, dying 10,000 times won't be enough." Feng Qin said indifferently and continued to squeeze. Zong Maowen's primordial spirit could no longer bear it. At this time, Feng Qin said softly, "Oh, right, before you die, I want to tell you something. The girl called Star and Moon is my wife." "Kacha!" After saying that, Feng Qin clenched his hand, and Zong Maowen's primordial spirit collapsed. "One day, I will personally bring her back." Feng Qin looked up at the sky. "I will kill whoever dares to stop me." Unfortunately, Zong Maowen couldn't hear the rest of the words. After killing Zong Maowen, Feng Qin's mood was slightly better. From Zong Maowen's words, he knew that Star and Moon had outstanding potential and was recognized by the elders of the Zong family. Her life was not in danger, and there was no need to worry for the time being. The most important thing now was to improve his strength. Thinking of this, Feng Qin's eyes flickered, and he looked at the small hill under his feet. Unknowingly, the small hill had changed its position. Feng Qin was even more surprised. He remembered that there was an obvious pit near the small hill, but now the small hill's surroundings were smooth, and the sand was clearly visible. Could it be that the small hill can constantly change its position? Zong Maowen said that he could use the small hill to leave the corrosive desert. Was he using this market? Following the small hill aimlessly until one day, the small hill appeared at the edge of the corrosive desert? Feng Qin shook his head. His intuition told him that it shouldn't be so simple. There must be some connection between the small hill and the corrosive desert. Feng Qin's eyes were firm. However, he didn't know what the connection was. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The strong wind blew and dust flew. The granular sand scattered in midair, and the air was corroded. What a domineering, corrosive power! Feng Qin sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed. At this moment, his gaze passed through the sand in the air and landed not far away. There was a bewitching flower in full bloom there. It was rooted in the sand, untainted by dust and mud. Hidden flower, Fong Chin exclaimed. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2457. The hidden flower was the only plant that existed in the corrosive desert. It was also the only plant that could grow. This plant was known as a little green in the desert. There were 2 ways to leave the corrosive desert. The first way was to use the small hill, but this method was a little clumsy. As the small hill moved, one would have to travel alone in the corrosive desert. If one was lucky, one would be able to leave quickly. If one was unlucky, one might be trapped here forever. The second way was to use the hidden flower. Fong Chin also did not expect that he would encounter the legendary hidden flower so easily. Hidden flower. Fong Chin licked his dry lips and grinned. Whoosh! He stretched out his hand and it expanded in the void. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the hidden flower. Finally, he grabbed the hidden flower and put it into his pocket. Fong Chin pulled out the hidden flower along with its roots. Looking at the hidden flower in his palm, Fong Chen's face was full of excitement. Whoosh! However, at this moment, an incredible saber light suddenly appeared in the void. Crack! Fong Chin did not even have time to react before the hidden flower in his hand was cut in half by the saber light. Then, a large hand stretched out and held the 2 petals of the hidden flower in his hand. Fong Chin was enraged. When he looked up, he was shocked to discover a small hill not far away. On the small hill, a man in green was looking at him with a smile. I have been chasing this hidden flower for some time. The man in green said to Fong Chin, now it's returned to its rightful owner. Fong Chin was furious. He was the one who got the hidden flower, but it was snatched away by this person. Give it back to me. Immediately, Fong Chin scolded coldly. Fellow cultivator, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. The man in green grinned with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He played with the 2 petals of the hidden flower in his hand and sized up Fong Chin with his dark eyes. The hidden flower is mine, Fong Chin repeated again. Nonsense, hidden flower is clearly mine. How could it be yours? Because of you, my hidden flower broke into 2. I haven't settled the score with you yet, said the azure-clothed man. Hearing this, Fong Chin clenched his fists. Sword chi surged around him as his cold eyes stared at the man in green. Seeing this, the latter sneered and said, What? You want to attack me and steal the hidden flower from me? Don't forget that you're only a profound heaven realm cultivator. Not only is my cultivation higher than yours, but my strength is also far from what you can compare to. The azure-clothed man sneered. In the face of the blue-clothed man's sneer, Fong Chin did not say anything. He used his actions to prove the anger in his heart. Boom! The ferocious fist radiance suddenly blasted towards the man in green. Bang! When the latter saw this, he threw out a punch and barely blocked Fong Chin's fist radiance. However, he was pushed back a little. After stabilizing himself, the green-robed man's face darkened. Brat, are you sure you want to attack me? Do you know who I am? I'm not interested in knowing who you are, Fong Chin said. I'm Qin Longtian of the Qin clan. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, Fong Chin executed the Azura sword principle. Whoosh! The 10th move of the Azura sword principle was executed. Sword chi filled the sky as streaks of sword radiance gathered together and rushed towards the azure-clothed man. Interesting. Qin Longtian grinned and formed a complicated seal with his palms. The sky dimmed in an instant, and the roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. Roar! One golden dragon after another floated in the air. Under Qin Longtian's control, the golden dragons whizzed through the air. Scram! Fong Chin roared and released the strongest power of the hidden star sword. He slashed the golden dragon that was close to him. Crack! The menacing golden dragon was instantly sliced in two and dissipated into the void. Kill! Qin Longtian roared, and countless golden dragons roared. However, Fang Chen's Azura sword skill was getting sharper and sharper. He charged into the group of giant golden dragons, and with a slash of his sword, a giant golden dragon was defeated. The 1,000-sword territory was activated, and the golden dragons that were close to him were frozen for a moment. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Chen continued to swing his sword and executed the 10th move of the Azura sword principle to the maximum. Puchi! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Fang Chen's star-concealing sword forcefully scattered the many huge golden dragons. Thud! 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 When the last golden dragon was destroyed, Qin Longtian quickly retreated. His feet stepped on the small hill, and a scarlet color flashed across his pitch-black eyes. I'm surprised that a profound Heaven Realm martial artist can unleash such power, Qin Longtian said, but do you think you can challenge me with this? You're too naive. As soon as Qin Longtian finished speaking, a long whip appeared in his hand. This whip was called the Dragon Whip, and it was a supreme-grade weapon. When used together with Qin Longtian's attack, its power could be maximized. Crack! Qin Longtian's wrist moved, and the Dragon Whip in his hand lashed out at the air. Instantly, the air was torn apart, and a crisp sound was heard. Then, Qin Longtian smiled eerily and whipped Fang Chen with his Dragon Whipping Whip, which was filled with immense power. Buzz! Seeing that the Dragon Whip was about to hit him, Fang Chen closed his eyes. In the next moment, a layer of light appeared. A strange aura shot out from his body and swiftly entered the Dragon Striker Whip. Then a shocking scene occurred. The ferocious dragon-beating whip carried a supreme might. Just as it was about to strike Fang Chen, it suddenly stopped. What's going on? Qin Longtian was surprised. He increased his strength, and the dragon whip lashed out again. That's enough. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes, and the hidden star sword emitted a dazzling light as it slashed at the dragon whip. In the 10 years since Mo Shatian went to Ming Cave Mountain, Fang Chen had mastered the weapon controlling Dao to the 2nd level. The dragon whip had stopped for a short moment because of the weapon controlling Dao. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough for Fang Chen to attack. Crack! The dragon whip was hit by the hidden star sword as soon as it was activated. Rip! A sword mark appeared on the incomparably powerful dragon strike whip. Then, the sword mark spread and turned into a crack. Damn it! Qin Longtian roared and lashed out with the dragon whip again. However, Fang Chen's weapon controlling Dao appeared again. With the help of the weapon controlling Dao, Qin Longtian couldn't use the dragon whip properly, and this gave Fang Chen a lot of time. Azura sword technique. Innate soul reversal technique. He unleashed 2 of his trump cards in a row. The soul Dao spear pierced toward Qin Longtian's head, while the hidden star sword pierced toward Qin Longtian's chest. For a moment, Qin Longtian was actually a little flustered. Dragon Whip killed a cow ghost divine snake. Qin Longtian roared and tried to pull back the dragon whip. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't control the dragon whip. He tried to pull it, but it was to no avail. Finally, his face turned serious. Suddenly, a light flashed through his mind. Then he cried out involuntarily, "The way of controlling troops!" You only know now. It's too late. The soul Dao spear had already pierced his mind and pierced his primordial spirit. The hidden star sword had also pierced through his body. No, Qin Longtian tried his best to resist, but it was to no avail. His primordial spirit had been destroyed by the double blow. He was unwilling to accept this. If he knew that Lin Fan had the weapon controlling Dao, he wouldn't have attacked him. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. Bang! Qin Longtian's body slowly fell on the small hill. With a suction force, Fang Chen sucked the 2 dark flower petals into his palm. I didn't want to kill anyone, Fang Chen said. In fact, Qin Longtian's strength wasn't bad. He was only in the profound Qi realm, but his combat strength was comparable to a profound star realm martial artist. Unfortunately, he met a freak like Fang Qin. In addition, the weapon-controlling Dao had restrained his killer move, the Dragon Whip, which led to his death. The Qin family? Fang Qin shook his head. He had never heard of such a family. It couldn't be a big family. Fang Qin didn't care about Qin Longtian's death. Instead, he looked at the hidden flower. He didn't know if the hidden flower, which had been cut in half, could still bring him out. He carefully looked at the two halves of the hidden flower, trying to find the secret behind it. Chapter 2458. There were some complicated patterns on the petals of the hidden flower. Each vein was independent, but in the end, all the veins were linked together. Talisman Dao? Fang Qin was a little surprised. He did not expect the hidden flower to contain the concept of the Talisman Dao. Everyone knew that the Talisman Dao was connected to the array Dao in some ways. Could it be? Fang Qin rolled his eyes and had a rough guess in his mind. There's a hidden array in the hidden flower that can send me out? Thinking of this, Fang Qin was overjoyed. With a thought, the aura of the array Dao filled the air and shrouded the petals of the hidden flower. He began to study it. With Fang Qin's current attainments in the array Dao, he would definitely be able to discover a hidden array. Hiss! Using the aura of the array, Fang Qin's consciousness entered the hidden flower. After a round of investigation, he finally made a new discovery. This is... At the core of the hidden flower, there was a spring with water flowing out of it. Fang Qin was extremely shocked because it was not an ordinary water flow, but the legendary power of the array Dao. The power of the array Dao! Fang Qin exclaimed. As an array master, he dreamed of the power of the array Dao. The power of the array Dao was the most fundamental and primitive power of the array Dao. Array masters could absorb the power of the array Dao and quickly comprehend the array Dao. However, Fang Qin had a bigger idea. If he let the burning sky 9 changes formation absorb the power of the array Dao, wouldn't he be able to reach the perfect 9th transformation realm? Thinking of this, Fang Qin could not wait to open the 2 petals and take out the array Dao model. The burning sky 9 changes formation was instantly set up. Whoosh! Whoosh! Scorching flames filled the air and enveloped Fang Qin. Whoosh! Fang Qin shook his wrist and threw the 2 petals into the sea of fire. Immediately, the power of the array Dao in the hidden flower petals was absorbed by the burning sky 9 changes formation. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the spring in the 2 petals had dried up. The power of the array Dao has been used up. Seeing this, Fang Qin said softly, there was too little array Dao power hidden in the hidden flower. If he wanted to break through the burning heaven 9 changes formation, he would need even more array Dao power. Don't be in a hurry to go out. Fang Qin made a decision. Immortal Cave Mountain was extremely dangerous. Just the corrosive desert alone was enough to put him in danger. And now they had finally encountered a small hill. As long as he stood on the small hill, there would be no danger to his life. Why don't I use this time to search for some hidden flowers? After I break through the burning heaven 9 changes formation, I will leave this place. He did as he said. In the following time, Fang Qin sat cross-legged on the small hill, constantly moving. Every time the hill moved, it would change its direction. After a period of observation, Fang Qin found that there was no pattern to the movement of the hill. However, this was also good. The chances of obtaining the hidden flower would also be greatly increased. During this process, Fang Qin was also cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this period, Fang Qin found a total of 9 hidden flowers. After the burning heaven 9 changes, formation absorbed the power of the array Dao. It had already undergone a transformation. However, the power of the array Dao was still not enough. It still needed to be absorbed. Whoosh! At a certain moment, After the Burning Heaven 9 changes, formation absorbed the power of the array Dao in the 10th hidden flower. Feng Chen slowly opened his eyes. He was surrounded by a sea of fire, and flames were shooting in all directions. Feng Chen could clearly feel that the Burning Heaven 9 changes formation was about to break through. There are still not enough hidden flowers. Feng Chen muttered to himself. This can't go on. Feng Chen fell into deep thought. In a barren desert, a man in black armor was standing on a small hill, collecting hidden flowers. Whoosh! A hidden flower suddenly appeared in front of him. The black-armored man stretched out his hand and grabbed it. After obtaining the hidden flower, the black-armored man smiled faintly. With this hidden flower, I have already obtained 15 hidden flowers. It's still not enough. If I want to break through, I need at least 20 hidden flowers. The man in black armor calculated. Hidden flowers were good things. In addition to collecting them for his own use, he could also collect more. After leaving the cave Dark Mountain, he could sell them and exchange them for many treasures. After collecting all the hidden flowers, I will leave the corrosive desert and look for the other disciples of the clan. The man in black armor thought to himself, some time ago I vaguely sensed the aura of my Zong family disciples, but later I didn't sense it again. The man in black armor was a disciple of the Tianqing Zong family. His cultivation had reached the mysterious star realm. He was much stronger than Zong Maowen, who was killed by Feng Chen. He had been in the corrosive desert for more than 5 months. He had collected 15 hidden flowers. Just as Zong Wenbing was thinking, he suddenly saw a Xiao Hei dot in front of him. Then the black dot enlarged infinitely. Someone's here. Zong Wenbing noticed Feng Chen, and a sly look appeared on his face. Let's go and take a look. It was difficult to collect the hidden flowers, so it was better to rob others. Zong Wenbing was bold. After sensing that Feng Chen was only a mysterious heaven realm cultivator, he was even more fearless. In the blink of an eye, the two hills leaned against each other. Feng Chen and Zong Wenbing looked at each other. Hand over the hidden flowers on you, Zong Wenbing said directly. Feng Chen frowned. He saw Zong Wenbing's clothes and knew that he was from the Zong family. Killing intent surged in his heart as he stared at Zong Wenbing. I don't have any hidden flowers, Feng Chen said. If you don't have any hidden flowers, then hand over your life. Zong Wenbing stomped his foot, and the aura of a profound star cultivator instantly burst out. He threw out a punch, and the violent fist light enveloped Feng Chen. Buzz! Feng Chen's mind moved, and the burning sky 9-change array appeared. Seeing this, Zong Wenbing sneered and continued to throw out his fist. A cold light flashed in Feng Chen's eyes, and the hidden star sword stabbed out. Like a sudden clap of thunder, the hidden star sword stabbed into the fist light and instantly shattered it. Immediately after, the raging flames surrounded Zong Wenbing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Chen performed the innate soul reversal technique, and the hidden star sword shot out at the same time. Zong Wenbing was a little shocked. How could a mysterious heaven realm cultivator burst out such a powerful force? Who are you? Zong Wenbing asked coldly. The person who will kill you. Feng Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body turned into a stream of light. He followed the hidden star sword and shot towards Zong Wenbing. The latter sensed the danger and hurriedly retreated. He tried to break the burning sky 9-change array, but failed. The black armor around his body trembled, and a dense black aura turned into a huge cyclone, trying to block the hidden star sword. Puchi! The hidden star sword cut into the black armor like cutting tofu. Bang! Zong Wenbing's body retreated, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Chen swung his sword. Zong Wenbing clenched his fist and blasted out. With a crack, his fist was cut off by the hidden star sword. A miserable scream came out of Zong Wenbing's mouth. A light purple aura emerged in his head and instantly turned into a spear, piercing the burning sky 9-change array. His figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the corrosive desert. I won't let you go. In the air, Zhong Wenbing's angry voice came. Crash! The burning sky 9-change array dissipated and a faint aura came from the air. Fang Chen walked to the edge of the hill and picked up Zhong Wenbing's broken palm and took off the Sumer ring. Buzz! The mysterious heaven all vibrated and hit the Sumer ring. With a crack, the Sumer ring was forcibly opened. It's just a Sumer ring. How can it be difficult for me? The mysterious heaven all spirit said confidently. It was originally an item of a mortal cave mountain. With the support of a mortal cave mountain's aura, its power was even stronger. If it was in its heyday, not to mention destroying the Sumer ring, it could be annihilated with a thought. After opening the Sumer ring, Fang Chen was instantly shocked. 15 hidden flower pearls? Fang Chen exclaimed. He had worked hard for 3 months and only found 10 pearls. This guy actually got 15 pearls. Ha ha ha. Fang Chen laughed heartily, feeling carefree. This was called going for wool and coming home shorn. Zhong Wenbing must be so angry that he would vomit blood. Somewhere in the corrosive desert, Zhong Wenbing was panting and his whole body was covered in blood. It was not easy to escape. The small hill had changed directions and he did not know where he was brought to. Damn guy, I won't let you go. Zhong Wenbing was furious. The only thing that comforted him was that although the Sumer ring was lost, the latter could not be opened as long as he was alive. Those hidden flower pearls would always be there. However, just as he was thinking, his face suddenly changed. Chapter 2459. Damn it, my hidden flower! Zhong Wenbing roared hysterically. He could sense that his spatial ring had been forcefully opened by that fellow. His heart was filled with anger. 15 hidden flower pearls. This was the result of several months of hard work. It was really like drawing water with a sieve. I won't let you go. Killing intent surged from Zhong Wenbing's body as he roared furiously. However, Fang Chen didn't know that. He was very excited as he let the burning sky 9-change formation absorb the power of the array Tao within the hidden flower. One by one, the hidden flowers withered. This also meant that the burning sky 9-change formation was undergoing its final transformation. After absorbing the array Tao power of the 14 dark flower pearls, the burning heaven 9 transformations array underwent a fundamental change. The 15th hidden flower sped up the transformation of the burning sky 9-change formation. Hiss! Seeing the changes in the burning sky 9-change formation, Fang Chen was very happy. The perfect burning sky 9-change formation could threaten a mystic star realm martial artist. Dong! Flames soared into the sky. Fang Chen pushed off the ground and arrived at the top of the sea of fire, looking down. The power of the flames alone is enough to burn a mystic Qi realm martial artist. Fang Chen said, not to mention the power of the formation. The 9 bases of the burning sky 9-change formation reflected each other. The 9 killing forces in the formation could destroy a martial artist invisibly. This was the true power of the burning sky 9-change formation. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand and put away the formation model. Although he didn't kill Zhong Wenbing, his harvest wasn't small. The next time we meet, I will definitely cut off your head, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen stayed in the corrosive desert for a full year. After a year, his cultivation had reached a critical point and could break through at any time. However, he wasn't in a hurry to break through. Instead, he found some hidden flowers and used their power to leave the corrosive desert. Bang! Dust flew on the ground as Fang Chen's feet stepped on the ground without restraint. After a year, he finally left the corrosive desert. This damn desert! Fang Chen cursed. However, although he was cursing, he was quite excited in his heart. Over the past year, he hadn't been in a hurry to leave. Instead, He had used the scorching heat of the corrosive desert to temper his body. Finally, he had broken through the bottleneck not long ago. Now, the energy in his body was vibrating, and he could break through to the profound Qi realm at any time. I wonder what happened in the past year. Fang Qin looked up at the blue sky and muttered to himself. At the same time, he was also wondering where Siamese Senshi had gone. Roar! The roar of a beast was heard, and Fang Qin instantly raised his guard. A strange aura came from the air, and he felt his scalp go numb. He constantly reminded himself that this was Immortal Cave Mountain and that he needed to be extra careful. Even if it was a demonic beast, it could not be underestimated. Roar! The roar of a beast was heard again. Fang Qin scanned his surroundings and finally discovered a forest on his right. In a pitch-black forest, a martialist rode on a large black dog and slowly walked out. The danger came from the large black dog. "Fellow Taoist, where did you come from?" The martialist, riding the large black dog, approached and asked with a smile. "The corrosive desert," Fang Qin said. "Oh, fellow Taoist, you actually came out of the corrosive desert. Do you have any hidden flowers on you?" Fang Qin frowned. "It's okay, I can come and get it myself." The martialist leaped and came in front of Fang Qin. He reached out his hand, wanting to capture Fang Qin. Bang! Fang Qin punched out and forced him back. Roar! A furious roar came from the mouth of the big black dog, a dog pretending to be a tiger. Fang Qin shrugged and said. Hearing this, the large black dog became even angrier. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, pouncing on Fang Qin. Seeing this, Fang Qin shook his head. This large black dog was far inferior to venerable Hei Qi's mount. Buzz! The burning sky 9 changes formation was instantly set up, trapping the large black dog. Flames soared into the sky, and the large black dog's fur was instantly burned by the scorching flames. Roar! The large black dog was furious. It roared at the sky, but it could do nothing about the burning sky 9 changes formation. Damn it! The owner of the large dog was furious and immediately attacked. Bang! The two of them punched each other, and each took a few steps back. The owner of the large dog steadied himself and stared at Fang Qin. You're only in the profound heaven realm. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Fang Qin stretched out his finger and shook it gently. You're wrong. I'm not in the profound heaven realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent aura suddenly spread out from his body. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Dong! In a flash, Fang Qin's cultivation stepped into the profound Qi realm. Seeing this, the expression of the large dog's owner changed. Do you think this is enough? The owner of the large dog roared out. After reaching the profound Qi realm, Fang Qin's strength had reached a new level. He slashed out with his sword, and a whistling sword light immediately slashed at the owner of the large dog. Oh no! The owner of the large dog cursed and quickly retreated. Fang Qin stood on the burning sky 9 changes formation and looked down at the owner of the large dog. He sneered. You want to hit me with your little strength? The owner of the large dog looked at Fang Qin with some fear and did not dare to attack for a while. In the burning sky 9 changes formation, the large black dog's fur had been completely burned away. He screamed miserably. Fang Qin chuckled and continued to control the sea of fire, increasing the intensity of the burning of the large black dog. If you scream again, I'll roast you and eat you. The large black dog could not bear being burned by the flames. Roar! Finally, in a fit of anger, the big black dog exploded. His body suddenly expanded, and his size became extremely huge. His eyes emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Fang Qin exclaimed softly and immediately said, I see. When the large black dog appeared, he felt a trace of danger. Now he finally knew the source of the danger. Strictly speaking, the dangerous aura came from the large black dog's eyes. I didn't expect you to be a pure Golden-Eyed Dog King. Fong Qin grinned. The Golden-Eyed Dog King was a powerful demonic beast in the demonic beast world. Among the dog-type demonic beasts, the Golden-Eyed Dog King was the most domineering. The reason why they could be called tyrant dog-type demonic beasts was because they had a pair of shocking eyes. They would not use their eyes easily, unless it was a matter of life and death. At this moment, the large black dog's eyes were emitting a golden light. Dong! In the flames, the large black dog's eyes looked at Fong Qin. Suddenly, two violent forces shot directly at the latter. Whoosh! Fong Qin dodged immediately. The two violent forces pierced through the burning sky 9 changes formation. Whoosh! Taking this opportunity, the large black dog escaped and returned to its owner's side. Who exactly are you? Seeing Fong Qin's methods, the large black dog's owner had no choice but to take this person seriously. He was only in the profound Qi realm, yet he was able to resist him, who was in the profound star realm. Moreover, he was able to make him feel pressured. Apart from the geniuses of the major clans, it was impossible for such a cultivator to exist. The Xiao clan, the Zong clan, or the Qin clan. The Xiao clan of Azure Net Heaven, the Zong clan of Sky Pillar, and the Qin clan were all among the top 10 clans in the Chaos Void. Each clan could dominate a region. Even ancient god experts did not dare to provoke them. Is it important? Fong Qin shrugged. Yes, was it important? In any case, the result would be the same. The large black dog's golden eyes retracted, and it gradually regained its calm. It looked at Fong Qin warily. The large black dog's owner also stared at the latter, wanting to see through him. Among the younger generation of the Chaos Void, your potential is enough to rank you in the top 10. However, I have never seen you before, said the large black dog's owner. I don't want to be your enemy. What happened before was a misunderstanding. I hope you can let it go. Hearing the big dog's owner's words, Fong Qin was not in a hurry to express his attitude. I think we can be friends, not enemies. Is that so? Fong Qin countered. This is Dark Cave Mountain. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy, the large black dog's owner said. If my guess is correct, you should be a wandering cultivator without any major clan behind you. Therefore, you need support in Dark Cave Mountain. If you are willing, I, Li Ruahong, am willing to form an alliance with you. After seeing Fong Chen's heaven-defying potential, he also wanted to befriend him. If such a monstrous genius didn't die, his future would be limitless. For this reason, he made his identity known. The Li clan Li Ruahong